What's up? Good time zone and warm greetings to wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, back in my Temple of Corkboards to do my two favorite things in the world. Worship Xie Lian and read Have an Official's Blessing. So thank you guys so much for waiting for me while I was out on vacation. And I was traveling for a little bit, but actually I spent a lot of time here in my hometown. Because this summer I was lucky enough to actually meet half my mod team in person and invite them to visit me here at the Temple of Corkboards. And yeah, we had an absolute blast. So my mod team are like my junior officials, you know, they're my deputies. So they've been up to a lot of stuff. They've done a lot of work around here, such as baking a cake to celebrate Xie Lian's birthday, adding offerings to my merch collection, sweeping the floors, doing some corkboard maintenance, which was needed because a couple of corkboards might or might not have fallen over during this visit, as well as paint a whole mural of the Crown Prince of Shanle for the temple. Because as you might know by now, in this house we worship the Flower Crown Martial God, as well as the corkboards. And I don't even know if you can tell, but he's almost life-sized. Like, look at him! God, he's so pretty. Yeah, how am I ever gonna get anything done now? Because I'll just keep staring at him. Like, even while I'm reading, I'll just be like glancing at the screen to look at his fucking face. He's absolutely gorgeous. So I've gotta say, well done to my deputies. I think Wuxiang would be proud. But in all seriousness, I am so incredibly grateful for what this channel has brought me. After opening the channel Discord server, I was able to make friends that I have been talking to more or less every day for the last year or so, and who are now friends I have met in real life. And I am praying that this will not be the first and last time. Part of what has made these last two trips I've been on so fun is that I've been able to hang around fellow fans who understand what it's like to have a little bit of an obsession with fictional characters. And while that is not all we talk about, because we are people with so many other different experiences, having that in common has made it just so much easier to connect and learn from each other. And honestly, I made so many friends. There are so many people I would love to meet and hang out with in the future, so who knows? Maybe one day I'll actually see you around, not through a screen. But if this little break has been a little too much for you and you feel like you've missed my updates, do join my Discord server for more frequent updates, as I am around, even though I haven't been very active lately, because of the traveling. And once you've joined using the link, remember to accept the rules so that you get access to the rest of the server, which you do by reading the rules and then pressing the little corkboard button below the rules. After all, it is dangerous to go alone. Take a corkboard with you. And the moment you're inside the server, make sure to join the TGCF Book Thread Club, which is where I go to talk about whatever I've read the moment I've read it. Or actually, probably hours after I read things. The moment I post a progress report, that is where I go to chat with everyone. So head over to the Discord server, I hope to see you there. But while I've had an amazing time on my vacation, I'm not here to yap about that. We are here to talk about TGCF. And finally, read Volume 7. Which will be the start of Arc 5? Those are the indications I've been getting anyway. But first, we need to talk about Volume 6 and Arc 4, and for that we do need a corkboard, of course. And boy, do we have things to talk about, because Arc 4, you guys. Volume 6, you guys. I think I rambled a little bit about the whole duality of Volume 6 in my last video. Like after I finished it, how it starts with these really intense and important HuaLian scenes in the present, and then we do all of Arc 4, which was... I mean, that's a choice. Volume 6 is definitely the volume with the least dead time to me. The MXTX squeezed everything into that. And also because it answers so many of our questions, it feels like, well, it's a very emotional volume full of everything from happiness to relief to absolute dread, despair, and a whole fucking mountain of depression and anxiety, to be fair. We still end up feeling like we've been paid. A lot of things that has been set up as early as Volume 1, things that have kind of been the overarching threads of this whole story have been revealed to us in Volume 6, and it's paid off. It's such a beautiful way of doing this, and honestly has convinced me that MXTX is not just a character writer, not just a comedic or horror writer. MXTX is a writer who is writing these overarching themes over her little fantasy novel in a way that is actually very hard to do as a writer, and I want to spend some time appreciating that in this pre-discussion. But first, let's do some statistics. Because, hilariously, for a moment there, it looked as if Volume 6 was going to be the most Gugga-filled volume of them all. In just the first 3 chapters, we had 30 Guggas in the first third of the book. This compared to the 92 Guggas of Volume 5, so we did have a little bit of a competition going, but then we go back to Arc 4, which means not a single Gugga was spoken from Sanlang's own mouth, because he was not in a position to be saying any Guggas to HuaLian. So, we're stuck at 30. And that's how that went. The Laugh or Cry tally actually did see some Laugh or Cries. We have a total of 4 Laugh or Cries for Volume 6, one of which was actually even from the Arc 4. And I remember that surprised me. That was kind of fun. And while the ellipsis replies were still in this volume, there were far fewer of them than what we have encountered previously, adding only 7 to HuaLian's counter and only 4 to others. So yeah, maybe it is the whole tone of Arc 4 and Volume 6 altogether, but even this, which has been very prevalent in the rest of the series, did not appear as often. Maybe because the ellipses have been used for a little bit of a comedic effect mostly. When there's a lot of it, it's usually because of that. And well, most of this volume wasn't very comedic, was it? So putting those aside, I actually do have another gift to open up, because along with the gift I opened last time, Arya also sent me whatever is in this package, which reads spoiler safe after Volume 6. Well, here we are. Going forward, I do have a big packet for after Volume 8 and a smaller one for after Volume 7, so I have incentive to keep going. Are these oh my gosh. They're like Pokemon cards, but have an official's blessing. I'm guessing this is a blind box one, which is why Arya put it in the pouch, so there's this chance that I'll get something that would have been spoilery. So, let's open it up and see. Because the front right now is just this, it's very cute. It's just HuaLian holding I think it's tanguru? Or watermelon, maybe? Strawberries? It's just HuaLian being cute. So let's try and open her up. Okay, we have some cards. Let's have a look. How is it that they do it in the Pokemon card videos? That they go oh, this is Dongwa cards though. This is from Season 1. Oh! Pretty! Fucking Chirong, man. Oh, this is also a Dongwa. I wonder if this is Yong'an? And this is also Dongwa. Is this also Yong'an then? I wish I could read. Wow, the HuaLian one is so pretty actually. But I don't see any red strings or anything, so I guess this was a pack that could have been a spoilery one. Oh, there's a little bit of blood on this sleeve though. I wonder if this is referencing the fight at Paradise Manor. Fucking Chirong, man. The HuaLian one is amazing though. Boop. Okay, so I guess that this pack was might have been spoilers. No spoilers in the pack, but thank you so much, Arya, for the cards. Now I have a job of figuring out what to do with the others, like these ones. This one I know what I'm gonna do with. Winter is coming and we do need kindling. So the next gift I'll be opening that is marked as a spoiler will be for after Volume 7. Ooh, I just noticed this is... So the next gift I'll be opening is for after Volume 7, which means that there are still things out there that can be spoiled. However, I think maybe Volume 6 had some of the biggest ones, because oh my gosh. I am actually so impressed with all of you, because hidden in Volume 6 was the spoiler of all spoilers. The best spoiler, the best boy, the bestest boy to ever best. And somehow I managed to go over a year without hearing about him, except for that one time I came really close. Like it bears saying again, thank you guys so much for protecting me against these spoilers, because the impact of he was absolutely amazing. I had so much fun in my last read along. And you guys were probably super excited to talk about him, so, well, he's free now. And we will be talking about him, but first of all, we need to round off Arc 4 a little bit. And as per usual, if you haven't already, there are chapters in the description, so make sure to move around to the timestamps that have the stuff that you're interested in if you're not here to listen to the whole discussion. Like, go straight to the reading if that's what you want. There will not be a pop quiz at the end. But to everyone who is still here, let's talk Arc 4. Let's talk about what we've learned, aka the answers that we've gotten to so many questions, and what these things mean for the story going forward, but also for the story of TGCF before this, before what we learn in Arc 4, because HuaLian is the main character of TGCF, but after all of this, I guess we can argue that we don't actually know HuaLian before all of this. And one of the writing choices that MXDX has made is using these flashbacks in order to show us instead of telling us. In fact, she's done both, but everything we're being told is actually very questionable. And we're made to realize from the very beginning that the things we're being told might not always be the full truth. But I really appreciate that we get to experience these things with the main character instead of this being something that is just brought up in a conversation somewhere. And at the same time, this really shows that TGCF is the story about HuaLian. Like, yes, we learn about all the other characters and some of their struggles, and even HuaChang, who arguably is the next main character after HuaLian. Like, even his story is not all known to us. It is not presented to us as something we get to experience. And I have some ideas to discuss about these writing choices that I would like to talk about again once I've actually read the ending, because I need to know what MXDX decides to do next. But let's look at HuaLian again. Let's look at the timeline of all of TGCF. Because we meet HuaLian in the prologue, in the book anyway. The Donghua shows us the prologue at the end of episode 1, which works for the media of Donghua, but in the book it is very important that the prologue comes first, because the prologue tells us the story of the Crown Prince of Shanle, however, not from his perspective, and full of things that did not happen the way they're being described. We're missing all the nuance and all the details, and that is the whole point. Because the moment we meet HuaLian in chapter 1, following the prologue in Arc 1, he is very different from what you might imagine reading the prologue itself. Like, this is a guy who seems very good-natured. But the more we get to know HuaLian, the more you realize that, well, all this competence, all these things that he's able to do, like, he carries a lot of secrets, and his good-naturedness is kind of jarring in the face of all this. And it is not something that suddenly happens, it's something that kind of creeps in on you with the different revelations that we have. Such as learning his role as General Hua in the Banyu arc, learning about his stint as Fangxin Guoshu in the Young An arc. And throughout Arc 1, we are gathering all of these pieces of HuaLian that are already disproving a lot of the things that happened in the prologue, but then we're starting to ask questions. What actually happened then? Which is when MXDX brings us into Arc 2, and we do get to see the young HuaLian, the young promising prince who is very different from the HuaLian we've gotten to know in Arc 1, and then we get to watch him fall. We watch him lose the privileges that he has had ever since he has been born, the things that has helped him go from very successful crown prince to a very young martial god. We watch him try so hard to live up to his own ideals and then fail. And at that point, we have gotten the answers to many questions, but even more are created. How does someone go from this broken down young man to the HuaLian of the present? Arc 3 rolls around and a lot of other things happen. And in the present day, we are mostly following HuaLian and seeing his reactions to the other character stories, and seeing his budding relationship with HuaChang. But throughout Arc 3, we are also presented with new ideas. Quite early on, we learn that HuaLian's biggest regret is something that happened in his first banishment and his second ascension. And that is something we have heard very little about, aside from the fact that he ascended and fought John Woo, right? So in Arc 3, we're kind of sat with this idea that, okay, Arc 2 was really bad, But HuaLian thinks that was not the worst period of his life. And we still don't quite have all the pieces that carries the young crown prince into the HuaLian of the present day. And then fucking Arc 4, you guys. In Arc 4, we have already lost our privileges. We have already lost a lot of our own identity. And then HuaLian loses everything. He loses his friends. He loses his family. Perhaps for a while there, even his own humanity. And yes, throughout all of these things that have happened in the past, we do know that Bai Wuxiang was heavily involved in this. And he's been pulling strings, he's been poking at things, but the experiences feel real and raw. The grief and the anger still belongs to Xie Lian. And perhaps more importantly, at the very end of the day, Xie Lian is Xie Lian. Your Highness will forever be your Highness. And that's important because he's different from Bai Wuxiang. He's different from the Crown Prince of Wuyong. Again, I'm 100% sure of this now, guys. And that is what is so important, because that is why Xie Lian arguably comes out on the other side of Arc 4 winning. Despite having lost so much, Xie Lian also wins in that he remains himself. And this victory is shown to us at the resolution of Arc 4. In the very last chapter, and there's this comment that was left to me by Anna that I read and I absolutely love, because it really led out all the threads that MXTX has been weaving into this tapestry. So I'm gonna put it up on screen and also read some of it to you guys. I only just realized that Xie Lian being pulled out of the human-shaped pit on the street by the grumpy passerby is simultaneously the solution to the scene in the graveyard, the one where he is drunk and can't get up out of the grave that he is fallen into by himself. And then at that mountain in front of the 33 heavenly officials, where no one would give him a hand to help him stand up. Chapter 104 is also the reverse of Chapter 100, where no one actually wants to stab him, and the ones who are considering it, they're the ones being dissuaded by others. And even the bamboo hat is like the Rainmaster's hat, the one he used to bring rain to this city. And now in this scene, oh my gosh, I'm getting emotional just reading this. Rain is now falling so strongly that he needs to use the hat to shield himself instead of using it to bring the rain. And oh my gosh. And it's showing again that the land has healed. And then there's this line in the comments: honestly, this whole chain of events was a big healing of Xie Lian's character, and it doesn't feel rushed because there have been these things that long needed to happen to resolve these plot lines. And again, I think this is what makes Arc 2 and 4 work so well, and especially Arc 4 with how it resolves all of these things from the past. And like, of course, this is not the end of Xie Lian's healing. Stuff did not get resolved in this one chapter. But I think that without this part and without understanding this part, you really can't bring a full analysis of Xie Lian, because it's impossible to understand why he does the things he does today without understanding this part of his past. And Anna is one of many who are following this journey as their own reread of TGCF, and like Anna, this is my first time, and I agree with so many other things they're saying. Xie Lian really is, surprisingly, one of the best fictional characters I have read about in a very long time, especially in popular media like this. I'm arguing that the whole structure of TGCF, from prologue to Arc 1, 2, 3, and 4 so far, is all set up around Xie Lian as a character. And the pacing and also placement of these flashbacks, so to speak, is therefore also about the development that he has to do in the present. So Arc 4 continues the setup of Arc 2 and Arc 3, but also provides us with the resolution to a lot of the setup in such a beautiful, beautiful way. And again, I just have to give my kudos to MXTX for writing this way. I did not understand how powerful this structure was before I got to this part. And now I'm guessing Arc 5 might be the next step in this for Xie Lian. And I wonder if this is him really breaking out now with HuaLian by his side. You remember they've just gotten into a relationship. And HuaLian as well is a bit of a catalyst here. I've talked a little bit about this, how HuaLian in a way mirrors a lot of Xie Lian's own ideals. And that's one of the reasons he feels so attracted to him. And I think that with HuaLian there to support him to be whatever he wants to be, to do whatever he wants to do, because what matters is you, not the state of you. Oh my fucking god. I think that we're gonna see Xie Lian be a lot braver and take a lot more risks in this final arc, and finally, hopefully, feel like he's done atoning. Because that is what his second banishment, all of that was. Because everything from the second ascension through the second banishment is Xie Lian taking up atonement for himself. He chooses to do this. He chooses to ask John Woo for those 2 shackles. And the most heartbreaking part of all of this is that no one knows everything that has happened to Xie Lian. Like, the people have been there and they've all witnessed different parts, but no one has been there to see the whole picture. Though there is one person who comes very close. Except to Xie Lian too, he might be a missing piece. A missing piece that Xie Lian might be missing as well. Might not even have remembered. Well, let's talk a little bit about Xie Lian and memories again. Because in my last pre-discussion, I lifted the idea that what we might be seeing here is, you know, kind of Xie Lian's memories being drawn out of him. Again, we end Arc 3 with Bai Wuxiang pushing that mask on him and then him waking up from this dream about his parents dying, and that is exactly what happens later on. But one of the reasons I was unsure about this is that we as the readers see this little ghost fire and assume that Xie Lian somehow didn't recall this, didn't notice the ghost fire, and therefore I kind of theorized that this flashback was 2 things. The things that Xie Lian experienced, and then the things that we as readers also are meant to pick up on. However, at the end of the chapter, Bai Wuxiang tells Xie Lian in the end about the little ghost fire following him around, about how YING was indeed that ghost fire, his last believer. And therefore, I'm wondering if Xie Lian of the present now remembers. Because Bai Wuxiang has kind of like made him recall these things, even the things that he didn't remember at the time. Like, this might be kind of like a movie playing in Xie Lian's head, you know? Because the thing is, surely, at the end of the day, Xie Lian could not have forgotten YING, right? Because his choice of atonement is based on the fact that someone else took this punishment for him, someone else sacrificed themselves for him. Heck, Arc 4 ends with the line, "I hope we will meet again." So 1, I am pretty sure that Xie Lian has never forgotten about YING, but now having met HuaLian and learning so much more about HuaLian in HuaLian's past, I wonder if he's going to be able to recontextualize the 2 of them and actually be able to understand that they are the same person. Because that's going to be very important, because let's talk more about YING. Let's talk about YING and what his existence means for HuaLian and what role he had to play in the resolution of Arc 4. Here he is. Oh my god, he is so cute. Yeah, I printed all the YING art because he is absolutely adorable in all of them. God, he makes me feel so happy, what the heck. So, let's add him over here so that he can always be on this corkboard. He needs to always be remembered. Like, gosh, Xie Lian, if you want to remember, I'll do it for you. I needed there to be like 5 more chapters with YING in them. But I'll take what I can and also enjoy all the art. He was so cute, he's so cute in the art. Oh, the YING art is so cute! Maybe I should have printed a flower at the end as well. The red one that Xie Lian leaves behind, that was YING too. That was YING too. Representative of him. But yeah, let's talk YING. Let's talk YING and let's think a little bit about what happened. So, HuaLian is born as a wrath after witnessing everything that happened in chapter 100. after going through the pain and growing the resentment needed to become a powerful ghost. The pain of having to watch the person he cares for the most in the world suffer and being unable to do anything about it. And so he's reborn, screaming in pain. But after he becomes a wrath, Wuxiang disappears. For 2 months, question mark? I had a little bit of a discussion with some people in the book club about this as well, because what do we think he was doing? And honestly, there's no hints to what happens. At the end of chapter 100, Bai Wuxiang actually leaves. After laughing and having observed that this happened, that Wuxiang became a wrath. But when HuaLian wakes up again and comes to, Bai Wuxiang is the only person there. One of the things that has been brought up to me as a reason why he might have left is that Wuxiang would have needed to get his ashes. If the ashes from his body, I guess, are scattered and everything, destroyed, that would kill him for real this time. He would cease to exist if that happens, so he needs to go find his body wherever it is, probably not in a good state, or even his ashes if his body was burned. Like, I don't understand exactly how this would go, but he would need to secure his ashes. Because if he doesn't have those, no matter how powerful he gets, once they're destroyed, he's gonna be gone. He's not gonna be able to help anyone. The question is then, how does Wuxiang know that? Is that just a thing ghosts know? Do they understand that they need to go find their ashes? Or is this something that was told to him? Maybe even by Bai Wuxiang, who knows that this little ghost fire became this wrath ghost. So the choices become either Wuxiang left by his own will, or he was forced out. Again, perhaps by Bai Wuxiang. And because we don't have any hints to what exactly happened while HuaLian was out, this is like prime fanfiction material. Everyone go write your own fic about this. Like, I have a couple of ideas already. Like, maybe even right after he was reborn as a wrath, Wuxiang really did think HuaLian was dead on that altar. I mean, he'd lost consciousness, he didn't resemble a human being anymore. Was he even breathing? I'd imagine that his lungs were incapable of doing that at that point. So maybe new wrath Wuxiang was just struck with all that grief at the end of that altar and just stayed there for a while, perhaps until HuaLian's body started to knit itself back together, perhaps until Bai Wuxiang came back and chased him out by some means. Maybe by telling him about the ashes. Like, take my piece of advice, little ghost. Because Bai Wuxiang, from the moment the ghost fire appeared, seems to just have been quite amused with its existence. And we know from the end of Arc 4 now that Bai Wuxiang did interrogate Wuxiang when he held him, and was able to discern why he was there. The fact that he was HuaLian's devotee. So if Bai Wuxiang knew about this wrath and knew all along why it was there, I think that he let him stick around to see what would happen, and because he believed he could use it against HuaLian later. And he tries to do that at the end of Arc 4, like, do you not know what happened? This foolish ghost tried to follow you. Because he's as dumb as you are. You are both losers, said the biggest loser of Arc 4. But again, we have no idea what actually happened. That is just my own little headcanon. But I can only imagine that it was a period that for Wuxiang was filled with regret for what he was unable to do. And then also learning how to use his new powers, just growing into his new presence, so to speak. His ghostly spiritual body. And again, we don't know even what he did up until the point where he reappears before HuaLian again, which is on that battlefield outside of the old capital of Shanle, calling his titles and kneeling before him. HuaLian immediately recognizes that this guy is pretty powerful, he's a very powerful spirit. And after that first attempted attack by Ruoye, recognizes that he could be an ally. I have no name, the ghost says. That makes you nameless, aka Wu Ming. And I just want to point that out as well, that HuaLian, nobody ever calls Wu-Ming as a name. Wu-Ming just means nameless. And as I was reading, that is kind of the feeling I get, that this is not actually a name in any regard. It is just how this ghost is being referred to in the text. Like you would refer to, let's say you met a soldier but you don't know his name, you would say the soldier, the young soldier, the nameless soldier. This ghost is nameless, therefore you are nameless. So Wu-Ming and HuaLian both are concealing their own identities, even though Wu-Ming knows perfectly well who HuaLian is. Recognize him by his form alone. But yeah, he swears fealty, they hold hands, and then our evil duo jumps over to the imperial capital to kill the king. Opening doors and slaughtering enemies on the first date? Wu-Ming, you're putting the bar so high! And then I guess he sacrifices himself for HuaLian's sake on the second date. Wu-Ming, please, let go of the bar. Put it back down, please. So, HuaLian takes this ghost as an ally, but the thing about Wu-Ming is that he irritates HuaLian, both with his actions and with his words. This is said to us in chapter 103 as well. Whenever Wu-Ming speaks, HuaLian feels irritated, and he defies HuaLian on multiple counts, and even perhaps directly lies to him in the scene with the flower. In the royal palace, he goes and opens the door before HuaLian can do anything about it, and goes to do it again and only stops because HuaLian tells him to. When YING dies, he chops up his body immediately without HuaLian say so, and even asks HuaLian to be the one to release the spirits, so that HuaLian doesn't have to. And again, even perhaps lies to him in the scene with the flower, very likely lies to him in the scene with the flower, tells him that it wasn't him who brought the flower, while it's all but confirmed that yes, indeed he did. And yes, I joke around a little bit with the fact that Wu-Ming was probably living his best life, just getting to be next to his highness, and you know, the smiling mask probably didn't help. But actually, I think that through all of this, Wu-Ming is very, very concerned and worried for HuaLian. In fact, I really don't think he was smiling much at all, except for when he sacrificed himself. When the text says that he was probably really smiling under the smiling mask. Because the thing is, Wu-Ming really knows about HuaLian and his compassion, has felt it so keenly that it's changed the direction of his life. So yeah, he wants revenge on Yong-an, so he'll be there and he will do the killing for him if he can, but that's the whole point. He wants to take on the damage for HuaLian so that HuaLian doesn't have to. Don't dirty your hands, let me. And watching Wu-Ming kill all of these people for HuaLian so that HuaLian doesn't have to, and offering to do even more damage so that HuaLian doesn't have to be the one to push the button, to pull the trigger, so to speak. It makes the whole thing with him going after the 33 officials even more clear. Like, it makes more sense why he did that the moment he became a Ghost King. This is a revenge that HuaLian would never extract for himself, at least not in this manner. And I also love how he made it into a game where they are the ones breaking the terms. And only then does he extract his revenge through the burning of the temples. Because that way the whole showdown is a copy of what happened on that mountain. The 33 officials are the ones breaking the status quo, breaking the propriety that they should have followed. The first come first served principle that they all operated under. But anyway, back to even further into the past. Wu-Ming also sees HuaLian waver. After the whole thing in Yong-an in the royal palace with YING dying, they go to Bay, and that is when HuaLian starts delaying things. And I think that Wu-Ming picks up on that. He picks up on the fact that HuaLian is wavering, and again, your highness will forever be your highness. I think Wu-Ming understands very quickly that there is a chance HuaLian will regret this, and therefore, he goes through these lengths to make sure that HuaLian knows that he still has one believer in this world, and also makes the request of Xie Lian to be the one to unleash the spirits. But I still don't think he is trying to wake up Xie Lian, so to speak. He is kind of just going along with things, but he doesn't want Xie Lian to hurt more. And he doesn't want Xie Lian to get more blood on his hands than he has to if he can do it for him. However, it is this care, it's these words, it's his actions that keep rubbing Xie Lian the wrong way, but actually the right way. And the reason why he is so irritating to Xie Lian, especially when he lifts the idea that maybe someone out there still believes in you, is that Xie Lian actually hopes it's true. He hopes that what WUMING says is true, that there's a slight chance that A, someone still cares about him, even after he's lost everyone around him, and B, that the common people still deserve to be saved. That there is some goodness in this world that is worth defending. And so, Xie Lian stabs himself. Said WUMING. Yeah, after Xie Lian stabs himself, we get a little bit of a scene change where we don't actually know what happened, but WUMING disappears for a bit after. I wonder if this is another case of, WUMING is finally strong enough to protect Xie Lian, to do things for Xie Lian, and even though he has become a wrath, Xie Lian stabs himself. Xie Lian stabs himself and WUMING can't stop him from doing it. Yeah, again, his smiling mask is so deceiving. I think WUMING was going through it, honestly. So Xie Lian stabbed himself and did his little dramatic fall from the sky. Did he tell WUMING his plan? We don't know what he did. Maybe he just left without saying a word with the sword just poking through his abdomen. And WUMING might be around. Like, he might have been watching everything that happened in that street for all we know, but he just didn't approach again. Until, of course, the sword falls and he sweeps that up immediately and then makes sure to sacrifice himself for Xie Lian's sake when it becomes very clear that Xie Lian is trying to take on all that resentment into himself. I swear to die following your highness, and gosh darn it, WUMING, you did. And then, of course, Bai Wuxiang lets Xie Lian know that that ghost was your last believer. And after everything goes down, Xie Lian wants to be banished again, in order to atone for the fact that he almost brought destruction upon Langhe Bay, and that the person who made sure that didn't happen and fixed his mistakes, so to speak, was WUMING, who lost his undead life in that sacrifice. Does Xie Lian not know that ghosts come back? Like, the ashes thing, it seems like that's an information that he didn't know about at that point in his life, because it was explained to him on the ox cart. So I'm wondering if he just really thought that WUMING was dead, was gone for reals. It would just seem a little strange, because that seems like it's just the obvious way to teach other people how to get rid of ghosts for real. Or maybe that is the whole point. Maybe this is information that people actually generally do not know. I don't know, like, we're a bit vague on the details here. But even if you knew that there's a chance that WUMING will come back, he doesn't ever seem to be looking for him or anything. So I'm choosing to lean towards Xie Lian really thought he was dead and not coming back. And when he says, I hope we'll meet again, that is about, the afterlife or reincarnation or something. I don't know. So that is indeed what ends up happening. So you spoke that into existence, Xie Lian. How does that feel? I mean, it only took 800 years, but Xie Lian super manifested that into the universe, even with 2 cursed shackles. So what does all of this mean for everything and for all of us? Well, to me, Arc 4 is part of the puzzle that is HuaChang, as well as the part of the puzzle that is Xie Lian, but this part is about HuaChang, and it enhances his existence in every way. Like I know I joked that HuaChang is getting a lot of competition in form of himself. He is always his own competition, it seems. But WUMING's existence actually makes HuaChang more interesting. And along with everything he has witnessed as that ghost fire, makes HuaChang's motivations so much more explained to us and so much more believable. His words, his actions, his choices, all are recontextualized in what we learn in Arc 4. And the most important part of this is that it still doesn't ruin what HuaLian is. Because HuaLian always had the backstory part in that, oh, they did have a connection in the past that is what made Huachang. We've always known that. But this part in Arc 4 is not a, oh, they knew each other after all moment. Something that I see pulled in a lot of BLs, especially in manhwas. Like, you will have the main characters go through their troubles and issues and whatever, and then at some point in like 50, 70 chapters in the story, it'll be like, oh, actually, they met when they were kids. Actually, they had a profound impact on one another when they were younger. And they've just forgotten about it until they met again. And that is like trying to put emotional weight into a place where there existed none from before. And there's no reason to do that usually in those stories. Like, it's just like an add-on that is completely random. Like, it's not, it doesn't add anything to the story. Here, that has already been established from the very beginning. We learn in the prologue that Xie Lian saves that child, and then we learn that child is very likely Huachang, and we have that emotional connection already. But it is still not a, oh, they knew each other all along sort of moment. Because Huachang and Xie Lian meeting again in the present is still what made HuaLian work. Their reunion on that mountain, but then also meeting again on that ox cart and getting to know each other and building something that became trust over all of these volumes is what makes Huachang and Xie Lian work so well. Yes, Huachang knows a lot more than Xie Lian does from the very start, but Xie Lian gets to meet this person. He falls in love with Sanlang, not because Sanlang is Wu Ming, not because Sanlang was that ghost fire, not because Sanlang was that child from his past, but because he is the person he is now. Learning about these connections later on is perhaps going to enhance these feelings a little bit, in the sense that because Xie Lian made all these choices, went against his own state preceptor, his own teacher, to comfort this child, went against the laws of heavens to give this child a reason to live, met his soldier on the battlefield, spoke to him several times, because he did all these things, and in all these moments, like, they were nothing to Xie Lian, but they were things that went against the status quo, but adhered to what Xie Lian's beliefs was. Because he followed his beliefs, Sanlang got to become the Sanlang we know today. He got to become the person that Xie Lian meets 800 years later and falls in love with. And oh my god, that is what is so beautiful about HuaLian from Xie Lian's perspective. And even Huachang, who meets Xie Lian again, and it's the biggest wish he has had in his life, to meet him again, to be able to protect him. I think also Huachang got to know Xie Lian in a very different way when meeting him in the present, and fell for him all over again, honestly, in a way that I think was very important to happen, because while he knows of Xie Lian's values and his compassion, getting to know him as Xie Lian the person was so important in order for their relationship to become mutual. And there are still reveals that needs to happen, but I fucking love HuaLian. And HuaLian did not originate in the past. Sanlang originated in the past. And yes, Xie Lian's, the first part of why he ascended to begin with was saving that child during the festival and everything. So it all kind of threads together here. But my point is, this ship is just so refreshing and so beautiful to me, and we get to have the best of both worlds. I had this conversation with some of my deputies earlier last week as well, that this is not usually the ship I usually ship, but Heaven Official's Blessing has just done something to me. This is a very refreshing ship for me. And I've fallen so hard for them, oh my lord. But if Xie Lian subconsciously is amiable towards very handsome and seemingly terrifying ghost kings with very long legs, based on his own experiences with that nameless ghost, then you know what? I'll let it slide. Gosh, I still needed like 5 more chapters with Wu Ming, but he disappeared, and eventually did manage to piece himself back together, and then the Mount Tonglu thing happened. And now I don't actually know where along the timeline Mount Tonglu opened again. That could have been literally like 100 years after this, but then again, HuaLian and his determination and everything he'd gone through, like I imagine that, he would probably be able to piece himself back together pretty quickly. But by the time he did that, HuaLian would already have those 2 shackles, and his unluckiness or whatever would have made it very hard for him to be found by anyone who's looking, especially if that was a good thing for him, you know. God, I love this ship so much. I didn't expect myself to be tearing up while doing this pre-discussion. I wasn't even tearing up while writing it. But I guess getting to sit down and say it out loud and actually think about everything that has happened really puts things into perspective and puts my feelings through the ringer. Now, there are other points that we need to talk about from Arc 4. We have a royal origin story. Yay. Or nay. Let's not talk too much about Ruoye's origin story, except that it makes sense and everything. And one thing we do learn, though, is that HuaLian is the one who gave it spirit. So it's said in the text. And it is extra affectionate towards him, and it's probably a mixture of the fact that it originated from him, but also the fact that it was, you know, used as the device his parents used to take their own lives. So their own, like, wishes for him, like, the reason why they did this to begin with was to unburden HuaLian. In their own way, it was a mix of pride, but also the wish to unburden him so that he could, you know, perhaps do better without them weighing him down. Incredibly selfish decision and all, but also very understandable in the context. We have Ruoye now, and while he seems pretty not refusing Ruoye, but pretty like a little indifferent to Ruoye in the beginning, like kind of ignoring it, but like letting it hang around, letting it stick to him. At the end of Arc 4, when he's leaving, it seems like he's like Ruoye's there. It seems like he's made peace with it existing, and seems to care for it a little bit, right? I guess since it was born from HuaLian's spirit, it quite literally is his child. in a sense, it's a part of him anyway. HuaLian clone. Anyway, I'm not gonna write an essay about Ruoye. I think that might have been done by so many people already, but I appreciate knowing now about Ruoye's origin story, and I still love Ruoye. It's terrible and terrifying that this is how it became itself. But I still love this little silk band. It's a wonderful little silk band. What do you want me to do? He's trying his best to take care of HuaLian and not always succeeding, but he's trying. YING also has a saber, but no EMING yet. Yeah, if that was EMING, it wasn't sentient yet anyway. So that makes us question when. When is EMING going to be created? Because now HuaLian has dispersed, and then we know he'll go to Mount Tonglu. This might have been told to us already, but I don't know when this would have happened. We know that Sanlang tells the story of how HuaLian carved out his eye in a fit of madness. The time after HuaLian disappeared seems like a pretty decent candidate for a time of madness. Fit of madness or whatever. But we won't get to witness that, it seems. If this was indeed the end of Arc 4, and everyone has told me that it is, it doesn't seem like we're gonna see the scene or any scene around EMING coming into being. Which means HuaLian will have to be the one to tell us that story himself, and he already kind of has. I wonder if we're gonna learn more details about this. My best bet right now is that it happened at Mount Tonglu, which is definitely, you know, once he is stuck in that cave and trying to, you know, break out of the kiln eventually, I imagine that would be the time when his mental state is like most crushed. And the desperation that is needed to do something like that, like I imagine that would be the time. Like how chapter 100, it was eventually elevated HuaLian from Ghostfire to Wrath. I think that whatever happened in Mount Tonglu is what helped him elevate himself from Wrath to eventually Ghost King. That seems fair. That seems like what might have happened. YING is dead, tragically dies, and leaves a nephew who is the crown prince of current Yong'an, and makes me question, YING must have had more family then. I mean, this could have been like someone he's just adopted off the street and calls nephew, but it could also be that he did indeed have living family left in Yong'an, which again makes me question all his choices even more, because in the end, he has sacrificed his own people for the evil curse that was used to create so much death and so much damage. And again, I've always kind of been sympathetic to his plight, but also, this was such a shit thing to do. It was absolutely terrible. He has done what HuaLian tried to do in the end, but didn't. And that is, yes, he was manipulated by Bai Wuxiang. That is something we learn. But oh my fucking god, this is, they ended up doing some horrible things. And I think that is perhaps YING's biggest failing. He is a man that has so much potential as well. He had the fate of a king after all. And even at the end of his life, the red pearl appears again, and he does thank HuaLian for it because, again, he has certain values. But apparently, the promise of being able to revive his wife and child was enough for him to sacrifice the souls of said wife and child and everyone who died in Yong'an. At the end of the day, he sided with evil for his own gain. And as we learn that Bay and Yong'an eventually recovered, it makes even more... it makes everything even more useless in a sense. All the pain and stuff that happened was so useless, and the deaths of thousands is what paid for this regime change. So yeah, that was the end of YING, and I guess the themes were really fitting as well. I'm not mad about anything about his character. It was pretty well done and carried out. I just want to make sure that we're not writing off his choices, despite of the fact that Bai Wuxiang was there manipulating him. He is also responsible for some of the things he's done. There is something to be said for desperation, there is something to be said for people who have nothing left, but again, there were choices here, and genocide sure was one of them. And of course, we cannot move on before we talk a little bit about Bai Wuxiang and his role in all of this. And in the end, at the end of Arc 4, he lost. HuaLian simply is not as far gone or as wretched as I imagine the Crown Prince of Wuxiang was in his part of the story, in his own story. Because if human face disease indeed resulted from all that resentment from what happened back then, yeah, it's really not the same situation. It never was the same situation, and the fact that we now know that Bai Wuxiang has been orchestrating so much of it makes it feel very, HuaLian wasn't dad, and that is why he wins in Arc 4. He was looking for reasons not to give in, and he didn't. But it was quite close there, and Bai Wuxiang is doing everything to make sure that he is... HuaLian's mentor. Like, he puts himself out there as, I can teach you, I can show you, and he wants to be HuaLian's mentor. So he does these things, such as burying HuaLian's parents at the mausoleum and then being the one to tell HuaLian how to get into the mausoleum, despite that being a secret that is only supposed to have been told to him either by the state preceptor of Shanle or by his own parents. And he uses these actions, and he uses comfort as a tactic of manipulation. And we have these moments where HuaLian feels almost grateful to him because he is literally the only person who's doing anything gentle towards him at this point in his life. However, he always turns that around because his hate for Bai Wuxiang and everything he's done outweighs that. So even at the point where Bai Wuxiang seems like he's closest to winning, he still hasn't got HuaLian completely under his thumb. And then Zhang Wu appears and kills him, disperses him, more likely. And we see this happening on screen, as in HuaLian witnesses this. We know that HuaLian saw this happen. But then again, you know, we do live in a world where two people at the same place does not necessarily mean that they aren't the same person. At the same time, I'm less certain than ever about this. Like, I no longer know what to believe, because the book is giving us reasons for believing that Bai Wuxiang and Zhang Wu might be the same person, in that they have so many similarities that it's actually driving me crazy. Like Bai Wuxiang burying HuaLian's parents and telling him about the mausoleum, like one of HuaLian's elders should have done, and then Zhang Wu telling him, oh, Shanla is all grown up now, like one of his elders should have done. Like, they're both being described as doing or saying things that HuaLian's parents or actual elders should have said to him, should have been the ones to have said these things. So that is like another similarity we have. But then this happens, then they appear and they fight each other, and apparently it's bloody and violent and everything, and I'm really unsure now if they are just supposed to be like parallel characters, or if there's really something to them maybe being the same person. Again, their motivations are so different as well. It's hard to tell. It's just also that at the very end of Arc 4, when it really looks like Bai Wuxiang is like, okay, let's just start all over again. Like, kind of going back on what he's just said, and it's just a weird situation altogether. And then Zhang Wu suddenly shows up. It's hard. It's so hard. I really do not know what to believe about this anymore. But I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see if they're gonna give us any more hints, or if the reveal is upon us. Because like, Hongjing is around, and it would be fun. It would be really fun to see Bai Wuxiang unmasked by this sword. That is something I'm looking forward to. It's going to be very satisfying. This gun has been introduced since Volume 1. I'm at the edge of my seat. Please go off already. Fire! But Bai Wuxiang is back. Bai Wuxiang is back now, 800 years later. And more than ever, especially after Arc 4, I'm like, HuaLian is never gonna do what Bai Wuxiang wants him to do. If he couldn't convince him 800 years ago, he doesn't have a chance now. He doesn't have a fucking chance. And like, we end Arc 3 in that kiln with this feeling that, oh gosh, HuaLian is outmatched. Something. You know? But I think this has actually been disproven by just Arc 4. Yes, Bai Wuxiang is a lot stronger than HuaLian in Arc 4, but the HuaLian who's now going to be waking up from these memories, I guess, is 1, thrice ascended, 2, full of spiritual energy from his little makeout session with Huachang at the top of that cliff edge, I guess, the volcano's mouth. And 3 has just remembered how much he fucking hates Bai Wuxiang and how good it felt to kick him that one time. So honestly, I think Bai Wuxiang, whatever you did, might have just backfired. I think HuaLian is breaking out of here. HuaLian is defeating Bai Wuxiang temporarily or something, and he's going to be able to break out of this mountain and reunite with Huachang, and it's going to be glorious. And whatever's going to happen later, I think once we're done, like, I feel like we're going to move out of Mount Tonglu and move up into heaven somehow, because we still have to figure out what the whole deal with Zhang Wu is, because I am so convinced that something is going on, like, behind the scenes here, especially again with heaven having been wiped out before, him having been like the first like new emperor, and then like no one else is as old as him. Like, there's something going on here, and even if it doesn't have anything to do with Bai Wuxiang, we still have things to figure out, and we have like the subplots, the side character plots of Shuli to figure out, and we still have things. There are still threads that are loose everywhere. Cao, I almost forgot Cao. And in general, we have things that could fill up more than the next 2 volumes, to be honest, and I am so unsure how we're going to wrap it up, and I'm very excited to find out. Okay, but what else? Function and Mooching ascended. I need to mention that as well. Mooching ascended for helping the spirits in the battlefield in like the old capital of Shanle pass on, which I thought was really fitting for him and his character. And again, it's also such a compassionate thing to do. Like, yes, we know of his ambition and stuff and all that, but like this being like his tribulation, going back to Shanle and helping all these spirits pass away, this was his home, you know? This is where he grew up and he knew a lot of the people who died there. So I choose to attribute some of that compassion that we know he's capable of in this act. So I quite enjoy that. Again, it could have been a bit of a calculated move in that's gonna be a lot of I don't know, merits. I don't know if junior officials can earn merits like that, but still, like, he's done a lot of work to put all of that evil to ease. Not evil, that resentment to ease. And I guess I quite like that. I quite like that for him. Function, we actually still don't know how he ascended. We don't know how Function ascended, but, and I wonder if this is a mistake, because already in the story, he's Zhu. He's referred to as Zhu in the story already. And the reason why I wonder if that's a mistake is because in Volume 1, it seemed that HuaLian was unaware of this name and didn't understand it before it was explained to him by the junior officials, by Fu Yao specifically. So I wonder if that wasn't meant to happen. I wonder if this was not supposed to have happened at this point, with HuaLian learning about it, or maybe he's just forgotten about it. Like, maybe it's nothing important. But still, I just wanted to point that out, bring that up a little bit. And so HuaLian places bowls of horrid rice porridge at the altars in both of these temples and sends these offerings to his one's friends. Then he moves on and sees this little flower and ends Arc 4 with the words, "I hope we shall meet again." And then that happens 800 years later. Beautiful way to end the arc. We are now finally ready for Volume 7. Which first of all means we need to get our postcard out. This is the one. So this cover is actually one of the ones that were added to the English edition, as far as I know. But it's actually so beautiful. It is so pretty. We have HuaLian practicing calligraphy, or rather attempting to practice calligraphy, and Huachang is a little bit distracted there. I mean, I would be too if HuaLian was leaning up over my shoulders, so I totally get him. And then we have... No! Why would they do that? Oh my gosh, that is so mean of them! Have you seen the back of this? Why? Why would they do that? Why are they putting this on the Volume 7 postcard? That's diabolical. That is so mean. This is obviously the stout HuaLian and the little ghost fire, and he's crying over his empty liquor jug. Oh my god. Why is this scene on this cover though? That has already happened. Is it gonna happen again? It's not gonna happen again. Come on. What if that happens again? I'm so nervous now. What is going on here? Well, we're putting that up. And with that, we are actually officially in the Volume 7 era. As per usual, let's do our little cover review, not reading the back this time, though we will read a little tagline at the very top. And we also have this, it's just a lantern, but not the kind that looks like you'll send it to heaven. But we have a lantern here at the edge of the spine as our little item. I wonder why they chose that. Lifetimes of cruelty, centuries of devotion. It's HuaLian. It's referencing HuaLian again. Centuries of devotion, of course, being Huachang. Lifetimes of cruelty. I wonder if that is referencing everything that they've gone through, both apart and together. So that could be what that is talking about. Here we have the actual cover again, and usually there's a little bit of a, there we go. We're on a Ghost City date. We're on a date in Ghost City. Gosh, this is so cute. Oh my god. Eating like a candied something, like candied apple or something. Maybe tongulu. That's a huge tongulu. And then we have like little ghost fires all around. This fish, I feel like I've seen that in the Donghua as well. They use some similar like stuff in the ghost city scenes in the short film intro, I think. I think that's where I've seen it. Now, without looking, a little review of Volume 7 is 336 pages, so that is slightly shorter than Volume 6. And with that, like, there's no hints to be getting from the cover. Like with Volume 5, there's this probably isn't a scene that actually happens, or if it is, we've already seen it in Volume 4 when they were practicing calligraphy. It's cute one, it's a very cute one. Like Volume 5 was literally the scene that is in Volume 1, so I think that's what this is. So yeah, what is going to happen in this book? Well, HuaLian is going to break out of the kiln. Bai Wuxiang reveal. We're looking for a Bai Wuxiang reveal, and we are looking for maybe a YING and HuaLian reveal. I wonder if HuaLian is going to know immediately, or if there's going to be some tells later that is going to put him on the trail, and he's going to ask HuaLian directly. That's kind of what I'm hoping for them to communicate this part as well. But I also want to see HuaLian just being a little bit together. I wouldn't mind a little bit of a break in between the action, but at the same time, we do have 2 volumes left to resolve everything. And I know that Volume 8 has some extra chapters. I don't know how many there are. I don't know how much space they take. So we have a lot of stuff to get through, and this is quite a short book. Relatively anyway. But we are getting very close to finishing TGCF, Heaven Official's Blessing. And these books have been in my apartment for over a year now. And even when I haven't been reading them, they look great as decoration. So in the future as well, I want to get a bookshelf where I can display them properly. And from the very beginning, all of these books have been purchased thanks to all my supporters over on Ko-fi. And it's been a while, so we have like a dozen new pins to pin on here, so let's go through all the hearts first. A shout out and a thank you to Victoria Falix, Willow, Vanalu, or Vainlu, bit hard to say, DK Williams, Ninchinasa, Misty, Wygra, Muley, who came by a couple of times, Iwana, Shori, Nier, and Dragon Love. Thank you all so much. I hope you're enjoying collecting your hearts. I have a couple of new followers at the temple this time around. Say welcome to Look at That Star and Roni Loves Pink, who will be getting a pink pin because Roni loves pink. I also have a big name tag upgrade for the wonderful Lian Lin, my moderator and my friend, who super generously donated to me just before our trip. I guess we already used all that money, Lynn. Thank you so much. We did drink a lot of coffee. And this over here is going to be our new temple guardian, this cute little cat. I also have some special pins going out today, the first one being a cherry blossom for D Misfortunes, who's collected a lot of hearts, so I need to recollect them and exchange them for this cherry blossom. And then I have this purple rose pin, which is going out to Rennie. Thank you so much, Rennie, for all your support. I think this is the first time I'm giving out a rose pin. Because Rennie, you've been collecting so many different ones, you needed to get one of the ones I haven't handed out. Next one needs a butterfly warning. This butterfly here is going out for Angel. Angel, who has been so generously supporting me over the last few months, and therefore obviously needs a butterfly to commemorate that. Thank you so much for your support, Angel. I hope you're enjoying this video. And I also have a couple of flower pins going out. This one is one of the bigger special flowers, and it is for Elida. Elida, thank you so much for all your support. Your name tag is actually getting a little bit crowded, but we're just gonna have to work with it. Like hopefully you can still see your name in there. And that's all that matters. And the last pin going up today is this branch with flowers on it. I call them my Crown Prince branch pins in my head, because HuaLian in my mural also holds this branch of with some flowers on it. So the Crown Prince flowers is going up for Ro. Thank you so much, Ro, for all your support, and thank you so much for the delicious cookies. Wow, I can't believe I managed to squeeze that in by your name. We need to refurbish this board at some point. It's starting to get a little bit cramped, and I'll have to figure out how to deal with that. But that was the last of the pins going out today, so thank you guys so much again for all your support. This temple could not exist the way it does without your help. And if you would like your name up on this board and get a shout out and collect some pins, the link will be down in the description for you. Now let's put that aside. And over here on my end, I'm gonna take a break, get some food going, and do my final preparations before we read volume 7. So I'll be back with you in a little bit. And we are back again. Good evening, everyone. It is finally time to pick up your volume 7s, because we are about to get into it. I got all the tallies ready to collect some new points. But who knows? Let's see what volume 7 has to offer. Gosh, I just more than anything at this point, I want it to be true that we're starting arc 5 so that HuaLian can get his way out of this shitty situation. I have to say, I'll be a little bit miffed if after all this flashback thing, we're gonna need help from Wuxiang to get out, because, you know, Wuxiang has been helping HuaLian out of a lot of situations without being asked to for, like, most of these books. But I think the help this time is the fact that Wuxiang is... But I think the whole key of it this time is that HuaLian is the one who's going to be helping himself, because Wuxiang has been there with him and they've created this wonderful relationship together in which they are supporting each other. In this case, HuaLian is going to use, you know, the spiritual energy that Wuxiang has given him, but, you know, it's a bit like HuaLian is... doesn't have access to his own. So what I feel like what we're going to be seeing here is the current HuaLian being able to fight with the might he would have if he had, you know, access to that spiritual energy. And more than that, I want this to be like a mental awakening, a psychological awakening for HuaLian as well. He's been very scared for all of volume 5, terrified of Bai Wuxiang whenever he is kind of appeared in the corner of his mind. So I need him to get that realization, get that a little bit of, you know what, you're not shit. And I'm not giving up anything else. Anything you think you can take from me, I'm not giving it up. This is what we're fighting for. This is the kind of vibe I want from the beginning of this book, and I am super excited about it. Bookmark-wise, we're gonna go for this gold-looking bookmark here, which is actually Wuxiang. Yeah, it's a Wuxiang bookmark, and he's holding like a cup of wine, I'm guessing. And then holding another one like he's given that to someone. This probably comes in a pair with something. This was a gift given to me by my wonderful friend and moderator Luan. Thank you so much, Luan. This is gonna be our bookmark for volume 7. Honestly, I was thinking about making it the bookmark for volume 8, but it's so cute. It's so cute. But honestly, I wonder if it's not the same artist, but he's given the same vibes as on this cover. He's looking sideways like that. It's literally a copy-paste, honestly. Again, you can see in the style that this is not the same artist, but it's so good, it's so good. So this is going to be our bookmark for volume 7. To remind us that that Wuxiang and HuaLian will be drinking wine together in the future, I guess. You know, as opposed to watching HuaLian getting sloshed in a graveyard. And with all that said, I think I've done all my predictions. I've said whatever I need to say, and let's see. Yeah, oh my gosh. There are great dividing pages here. We are entering arc 5, which I know is the last arc of Heaven Official's Blessing. This is the end run. This is the end game now, and I'm so excited but so nervous. But also, I've been assured that there's a happy ending, so we'll get through this, I survived Arc 4. What more can they possibly throw at me? With all that out of the way, let's open our books to Arc 5. Heaven Official's Blessing. It's literally the name of the arc. Oh god. Oh my god. This is so exciting. I feel my chest is just about to burst. Oh god. Okay, let's do it. Chapter 105. Dominate heaven and earth. Divine being breaks through the kill. Is this a spoiler? Chapter title spoils me. Oh my god. Surely it's HuaLian. It's gotta be HuaLian. Please let it be HuaLian. Dominate heaven and earth. Divine being breaks through the kill. Xie Lian lay on the hard, unforgiving ground, with that half-crying, half-smiling mask stuck to his face. Next to him, White No-Face seemed to be admiring the sight of the appearance that was exactly like his own. The cry-smiling mask was secured on HuaLian's face with a peculiar force, and he couldn't remove it no matter how he tried. Keep it on, White No-Face said. Stop wasting your strength on these pointless struggles. You want to leave? You'll break out of the kiln easily as long as you follow my directions. HuaLian pretended he didn't exist. Oh, it's so good! It's all good already. I also noticed how now, because of everything that happened in Arc 4, literally, like, Bai Wuxiang literally doesn't feel as dangerous anymore. Like, yes, he's dangerous, but he feels more known because we've seen so much of him lately. And I hope that is kind of the same thing that HuaLian is feeling right now. Like, seriously. And also his whole thing about just do as I say, follow my teachings, follow my direction. Like, it's the same thing as 800 years ago. Like, I'm like, has he kind of been stuck in this sort of like feeling? Like, if he is his own character and not Zhenwu, has he kind of been stuck in this mentality? Does he even know that there's been 800 years? Like, I'm so confused about what is going on in his head right now. Because he wants HuaLian to take up that mantle, become Bai Wuxiang again, and actually succeed him, it seems, from everything that's been going on. However, that's not going to happen. Like, read your target audience. Like, things have changed. HuaLian doesn't even have any of that resentment anymore. Like, what do you want to use for this? I'm not sure how exactly he wants to force HuaLian to go through with this anymore. Because there's no, like, personally, HuaLian doesn't have anything that can make him that. Quite the opposite. I mean, unless he kills HuaChang. Is that why HuaChang is going to disperse? He's going to disperse HuaChang. He's going to disperse HuaChang and make HuaLian think he died. Is that where we're going? I don't understand. But anyway, he's here and HuaLian's like, HuaLian pretended he didn't exist. Love that for him already. Beautiful start. Despite the constant snubs and rebuffs, White No-Face never gave up. He sighed. We could become the greatest master and disciple, and the best of friends. Why do you insist on rebelling? Oh my god, the best of friends. I fucking hate this guy. HuaLian finally stopped his struggle to reply in disgust. Stop using that tone, acting like you've seen it all, been through it all. I don't want a teacher or a friend like you. His contempt was on full display, and White No-Face sneered. I know. In your mind, the only ones who can guide you are the State Preceptor and Zhenwu, am I right? His tone was oddly pointed, full of disdain and ridicule. HuaLian didn't feel like getting tangled up in that particular subject. He asked about something else. Honestly, I don't even think HuaLian thinks that anymore. It's been so long since we've seen Mei Nianqing, and though he's kind of appeared, it's been a bit like, you know. And even with Zhenwu, like, HuaLian's been avoiding making contact with him for 800 years, and even now that he's been forced to kind of talk to him, it's never been quite what's been described here, right? It doesn't feel as genuine as it used to be, and he's even hiding things from Zhenwu. So anyways, HuaLian asked about something else. Was Lang Ying the first crown prince of Yong'an? Lang Ying was from Yong'an and had contracted human face disease. The little boy, yeah? The little boy, is that who the Lang Ying we're talking about? The little crown prince was the only possible identity HuaLian could think of. That's right, White No-Face replied. The very same crown prince you knocked out and abandoned in the palace of Yong'an after hacking the elder Lang Ying's corpse to pieces. And then you set fire to the place. Was it? Really? Okay, so the current Yong'an royal family, the Lang Chencho's family, it's just not that. It's not even that nephew. Okay, that was surprising to me, actually, but it's not, it doesn't seem like it wouldn't work out. Like, it seems like could be. The young and crown prince was Lang Ying's nephew. He had likely been affected by the remnants of human face disease on Lang Ying's corpse. Why didn't he pass the disease to anyone else? HuaLian then asked. The people at the palace of Yong'an discovered he was infected, White No-Face replied. An order was given in secret to suffocate him with a blanket to prevent the disease from spreading. However, he killed his executioner during the struggle and fled. At that point, Yong'an had announced to the world that both the King of Yong'an and the Crown Prince had passed away from severe illness. After the ensuing internal conflict, another of Lang Ying's nephews was established as the Crown Prince. That prince was Lang Chencho's ancestor. Okay, that it's explained, I guess. So the nephew in the flashback was only there to be it's Lang Ying, like the Lang Ying we knew, but that Lang Ying. I guess I should give him a skull now. He's properly gone. Okay. So Lang Ying, the elder, had even more nephews. Gosh, Lang Ying, you had so much family. And yes, I get it. You lost your wife and son, but I'm just saying, you had so much family. You had so much stuff going on, and this is you almost doomed them all. What the fuck? I'm a bit stuck on that. I need to move on from that. They're all dead now. And I feel like we're kind of done with that plot. Except for the red pearl earring. Because we know HuaLian has one. And the other one was at the palace. What happened to that one? Did that one get picked up? Who has that one? Or did it just disappear? Because Wu-Ming was there. He already has one. Where did this other one come from? I have this vague feeling. Okay. Because HuaLian always wears that earring, but in his braid. But I have seen art where I feel like HuaLian has also been wearing like the red earring, right? I feel like I've seen art like that. I'm wondering if this one, this other earring was picked up, because I've been thinking like, oh, maybe HuaLian gave back the earring and made it to an earring for HuaLian again. But this other one could have been picked up again. That would be, I don't know if I like that idea though, because it's been like, it feels a bit tainted in a sense, even though it was originally HuaLian's and given in good faith. But then again, Lang Ying never used it. He's just been holding on to it. So just an idea, just a thought. Let's keep moving. How did you manage to deceive him? HuaLian asked. I didn't, White No Face replied. I only told him the truth. I revealed the identity of the criminal responsible for turning him into such a monster, and I saw that as long as he lent me a bit of his spirit, I could help avenge him. You called that a bit? HuaLian was incredulous. You consumed him completely just to feed yourself. White No Face was indifferent. No one would genuinely care for him looking like that. He was neither man nor ghost. He was suffering just existing in this world, he stated blandly. Your Royal Highness, HuaLian suddenly said. Are you connecting the dots like I'm connecting the dots? Oh god. We have an ellipsis reply from Bai Wuxiang of all people. Exciting news. Exciting things are happening in Volume 7. In that moment, HuaLian could tell that the creature had very nearly answered to that address, but had stopped himself. HuaLian probed further. You're the Crown Prince of Wuxiang, aren't you? Oh my fucking god, yes, please be. Come on. The stifling heat of the kiln grew denser when the words left his lips. HuaLian had been pondering that question from the moment he had fallen in here. He could understand the words spewing from the mouths of the corpse-eating rats, which meant that someone had transplanted a portion of their memories and feelings into his mind, and that person knew the language of Wuxiang. Of the 3 possible candidates capable of that feat, Junwu, why is Junwu being mentioned again? Junwu is being mentioned again. I don't like it. Oh my god. Junwu, the State Preceptor, and the White No Face. Junwu had been born after the fall of the Kingdom of Wuxiang. Why are you even mentioning him? Is it because you're like, oh, he could have learned that? Learned the language? It might have still somewhat been around a few hundred years later. Anyway. But the other 2 were highly suspicious. Why had HuaLian been cast out of the kiln? It couldn't have been because he was already a supreme. HuaLian had confirmed with him that supreme ghost kings could re-enter the kiln, just as a heavenly official could undergo more heavenly tribulations after ascension. Okay, so ghost kings can fall twice. Is that what we're trying to say? Okay. And yet he had still vanished halfway through their plunge. The most straightforward explanation HuaLian could provide was that the kiln obeyed the command of White No Face. And if that were true, what was his most likely real identity? It was dead silent within the darkness. After a while, HuaLian repeated with certainty. You are the Crown Prince of Wuxiang. Oh my fucking god, this is so exciting. Finally, White No-Face broke his silence. He lunged at Xie Lian with sharp, powerful strikes. This time, it was Xie Lian's turn to dodge. He leapt to his feet and pressed the subject further as he evaded the blows. Your Highness, I've got a question for you. Why don't you ever show your true face to anyone? Your Highness, I'm warning you, do not address me with that title, White No-Face replied darkly. Oh my fucking god, you've got him so bad. You call me Your Highness, why can't I do the same? Xie Lian retorted. You won't answer me, so I have to make my own guesses. There are only two reasons why you wouldn't want me to see your true face. Either you're someone I know, or a stranger I could easily identify, or your real appearance is incredibly ugly, so ugly that you can't even stand it, just like... He heard, oh my god, like that painting with the faces on. Oh my fucking god. He heard two whizzing sounds, and a sharp pain shot up Xie Lian's arm. White No-Face had seized him with great force. My dear Crown Prince, have I been a little too friendly? Do you think you no longer need to fear me? Xie Lian hung on to his consciousness through the plane. He seemed to have truly angered White No-Face. The creature's tone was thick with frost as he picked up the black sword and slowly raised it to point threateningly at Xie Lian. You named the sword Feng Xin, as in Xie Lian named it? The eerie blade came closer and closer to his throat. Xie Lian watched it with unblinking eyes, unfazed. Is that a problem? White No-Face scoffed. You don't know how to name things. Listen well. This sword's original name is Ju Xin. With a footnote here, okay, fucking hell. Feng Xin means affection of a young woman. Ju Xin means intent to execute or executed heart. Like a proper, killer name, I suppose. This was Bai Wuxiang's sword and given to Xie Lian, who gave it the name Feng Xin. The Feng Xin came from Xie Lian then. Okay. So the sword's original name. Ju Xin. Who's there? Xie Lian suddenly cried, his eyes wide. However, White No-Face didn't bother looking behind him. You're trying to use a child's trick to frighten me. Xie Lian was perplexed. You didn't notice? There's nothing there. What was I meant to notice? White No-Face asked coldly. He hadn't noticed, but Xie Lian certainly had. The firelight on the ground was reflected in Feng Xin's blade and refracted onto the stone walls around him, and for an instant Xie Lian had seen a face. Okay. Are we getting rescued after all? Okay. Let's see. He could swear he wasn't mistaken. He had seen a human face, an enormous human face. White No-Face's cultivation was surely stronger than Xie Lian, so how could he possibly miss it? Unless... something even more terrifying than White No-Face was lurking here. The glimpse he'd had was very brief, but he still remembered what he'd seen. The face had all 5 features, and it looked familiar. Xie Lian felt a slight chill run down his spine. There's something else in here! However, White No-Face replied, aside from you and me, there is nothing but stone and lava inside the kiln. Xie Lian was about to say more when sudden realization dawned on him. Wait, stone? And a familiar face. So, that's it. He suddenly knew exactly what he'd seen. Stone, familiar face. Statue? Because HuaLian was also stuck in here, and he's, oh my gosh. Because he said there was another one, right? HuaLian had that one that he really liked. Is it in here? Is this the statue? There's a statue of Xie Lian in here. Are we gonna infuse the statue with energy, like the one we did in Arc 2, so that we have 2 Xie Lians fighting White No-Face? That could work. Let's see. He suddenly knew exactly what he'd seen. The moment he understood, Xie Lian's hands began to rapidly form seals behind his back. Yeah, let's go, Xie Lian. White No-Face noticed his movements. It's pointless, even if you... Yet, before he could finish, there was a deafening cracking sound, and a storm of rocks and earth tumbled from above. White No-Face sensed something coming and swiftly flashed away to dodge the attack. He was fast, of course. There was no one faster. He should have been able to dodge perfectly. Unfortunately, the thing attacking him was just too big. It was a giant hand with fingers balled into a fist. That fist came crashing heavily down right on top of White No-Face. The massive hand was made of stone, and it really was too big. That single fist was as large as a mansion. Oh my god. Excuse you? How big? The firelight on the ground could only illuminate that one body part. Everything above the wrist was still awash in darkness. Amidst the sound of splitting rock, the hand flipped over and opened its palm towards Xie Lian. Despite its size, its fingers were long and slender, with fine, delicate joints. It was a hand both gentle enough to hold a flower and tough enough to wield a sword. Oh my god. Oh my god! In one smooth motion, Xie Lian quickly grabbed Fengxin and jumped up from the ground, then leapt into the heart of the palm. Just as the hand was about to hoist him higher, Xie Lian suddenly cried, "Wait!" as he remembered something. He jumped down to grab his bamboo hat and leapt back up. Very important. The bamboo hat cannot get lost. We love the bamboo hat. Very, very important. The giant hand lifted him into the air, drawing farther and farther away from the firelight. Xie Lian could feel himself being lifted higher and higher, and his hands formed a series of seals once again. "Break out!" With that command, he felt a subtle falling sensation, as if the giant holding him had bent its knees to prepare for a mighty leap. A moment later, Xie Lian felt himself crushed back against the hand. The giant had launched itself toward the sky, crashing against the sealed mouth of the volcano. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the violent tremors, Xie Lian heard the extremely clear sound of stone splitting. The rock was about to shatter, unable to withstand such a violent attack. A stream of light leaked from above. He had broken through. The sealed top of the kiln had been cracked open, and blinding white light came pouring through. Whirling winds twisted inside, shrieking and howling. Xie Lian stood on the giant's palm, one hand pressing the bamboo hat down on his head, while another blocked his face from the snowstorm. The stifling hot air was swept cleanly away, and Xie Lian took a deep breath of fresh, freezing air and shouted, "Sunlong!" The first syllable was still echoing in the air when a pair of arms pulled him into an embrace from behind. Oh my god, I got everything I wanted. We can stop reading right now. I have everything I needed. Oh my god, he used HuaLian's statue of him to break out, because he can do that. It's an idol of Xie Lian, and we've seen him do that before. This is coming full circle. It's so fun. Oh my god, I embraced him from behind. I must have been so worried. Xie Lian stiffened at first, but he relaxed when he looked down and saw red sleeves and silver vambraces circling his waist. A deep, forlorn voice came from above his ear. I was about to lose my mind. Xie Lian hurried to turn around. He cupped his captor's cheeks with his hands and soothed him. Don't, I'm here, I'm out. HuaLian stood before him. His raven hair was mussed, and there was a lost look in his eye. He gripped the cry-smiling mask Xie Lian hadn't been able to remove no matter how hard he tried, and easily tore it off and tossed it away. Of course, because he was wearing the mask all this time, which I totally forgot about, by the way. But Your Highness will always be His Highness, will forever be His Highness. Of course, he recognized him no matter what he's wearing, no matter what. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. The precedence for everything that is happening, no matter how small the details, this is so satisfying. Xie Lian had cupped HuaLian's cheeks on instinct, and he couldn't pinpoint exactly why he was doing it. Surely it was to comfort him, but perhaps he was also worried HuaLian would get frostbite from the snowstorm. After all, for as long as Xie Lian, oh my god, had been in the kiln, HuaLian had been out here guarding the mouth of the volcano. Oh my god, this picture, this part. HuaLian looks so sad. So forlorn, I suppose. Oh my god. And then there's a huge statue of the Crown Prince of Shanley with a ponytail and everything. Oh my god. He's wonderful. Big as a mansion, he said the hands were. You're good. This is not a mansion. This is like pretty shrine, biggest pretty shrine. Ah, this is so cute. I love it. I love it so much. Yeah, I've gotten everything I want. I don't need to read this book anymore. We can stop here. Said no one ever. Let's keep going. They had jumped in together so easily, and HuaLian was thrown outside so abruptly. He'd had no idea what was going on inside. Of course he was about to lose his mind. HuaLian held Xie Lian tightly and spoke in a low voice, touched by despair. I couldn't get into the kiln no matter what I tried. And you had to break out on your own. I'm so fucking... Oh my god, he's Sunlung, it's okay. It's really all right, Xie Lian said quickly. Besides, I didn't break out on my own. HuaLian finally calmed down a little. What? Gaga, how did you get out? You helped me, Xie Lian replied. Look. He gestured upward, and HuaLian's eyes followed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the help. This is the help we needed. Xie Lian with spiritual energy being able to activate the statue from this is everything I wanted. So good. So good. Well, volume 7's first Gaga registered. I even got my first Gaga of the volume. Everything feels great. A giant sculpture of a man carved from mountain rock stood amidst the snow and wind, flurries swirling about its face. It almost looked like it was holding up the heavens and keeping the earth grounded. The two of them were standing in the heart of that giant statue's palm. The contours of its face were gentle and beautiful, long brows with elegant eyes, refined lips with slightly upturned corners, almost a smile. It seemed affectionate but not frivolous, expressionless but not unkind. It was a face of compassion and beauty. That face was Xie Lian's own. Xie Lian raised his head to look at it. Is this the one you told me about? The best divine statue you ever sculpted? He said softly. HuaLian gazed up at it as well. It was a long while before his eyes fell back on the man beside him. Yes. He must have sculpted this enormous divine statue while he was trapped inside the kiln, enduring intense trials and immense suffering. It had been hidden inside the darkest recesses of Mount Tonglu for centuries. Part of it was still covered with ivy. The perilous kiln served as its natural cavern, and it was the only guard of that uniquely spectacular cave. In a way, yeah, the god of that cave. Yeah, in a way, HuaLian made sure that Xie Lian could break out of that cave because the god of that cave, that's Xie Lian. The statue is the statue of Xie Lian in that cave. It's kind of like ownership in a sense. He's made sure that this cave is marked for Xie Lian. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. And I love this. It and the kiln were of one body, made from the same material. It wouldn't have been able to break out of the volcano if it had been carved from ordinary stone. It would have shattered to pieces in the attempt. It surely would never have awakened and moved to begin with if Xie Lian himself hadn't issued the command, or if HuaLian hadn't given him spiritual power before they jumped down. Xie Lian turned to HuaLian. So, Sunlung, I made it out. We broke through together. Suddenly, they were shaken by a wave of tremors. Okay, yeah, I know we can stay here forever. We still have action. We have to escape the happiness for a little bit because we have things to do. Their smiles faded, replaced by tension and vigilance. What's going on? Xie Lian wondered with slight nervousness. Is the divine statue shaking? It's not going to collapse, is it? The kiln's seal was made of massive million-ton rock laden with evil. If the giant stone statue fell apart because it breached the entrance, he would feel awful. After all, this was the best divine statue that HuaLian had ever sculpted for him. Yeah, that's why we're sad. I see it, Xie Lian, I get it. Sure enough, a heavy sheet of snow collapsed below them. The body of the mountain was already exposed in some spots. It seemed something else was about to break through the kiln. HuaLian stood in front of Xie Lian, shielding him. It's White No-Face, Xie Lian said flatly. Of course White No-Face couldn't be squashed dead by a punch from this giant divine statue. That blow would make the creature falter for a moment at most. Xie Lian was on high alert, and not a moment later, both of them were hit head-on by a gust of scorching hot air. Volcano erupting, is that what we're going for? The scalding air erupted from the abyss of the volcano, reeking of sulfur. Xie Lian's instincts pricked with imminent danger. Go, HuaLian said darkly. Xie Lian formed a hand seal and leapt onto the giant statue's wrist with HuaLian in tow. They ran up its arm, then stopped to stand on its shoulder. At Xie Lian's command, the divine statue set off with a gigantic stride, going along with a rolling current of snow. A single slide carried them several kilometers and created waves of snow that crashed around its body. Because both its arms were open, it maintained good balance despite its million-ton body. Okay, interesting. So we are running away from Mount Honglu, from the kiln. But I just also remember that, well, mainly Qing and the mountains were supposed to arrive here. Are they gonna show up? Are we not gonna meet them hereafter? Like, what's happening next with that part? Because that's another red loose thread that we haven't tied up. So they might appear at some point, don't you think? We'll have to see. They'd only slid halfway down when the entire mountain began to quake harder with a massive rumbling sound. The tremors made the divine statue stagger. They looked up to see that a pitch-black pillar of smoke had burst forth from the mountain's peak. Xie Lian was struck speechless by the earth-shattering noise and the calamitous pillar. In an instant, the entire sky was blackened by a thick cloud of smoke. Countless tangled human faces and limbs tumbled within those sun-concealing black clouds, a horrifying sight. He had only ever witnessed a scene like this once, centuries ago, but here it was again. Like the human face disease, but this is the people of Wuyang, right? That's... Xie Lian gaped. Souls of the fallen from the kingdom of Wuyang, HuaLian replied solemnly. Every person in Wuyang who had been buried alive by the volcanic eruption was probably in there. Go, HuaLian alerted. Down below, about 100 meters away. About 100 meters away down below? Yeah, because we're sliding down the mountain. It's pretty long, so we might still meet the aforementioned state preceptor. The moment he spoke, Xie Lian directed the giant stone statue to smash down with its right hand. A white-clothed man stood in the equally white field of snow around 100 meters away from them. White no-face. He seemed to be one with the landscape, but he couldn't deceive their eyes. The smash brought forth thick, heavy waves of snow that surged like an enormous white tsunami. However, the strike did not hit its target. White no-face was prepared this time, since he had already fallen for that move back in the darkness of the kiln. His white figure disappeared in a flash, and in the next second, he appeared at the giant divine statue's knee. Without a moment of hesitation, the divine statue aimed another strike at its own kneecap. Xie Lian noticed with a start while the slap was still in motion and forcibly pulled it back with gritted teeth. That was close, he thought. The giant stone statue had breached the kiln seal by brute force alone. Had Xie Lian been unable to regain control and allowed it to smash its own kneecap, the direct strike might have resulted in a lost limb. Oh, yeah, we can't let that happen. We're trying to be careful with the statue. HuaLian made it. HuaLian made it. I see, Xie Lian, I understand you. Perhaps that was why White No-Face had intentionally hopped on. Xie Lian immediately halted the statue's movement while HuaLian languidly pulled out his long, slender scimitar. Get the hell off, he ordered White No-Face. White No-Face looked at them. This divine statue isn't for you to taint, HuaLian stated coldly. Suddenly, Xie Lian exclaimed, Sunlong! He pointed at the kiln summit. Behind the pillar of black smoke, there was something flowing out, something crimson and gold and burning. An eruption. Lava. The crimson gold lava rolled and mixed with the black smoke, enveloping the skies and the earth. It flowed down from the mouth of the kiln. White No-Face took this chance to leap and disappeared into the snow. Xie Lian didn't have the mind to catch him. He shouted, Run! The giant statue heard his order and took off with a large stride. It leaped down the slopes with great thumps, and when it landed flat on its feet at Mount Honglu's base, the ground moved and the mountain shook. Although the statue was swift, the lava and black smoke were as well. The flow was practically biting at its ankles. HuaLian didn't dare to stick around after landing. He directed the divine statue to rise to its feet and continue its flight, carrying them with it. As they ran and ran, HuaLian could feel it beginning to slow. Seized by dread and confusion, he wondered if he might have just been imagining it, but then HuaLian felt himself hang in the air for a moment before plunging downward. The divine statue had stopped obeying his command and had come to a halt on one knee. Is it because he's running out of spiritual energy? You better start kissing HuaLian! Once it was kneeling, its body slowly pitched forward, as if it was physically exhausted and about to faint. HuaLian's heart jumped to his throat. Oh no, it was going to collapse, and the torrent of fiery black smoke was about to catch up. Just then, HuaLian felt something tighten around his waist. Is this seriously where we're going? Is this seriously how we're going to be doing it? Well then. HuaLian had wrapped an arm around him and pulled him to his side. He lifted HuaLian's chin with his other hand, then pressed his chilled lips to HuaLian's own. You know what? I'm not even mad about it. We've just gone through one of the most harrowing arcs I have ever read. Of course we can continue doing this. Of course we can keep exchanging spiritual energy via kissing. Of course we can. Honestly, why the fuck not? You do you, HuaLian, you do you. HuaLian's eyes widened as a rush of cool, refreshing air filled his lungs. It seemed to flow through his limbs, invigorating his entire body. The kiss was brief, and HuaLian drew back soon after, lips parted. Go, try standing up again. HuaLian snapped out of it and reformed his hand seals. Moments before the stone statue fell to the ground face first, it flung out its arm to support itself. Then it rose to its feet once more. The stone statue hadn't just seemed exhausted, it really was exhausted. It took an insane amount of spiritual power to control a statue that huge, and the little that HuaLian had lent him earlier was already burned out. The little. Making it slow and sway on the brink of collapse. But now, injected with a fresh burst of spiritual power, it jumped back to life, faster and more agile than before. Go, run faster, HuaLian urged. HuaLian wanted to do just that, but he was afraid the control of the spell took too much power. Can we really make it go faster? What if the spiritual power just runs out? He asked, uncertain. It won't, just focus on running. HuaLian assured him next to his ear. Don't ever be afraid. I'm right here beside you. I'm like Cloud 9. This is everything about this is HuaLian was right behind him, his hands steady on HuaLian's waist. He was just one person, but to HuaLian, it felt like the entire world was supporting him. He breathed in deeply and closed his eyes. All right. HuaLian extended his arms forward and unleashed all his spiritual power, offering up the mightiest of hand seals. Run! He shouted. Boom, 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 boom. The huge divine statue ran wildly, each step spanning kilometers. It crossed gullies with one step, leapt over hills with the next. Sure enough, it soon left the black clouds and lava far behind. It was certainly the largest, most conspicuous thing around. Every step was like a meteor crash, sending out waves of forceful tremors. The countless nefarious creatures around Mount Tonglu were terrified by the wild shaking of the ground, their faces going pale. Many could see the black clouds swirling and spreading in the sky when they looked up, and while it was somewhat impressive, they didn't really pay it much mind. Within the Tonglu Mountains, bizarre sights were to be expected, and those looked like vengeful spirits within the black clouds, right? That was a sight they saw every day, since they were similar beings. What was there to be afraid of? Yet, the sight of an enormous divine statue of a martial god stomping past was the thing that stunned them. What was that thing? Howls and wails erupted from all around. What an enormous man! Ah! They'd never seen such a massive, terrifying statue before. HuaLian wanted to detour around the royal capital of Wuyang to keep his divine statue from trampling and destroying any of the ancient houses holding 2 millennia of history, but then he remembered something. Somnang, General Pain, Lord Rainmaster, and the others nearby. Yes, Huazhang replied. Go back! We left something behind. Let's go get them and carry them away. Xie Lian quickly called out. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna get the crew onto the statue and run. That sounds like a plan. The giant stone statue had already passed the target, so it backed up a few steps and at the order. Just as it was about to turn around, Xie Lian felt his body jerk. He lost his footing and was thrown into the air. Okay, why? What happened? Only once he was in the midair did he realize what had happened. The divine statue had tripped. Xie Lian and Huazhang landed steadily on the statue's chest. As Xie Lian worked to get it to stand back up, he looked ahead. It wasn't some mistake on the mountain. It wasn't some mistake on his part that tripped a huge figure. It was something else. A lofty mountain. This mountain was far smaller than the kiln itself, but it was still a bit bigger than the giant stone statue. Xie Lian was certain they had never climbed such a mountain when they first passed through this area. His eyes moved past it to take in the figures behind. Sure enough, there were two other mountains of similar size right there. Here they are. The three massive mountains were blocking the statue's path forward. Gaga, be careful, Huazhang said. Those are the gods of Mount Chonglu, old age, sickness, and death. The huge statue was still crawling slowly to its feet when the first mountain spirit crashed over. Xie Lian remembered Huazhang telling him that these three mountains had given him a hell of a time during his first visit to Mount Chonglu, so he didn't dare underestimate their power. He planned to make the statue jump and flip over to avoid them, but he'd never commanded something so huge and unwieldy to carry out such a complicated maneuver, so it came out confused. He didn't manage to jump before being knocked down again. Rumble, rumble. The heavens shook and the earth quaked, and the giant stone statue destroyed an entire street as it fell near the royal capital of Wuhan. Every movement made loud cracking noises, the sound of magnificent houses, temples, and the palace being crushed to pieces. Oh well, so much for that history. Xie Lian was almost thrown off again by all the shaking, but Huazhang firmly grabbed his hand. Come with me, he exclaimed. In a few long steps, he took Xie Lian and leapt onto the giant statue's divine head. The massive flower-crowned martial god wore an ornamental headpiece to tie up its hair, which resembled a small terrace. They hopped onto the crown, finally finding a place to settle on the statue that was much steadier than the shoulder or palm. They had no time to relax before the mountain spirit came at them again. The giant stone statue stumbled back a few steps, but fortunately Xie Lian was prepared this time and wasn't knocked down. Though he accidentally trampled another cluster of houses, Xie Lian couldn't help but ache for them and prayed for forgiveness in his mind. Clumsily controlling the divine statue, trying to make it slip away while avoiding the houses, Xie Lian wondered in baffled confusion. Why do they keep chasing me and trying to take me down? What did I do? It's not that they're targeting Gaga specifically, they'll chase and fight anyone. Gaga is just particularly conspicuous right now. Such a large creature is rather conspicuous, I guess. Before Xie Lian could finish his thought, the three mountain spirits besieged them together. They surrounded the giant stone statue and pressed firmly inward, trying to crush the statue to pieces. The divine statue couldn't move a single limb, nor could Xie Lian. He poured all his strength into getting the statue to push them back, but it didn't budge, and at that point it was probably powerless to fight back. As he tried to think of another way to escape, he unconsciously took a step backward and bumped into a chest. When he looked back, Huazhang grasped his shoulders. Fight freely, it'll be fine. None of them are a match for you. Nothing in this world can stop you. His chest was the strongest backing in existence, and in that instant, Xie Lian was brimming with confidence. A refreshing current flowed through his body, and he struck back with all his might. Yeah, see, you can give spiritual energy without kissing. This is the first time I've seen HuaLian do that, though. So dumb. At last, he broke through their siege. The three mountain spirits were forced nearly half a kilometer away, dust flew, rocks rolled, smoke and debris billowed, but they were only pushed back for a moment before closing in, ready to attack again. Xie Lian's hands quickly formed several hand seals. Do not block my way! The giant stone statue leapt into the air and landed its feet on the heads of 2 of the mountain spirits. Its hand rested on the hilt of the sword that hung on its waist. And then he unsheathed the blade. The giant figure completed the action fluently, the string of movements flowing like streams of clouds and water, magnificent and forceful without a hint of hesitation. The statue was no different from its inspiration. After drawing a breath, HuaLian shouted, "I'll cut you! I won't cut you yet, hold on!" He was fully prepared to cleave valleys into those mountains with a swing of his glorious sword, but something didn't feel quite right when he pulled it out. When he looked up, he was shocked, speechless. Did Wuxiang not carve a sword? The giant stone statue had certainly unsheathed its sword, but there was only a hilt in its hand. What was going on? Where was the blade? Wuxiang didn't carve a sword. Xie Lian was flummoxed. Wuxiang's expression dropped, and he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, looking troubled as he explained. "Gurga, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, I didn't carve a blade for this divine statue. This is my fault." It's oversight. Oh my god. Wuxiang, 12 years! You were in there for a long ass time! Okay, maybe not 12 years in the kiln itself. 12 years in Mount Hong. Yeah, it was 12 years. No, 10 years. 10 years. 10 years in the kiln. Right? And just surely in the time. He spent too much time on carving the perfect face, the perfect lips, the perfect eyebrows, but he forgot about the sword. Gosh darn it. Wuxiang! Of course. Wuxiang had carved the statue into the kiln's inner stone wall in a standing posture. The sword at its waist was concealed beneath its sleeves and the many layers of its flowing robes, so only the hilt had been visible, and thus it was the only part he'd carved. Obviously, a blade wouldn't magically appear just because the statue had gotten an injection of spiritual power and started to move. Wuxiang frowned slightly, his expression solemn. "This was a miscalculation on my part. It's not perfect enough. Next time I'll carve out every detail." Oh my god. This was your best statue and now you're like, no, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's a bit late, isn't it? HuaLian could tell he was serious and quickly said, No, it's absolutely perfect, really. In any case, there was no blade, so the mountains couldn't be cut. Thus, HuaLian quickly changed battle tactics, from attacking to absconding. He hastily directed the giant stone statue to jump from the heads of the 2 mountain spirits, tossing the useless stone hilt behind. It stretched its legs and continued its mad dash. The 2 stood on the crown atop the divine statue's head. Wild winds blew at them, sending their black hair, white robes, and red sleeves flapping and fluttering. Even though they were fleeing, they painted a beautiful image. A silver butterfly flew next to HuaLian's ear and transmitted some voices. He caught the butterfly and called out to it. "Is this Fengxian and Muqing, and Lord Rainmaster and General Pei?" Sure enough, familiar voices came from the butterfly. "I say, Your Highness," Pei Ming said. "There's no need to ask your question so loud." Sorry, I have too much spiritual power at the moment. Let me get it under better control," HuaLian said. Let's reply. Wait, so now, is this just the butterfly? Is this the butterfly making communication happening? Because they're still out in Mount Honglu area, right? Now it can do 2-way communication? I don't understand the butterflies, they're just the butterflies of convenience for real. Muqing's voice could be heard next. "What? Did you just say you have too much spiritual power? You?" "Have you all met up?" HuaLian asked. "Where are you?" "We joined General Pei Jr. and the others. Everyone is in the woods near the Wuyang River. We're about to retreat toward the outside," Muqing said. Fengxian's voice came. "What's happening on your end? We just felt some strange, strong activity from near the kiln. Do you need us to come help?" "No," HuaLian quickly replied. "Just stay where you are and we'll come pick you all up very soon. We'll talk then." We're already here." Yeah, that was quick. The dried up Wuyang River lay ahead and the giant stone statue crossed the gully and crouched beside the dense forest. HuaLian saw Fengxian and Muqing come out of the woods, looking around and seeming to search for them. However, they were looking in the wrong direction. They never thought to look up. Did you not hear it coming? Come on, guys. So they didn't see Xie Lian and Huachang at all. Your Highness, are you not here yet? Where are you? Function said to the butterfly. Xie Lian cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled toward the ground. I'm here! Look up, above your heads! Only then did the pair notice that they were standing in a gigantic shadow. Yeah, really, how did you not notice, honestly? They slowly raised their heads, and it was then that they saw an incomparably gigantic Xie Lian crouched in the forests at the forest's edge and staring down at them. There was even a very Xie Lian-ish friendly smile on its face. Well, to some, this is the stuff of nightmares, I suppose. Without bothering to spare a glance for the two below, Huachang stood languidly to the side with his arms crossed. Yeah, we're back to this. It's so funny. Xie Lian waved at the ground. Do you see me? Up here! The visual shock of the gigantic Xie Lian was simply too great, however, and it was impossible to notice anything else at first glance. Mooching's entire field of vision was overtaken by the statue's face, and he mumbled, I haven't gone mad, have I? Function's eyes were also filled with that face, and he mumbled, What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What in the fucking world is that thing? Xie Lian said. Huachang arched his brows, looking as if it was taking immense effort to hold back a snicker. Honestly, no one had ever seen such a large and incredibly realistic divine statue. The largest known divine statue up until now was one of John Woo, but even it was only half the size of this massive sculpture. Yeah, so Huachang might have known about that one. Maybe he decided that he wanted to double it for real. Outdo everyone, even the Heavenly Emperor. It's perfect. I love this. I love this so much. Function and Mooching were both deep in shock, and Xie Lian had to call out to them a few times before they found where the real one was located. The rest of the group emerged from the woods one after the other, and almost all of them were so stunned by the sight of the giant divine statue above them that they nearly twisted their necks and ankles looking at it. Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So he simply had the giant divine statue place an open palm on the ground. Well, that is the first laugh or cry of this volume. Hooray! The Kiln's volcano has erupted. Fires are going to ravage this area soon, and those three mountain spirits are likely close behind too. Hop on quick, I'll carry all of you away. The party climbed into the statue's hand, and everyone found a place to settle. From where he stood atop the crown, Xie Lian could smell the choking scent of sulfur. When he looked back, he saw the black smoke and flying dust rapidly closing in. He closed the giant divine statue's palm and directed it to stand and resumed its flight with large strides. After Peiming and the others got over their initial shock, they were fine, but Function and Mooching never quite regained their senses, probably because they were both so familiar with the face, demeanor, and physique of the divine statue's subject, and thus were particularly disturbed to see it all so immensely magnified. Who did this? Who carved this? Function asked from his perch on the divine statue's shoulder. You should know by now. Still mired in disbelief. How come I've never seen this thing before? I never even heard it existed. There's much out there you've never seen, Huachang said with a fake-looking smile. Although he didn't clarify, almost everyone came to the same conclusion, especially Function and Mooching. This guy was responsible. This is incredible, Mooching said. How are you moving this thing? How much spiritual energy is it taking? Do you have enough? I thought you didn't have any at all. This time, Huachang didn't answer. Xie Lian stole a glance at him and pressed his fist to his own lips before attempting an ambiguous answer. Well, if you don't have any, you can borrow some, right? It's a simple thing, Peiming said. Yeah. The nefarious creatures along the way had realized that things were going wrong. Lava poured and fires blazed madly. When they saw people climbing the giant stone statue, they all cried out, Wait for me too! Me! I'm coming too! Take us! But Huachang replied, Get the hell off! A wave of silver butterflies flew forth, shimmering with chilling light, and soon they could hear wailing and howling down below. Yinyu, cradling a sleeping Guozhi, called out to the pair at the statue's crown. Chengzhu, your highness!
The empty-shelled people and corpse-eating rats all started rampaging earlier. They were moving in large groups. It looked like they were trying to leave Mount Honglu's domain. The Rainmaster was riding the black ox rather than the giant statue, and she watched the sky intently. The creatures inside the black clouds also seemed to want to fly outside. Her observation was correct. The creatures writhing inside the black clouds were vengeful spirits that hungered for fresh living flesh to possess, which would allow them to metamorphose into human face disease. There weren't any living humans inside the ring of mountains that enclosed Mount Honglu, only nefarious creatures and a few heavenly officials they couldn't penetrate. Of course they wanted to get outside. Dragging long trails of black smoke, millions of contorted human faces swirled like deformed worms and snakes in the sky above. Although his hands trembled, still, HuaLian said, Mount Honglu has a barrier. Nothing outside can get in and nothing inside can get out. Those vengeful spirits shouldn't be able to escape for now. Yet HuaLian grabbed his hand before he could finish speaking. HuaLian's heart tensed at the gesture, and he quickly clutched HuaLian's hand back. What is it? Did I drink too much? Oh, sorry, I should have been more careful to conserve it. That's not it, HuaLian said, covering his right eye with one hand. Kage, you don't have to worry about it. It's Mount Honglu's barrier. It's been broken. Oh, God. Yep. What? HuaLian asked, stunned. Broken? He had only just said that they didn't need to worry because of the barrier. What the heck? Broken, HuaLian confirmed. White No-Face probably did it. Those things are about to get outside. And that was the end of chapter 105. And oh my god, that was such good fun. That was such good fun. Like, it wasn't even a super long chapter, but we have so much going on in this chapter. Not only do we get, at the start of Arc 5, and the start of Arc 5, have an official blessing. And we have HuaLian breaking out of the mountain, fighting White No-Face, and getting the statue and breaking out of the mountain. We have the HuaLian reunion. Oh my god, that was so good. I love that part so much. But we don't get to linger long before we are thrown back into the plot, and now we have to escape Mount Honglu, and a new problem is rising. The spirits of the people of Wujiang, the vengeful spirits that could possibly infect other living people with human face disease, are escaping. Bai Wuxiang is letting them out. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, this is a problem. This is a bit of a problem. That's gonna need us to coordinate something, figure out what to do with this. And I'm fearing a rerun of Arc 4, because the way we dealt with it in Arc 4 was HuaLian, then Wu Ming taking them into himself and dispersing. I'm fearing something similar might happen. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but that could be another reason why HuaLian might end up dispersing. Again, this is just something I'm guessing from the fact that it's been mentioned. It's been mentioned several times, especially in the context of the red thread. The fact that unless one of them dies or disappears, I wonder if they even used dispersed. It's been a while, so I can't remember right now. But that's what I think is going to happen. I think none of them are dying. We're having a happy ending, but HuaLian will disperse because of that. And we're going to have a moment of the thread not going to anywhere, right? Which is going to be heartbreaking and everything, but I wonder if that's what's going to happen. We're going to have to deal with these vengeful spirits somehow, and that might be what is happening. Oh, I got called for a sky break. I guess I'll take a break and I'll be back after we've played some games. Okay, I'll rest my voice and think a little bit about this, and I'll see you for the next chapter in a little bit. Okay, back again for my little break, and I had a think while I was playing, and that is, I still don't know what the fuck Bai Wuxiang is after. Because it seems so dumb of him to set this all up, knowing that the stakes are so different now. Like, I don't understand. Like, back in Arc 4, he feels a lot smarter and a lot more, like, in control, so to speak. And I feel like he feels like he is more in control than he actually is in this one. That being said, I mean, obviously he's powerful enough to, keep trailing them after all this, and now Mount Tonglu is erupting, and I'm wondering if he has anything to do with that, considering how we now have confirmation, I suppose, this is as close to confirmation as we're gonna get, that he too is a crown prince, and he is indeed the crown prince of Wuxiang. Holy fucking shit, I'm so happy that panned out. Bai Wuxiang, crown prince of Wuxiang. Destroyer of Shanla both ascended and descended, and we have this really big hint now that the mural Xie Lian and Huaqiang saw in that temple that was not, removed by the time they got there, might very well have been of Bai Wuxiang, the crown prince of Wuxiang, after he too was infected with the human face disease or something. I don't know, I feel like that theory is panning out. Why is he wearing a mask? Unless, as Xie Lian said, he is someone Xie Lian knows, a stranger he could easily identify, or he is hiding his own ugliness, in this case, the human face disease infected on his face. But yeah, back at it, what exactly is he trying to do here? Because, I guess he couldn't have predicted that Xie Lian would be able to awaken the big ass statue in the kiln, but surely he must have known that the statue was there. Maybe he just didn't see it. Really, he just went oh, I can only sense rock. There's nothing there. Just a huge ass divine statue. Oh my god, this is cracking me up. The image made it seem a lot smaller than it's being described. This thing can jump kilometers upon a time. Fist as big as mansion. I think they meant it. I think EMING meant it when she said the fist was as big as mansion. God, this whole escape scene seems so incredible, just trying to imagine it. Mountains trying to fight this huge ass statue by trying to block it, and then jumping on top. I'm trying to imagine this. It's gonna look crazy. Just the feat of animating this and making it look believable. Yeah, might not actually happen. I'm holding on. I'm holding out for the Donghua. I'll be watching it when it releases in 2049, I guess. Another thing I did find pretty funny about this chapter is just the function in Muqing being with the rest of the group and reacting to all of this, because their reaction is a little different from the others. So it's a little funny considering what we've just witnessed. But they're also not in a situation where they can talk about any of this, I guess, and I don't think they've informed anyone else about the cave or what they've seen and what they found and so on. At this point, with Bai Wuxiang and everything, I'd be a bit surprised if they had. Let's see, I don't know how long this read is gonna be today, but the next chapter is super short, so yeah, we might do a couple of chapters tonight because they're super tiny. So let's throw ourselves into chapter 106. Taking the helm, 4 martial gods transform into a sword. Literally? Literally? For the sword we're missing? Right? Okay, let's see it. We do have 4 martial gods. We have Pei Ming, Fengxin, Muqing. Pei Shou doesn't really count in this. Are we going to use Xie Lian? But he's going to control the statue. Who am I not counting? Ah, Qiying, Xuan Yidun. He's with us as well. Okay, we might have enough. Let's see where this goes. If the vengeful spirits made it outside, wouldn't that unleash a 3rd epidemic of human face disease? We have to find a way to stop them, Xie Lian cried out urgently. Perched on the statue's shoulder below, Muqing's black robes and hair were thoroughly mussed and windswept. Important for us to note. But how? The giant stone statue abruptly stopped, rousing clouds of dust and sand. Everyone, hold your breath! The flying black smoke that was hot under her trail had finally caught up. The giant stone statue raised a hand and struck. The wind generated by the blow shook the heavens and quaked the earth. If it had been lowered to the ground, a gale could have uprooted centuries-old trees. Although some of the black smoke was broken up and blown away, Xie Lian still couldn't help but think, if only I had a sword. It had a sword. Gaga, Huaqiang said, sounding like he could tell what Xie Lian was thinking. There's a way to get a sword. How? Xie Lian replied eagerly. We'll have to see if your heavenly colleagues down there are willing. Oh my fucking god, what is going on here? What is actually going on here? Like, are they gonna transform like properly into like metal? I don't get it. Are they like gonna hold on to each other like they're just gonna be a stick for the statue though. Let's see what happens. If you got an idea, just say it. Stop dragging it out and feeding him your bullshit, Function said. Xie Lian had pretty much guessed what Huaqiang was implying, however. Are you saying that we should have General Pei and the others come together and transform into a sword? Seriously, what the fuck? Like, is this just like a random spell that they have lying around? Is this just something they can do? Why would we need that? Why would we need to be able to combine into a giant sword? Like, what the... This is so out of left field. That's right, Huaqiang said. Heavenly officials' powers are restricted in Mount Honglu territory, but there are several martial gods here. If 4 of them transform into one spirit body and work in unison, their might should be considerable. Pei Meng was the first to respond. I think it's doable. Is it really? Muqing was still doubtful. How many martial gods do we have? 3, right? Well, at least he's considering it. I'll give him a kudos for that. But I love how Pei Meng is like, sure, we can do it. Pei Shuo and Yin Yu's powers were completely gone, and the Rainmaster wasn't a martial god. The only ones who could come together were Pei Meng, Function, and Muqing. No, there are 4. Qiying is here too, Pei Meng replied. Huh? Yin Yu hesitated for a moment, with one hand still holding Guju, the other dug out a Buddha Wang doll. Before the seal was released, the doll unexpectedly began to shake wildly and shriek at an ear-piercing volume. The awful noise forced everyone to cover their ears. Yin Yu hastily sealed the doll anew, digging out a different Buddha Wang as he nervously explained himself. Sorry about that, I grabbed the wrong one. That was the green ghost Qi-Rong. This is the right doll. Oh my god. Yeah, so we have to remember that Qi-Rong is here as well, but like in Buddha Wang form. I pulled like a Buddha Wang Qi-Rong doll, remember? I have that as a photo card. I wanted to put that up, but I don't remember where I put it. I'll look for it later. So yeah, this is your reminder that Qi-Rong is here too. Luckily, we have him sealed away, so he can't fill up the page with capital letters. He tossed the Buddha Wang in the air, and it exploded into red smoke. A young man appeared in the mist, then plummeted down toward the ground. The giant divine statue lifted a hand to catch him, and the young man flipped upright and landed steadily in its palm. He scratched beneath his bloody curls as he looked up, confused at the sight of a larger group of people. Although Yin Yu had snuck behind someone's back to hide, Chuan Yizhen discovered him straight away and leapt to his feet with a joyous cry. Sheshong! Ellipsa replied. Chuan Yizhen came bounding over. The mere sight of his face gave Yin Yu a headache. He'd rather listen to Qi-Rong shriek for 3 days and 3 nights than speak one more word to Chuan Yizhen. Fortunately, Pei Meng snatched Chuan Yizhen away. Come, time to get to work, Qiying. Have your reunion after we're done. Chuan Yizhen was profoundly confused. He was already biased against Pei Meng and seemed ready to punch him in the face, but then he looked up and saw Xie Lian atop the statue. Xie Lian's hands were pressed together in prayer, offering up a sincere plea to Chuan Yizhen. Please, and thank you, Qiying. Ellipsa replied. While he had no idea what was going on, he scratched his head and joined the ranks. His respect for Xie Lian was enough to get him like, yeah, okay, I guess I'm gonna do something. He's so silly. Poor child. Muqing certainly had an opinion about becoming a sword for another martial god, but he couldn't just say he wouldn't do it, now that they'd managed to put together a group of 4. He stayed silent. The 4 of them formed a line upon the divine statue's palm. Pei Meng, then Function, then Chuan Yizhen, and then Muqing. Huaqiang propped an elbow on the edge of the jade crown and glanced down. Aren't those last 2 reversed? He commented. Logically, ordering them Pei Meng, Function, Muqing, Chuan Yizhen would make more sense because Chuan Yizhen's spiritual power wasn't as stable as the others. Yeah, they're like 3 800-year-old gods, and then Chuan Yizhen, who's the youngest. If the sword was swung too aggressively while it was positioned in the middle, it might snap in half. No, they're not, Xie Lian replied, wiping sweat from his face. A Function and Muqing can't be next to each other. They might start fighting halfway through a swing. We need someone between the 2 to separate them. HuaLian the slander. But also, yeah, we know. HuaChang quirked his brow at that. His expression seemed to say, please let him beat each other to death, that'd be great. When they looked down again, spiritual light had begun to shine from the four bodies. It shone stronger and stronger, spreading out until the four had merged into one. Finally, they became a sword of spiritual light. Okay, so this is interesting. Like, we know that gods can transform, but this is like, they have spiritual bodies. They don't have mortal bodies, is what we're saying. Or can they take, like, mortal form? Because we know that Pei Shaw right now has, like, a mortal body. But he would have had, like, a spiritual body, I guess. It's a bit confusing to me. But I'm just keeping this in the back of my mind. We were able to transform into a fucking sword, apparently. The moment the sword took shape, the giant stone statue tossed it into the air and then reached up and grabbed it. With a sharp sword in hand, HuaLian was like a tiger given wings, his might increasing exponentially as he struck. The vengeful spirits trailed black smoke in long tails and screeched as the sword of spiritual light slashed down, then were abruptly silenced. Riding the tailwinds of victory, HuaLian's sword danced like a wild shower of petals, slicing and shattering millions of ghosts to pieces like the wind blowing clouds into wisps. Wherever the blade swept, it was like fireworks exploding in the sky, beautiful to behold. The nefarious creatures down below were stupefied by the display, and only when the 1,000-ton boots of the giant stone statue came stomping nearby did they remember to flee. As HuaLian was engrossed in his swordwork, the giant stone statue stumbled forward, almost falling. HuaLian hastily used the sword to catch its fall, steadying it. Your Highness, what's going on? Asked the martial guards who made up the sword array. Keep fighting, they're gathering again. After controlling the giant stone statue for so long, HuaLian was getting tired. Sweat dripped down his face, and tension had seized his mind. It's nothing, It was just that he'd burned up all the spiritual energy he had. That's all. Well, there's more where that came from, HuaLian. Are we going to do PDA? Is this like an excuse for PDA? Is Alta's coming up? It was, he whipped his head around. HuaChang was standing so close behind him, like he was about to reach out. HuaLian stopped caring about anything else and went right for it. He pounced on HuaChang, cupped his cheeks with his hands, and then, getting up on his toes slightly to reach, he closed his eyes and pressed their lips together. Set function. Said mooching. Said Xuanyigen. Oh, said Pei Ming. I'm so... that's another. We've done this once before in Volume 5. It's been a while. This is fun. This is so fun. The fucking ellipse replies. I can't with this. It's too good. It's too good. But it wasn't enough. Since they were all already in that position, HuaLian thought he might as well take a bit more. He wound his arms tightly around HuaChang's neck and to deepen the kiss. All the fatigue he'd been feeling was swept away in an instant, and his body was refilled with spiritual power. The enormous sword of spiritual light in the giant stone statue's grip clamored with riotous noise. Oh my god. Okay, so HuaLian is initiating for one, which is fantastic. I love that for him. I love that for HuaChang as well. Sanlang is like, we're not seeing his expression. This is so funny. Oh my god, he is so smug. He's so fucking smug. HuaLian's just smooched him in front of all his colleagues, all his old friends. This is great. This is so fun. Especially after that whole thing in arc 3. This is great. What is this? Function cried, clearly shaken. What are you two doing, Your Highness? HuaLian choked. Only then did he break away. He didn't dare look down. Don't worry, Function. They were kissing for the plot. I'm borrowing spiritual energy, he shouted to the sky. I'm just borrowing his spiritual energy. It's all very proper. There was nothing proper about that neck pull you just did, HuaLian. Mooching was shaken too. You don't need to do that to borrow spiritual power, though. Couldn't you just slap your palms together? You saw through me, HuaLian babbled up. You babbled. You saw right through me. He didn't even know what he was saying. So maybe it's not just to borrow spiritual power. Oh my fucking god, Shelley. You're right. It's really not. It's really not. And you all know it. You both have known this for a long time. It was never just about borrowing spiritual power. Seeing him like this made HuaLian join his laughter. He cut HuaLian's face with his hands to guide him back, then leaned down and dropped a kiss on his forehead. We have HuaLian PDA now. Yeah, I hope this is just the rest of the book. Don't be nervous, Gaga, he said gently. Here I am, grinning, kicking my feet, reading this little silly book. What the fuck? This is a lovely evening, isn't it? I should break out some champagne. Strange as it was, this returned HuaLian to normal. He pretended he hadn't heard function and mooching and grew solemn, forming hand seals once more. The giant stone statue pulled a sword of spiritual light from the ground and started slashing and cutting wildly, like its strength was inexhaustible. Chuan was suddenly filled with awe and respect. So he really was borrowing spiritual power just now. He got stronger so fast. Complete bullshit, what do you know? Mooching couldn't help but explain, but he quickly stopped himself and forcibly changed his tune, likely deciding there was no need to explain this to a man-child like Chuan. Yes, that's right, he was borrowing spiritual power. Ming laughed heartily. That's right indeed, but you can't borrow spiritual power like that so casually, understand, Xie? Function gates. What are you all saying? Do you actually believe him? Although the statue's might had increased, they had no giant net with which to capture the vengeful spirits, and they enveloped the entire sky. Upon seeing the power of the massive god, the spirits began to flee, flapping their tails as if they were oversized tadpoles with human faces. Hard to them! HuaLian cried. Yet they only managed a few steps before the giant stone statue slumped over and fell to one side. There was no warning and no reason for this to happen. HuaLian had taken plenty of spiritual power just a moment ago and was in excellent form. As he felt them fall, HuaLian looked down and noticed a massive hole in the divine statue's leg. Oh no! Oh no! The leg is gone. Shattered rock fell from the wound, then a figure in white fluttered from it, landed languidly on the ground, and vanished in the blink of an eye, as elusive as a ghost, leaving no trace. It was White No-Face. He had broken the leg of the divine statue with his bare hands. With an enormous crash, the giant stone statue fell to the ground. This is so sad. No! Not HuaLian's statue! Fortunately, the statue's passengers were not ordinary folk. They reacted quickly, leaping off and landing safely. Xie Lian and HuaLian leapt back onto the divine statue's chest. HuaLian tried commanding it back up, but it struggled greatly. It hurts because, as well, this is a parallel again. Xie Lian jumping from that wall in Arc 2 and breaking his leg. Of course, he went from the leg, right? The great divine statue sprawled on the ground and writhed with ponderous misery. How is it? Can it still stand? Asked Mooching from within the sword array. Did the power run out again? Chuan asked. Do you need to borrow more? No, just isn't a question of spiritual power, Ming said. And Xie, there is no need to remember any of that. Forget it completely. Oh my gosh, they totally, he's not forgetting that. He is remembering that. You're gonna try and give Yin some spiritual energy, Xie? It's probably severely injured, HuaLian said. It shouldn't move again. While Rox felt no pain, the injured leg would probably fall off completely if they forced the statue to stand and fight. It wasn't just that its attack power was drastically reduced, but this was HuaLian's most heartfelt masterpiece and HuaLian's favorite divine statue. It had hurt him to see it destroyed like that. Seeing that their enemy had collapsed, the vengeful spirits in the air danced wildly with mad joy and scattered. Were they just going to watch while those creatures escaped to the outside? HuaLian glanced over and saw dark anger on HuaLian's face. Anger toward White No-Face. He hummed for a moment, then spoke. Gaga, Just then, a ray of dazzling light peeked through the dense, thick black clouds, like some shining radiance had appeared above them. Soon after, they saw a second ray, then a third, then a fourth. Countless rays of dazzling light shot down, penetrating the gloomy clouds and piercing the vengeful spirits. This white spiritual light, strong enough to blind, was a familiar sight to the heavenly officials present. After all, it was this very aura that endlessly shone upon the heavenly capital. Junwu had arrived. And that is the end of chapter 106. And that is the second time in only 3 chapters that Junwu has appeared to save the day. While we're fighting Bai Wuxiang and things are looking really grim. I'm not saying that means anything, but I'm saying it's weird that it happened twice. So just gonna keep that in mind for a little bit. Also, Huaqiang being like that, he was gonna say something to Xie Lian. He was like, Gaga, like a really dark expression after he hummed for a moment. Like, he's noticed something, surely. And he was about to tell us before Junwu arrived. So what was it that Huaqiang noticed? Huaqiang has something that he wants to tell us now. This happens a lot in this book series, by the way, which is why it's like I'm almost waiting for these moments to happen. Yeah, I just realized I forgot to move the timeline pin. We are no longer in the past, we are up in the present. And I suppose Langye can be moved over here for now until I get him a skull. Okay, so Junwu has arrived. Bai Wuxiang is apparently still around, maybe, supposedly. We'll see what happens next, and these spirits are scattering and running about. So is this going to be enough for us to catch them all? Is Junwu going to help us catch them all? Which he should do, but what happens then? Are we going to get another face-up with Bai Wuxiang, or are we conveniently going to leave this lingering? Like, what is going to happen with the whole Wuxiang arc? Because we still have the volcano erupting and everything, and it's, are we just leaving Wuxiang behind? Because we still have questions to be answered. The 3 mountains are around, right? And YING still hasn't shown his face. So we have a lot of things that still could happen. I feel like once YING is here, that might help us clear up some things. That's going to help us unmask Bai Wuxiang a little more. Hongjing is still not on the stage. We still haven't gotten to that part. Where I'm so impatient with these reveals now because we've had a lot of them going. We've had a lot of them recently. I should be more satisfied, but no, I'm like, no, give it all to me. I want to know everything now. Let's hurry up, chop. But also, I suppose I am very happy with our little I just love that HuaLian is just like, we're just kissing now. It's just nice to do in the middle of a battle. Move over, Pirates of the Caribbean. We have an official's blessing taking the stage. And the sword. We have a sword. We have a sword made up out of the strangest foursome that I could ever envision. Function mooching, sure, but Pei Ming, I guess, then Qiying. What kind of ship is this? The Martial God Quartet. We're just missing Lan Chencho, actually. And it was a very short chapter, so honestly, let's just jump right into the next one. Why keep yapping if there's nothing really to yap about? This one's pretty short as well. And it is chapter 107. White Emperor comments on the mysterious state preceptor. Oh, let's go. Mysterious Blade Preceptor 1. Minion Ching, right? Is he going to appear, or is it just like Xie Lian was going to tell Junwu about it? But now, look. White Emperor. I'm just saying, like, I'm still very unsure. We keep going back and forth, but this is the first time I've heard Junwu referred to as the White Emperor like that. I don't know. I guess I've heard that his armor, robes and stuff, the robes are white, I guess. I don't know. I don't think so, though. I don't know. They're white in the Dongma. But that's very, like, it's so conspicuous. We haven't referred to him as the White Emperor. White Emperor comments on the mysterious day preceptor. I'm just mentioning, I'm just saying. This is a bit unusual. And Am I being too suspicious of Junwoo? Maybe I am being too suspicious of Junwoo, but maybe my suspicion will kind of pay off, and I'll feel bad for not committing to it. We'll have to wait and see. You can laugh at me now, or cheer with me later, whichever comes first. All right, let's do it. The endless legions of vengeful spirits dispersed and dissipated under the powerful glare of that spiritual light. A martial god clad in white armor, white armor, broke through the clouds with sword in hand. It was indeed Junwoo. When the group saw him, it was as if they'd seen their parents reborn, or their savior. They all cried, "Ah, my lord!" with tears practically streaming down their faces. Each of Junwoo's steps radiated glory as he languidly descended to earth. "Remain calm, do not panic. Is everyone all right?" The four within the sword array quickly disassembled and returned to their original forms. "My lord, shouldn't you be guarding the heavenly capital? Why have you come here personally?" Peiming asked. "Lord Rainmaster informed me through the communication array that Mount Tonglu's barrier had been broken. The circumstances are dire, so I have come," Junwoo replied. Everyone looked over at the Rainmaster, still riding atop the Black Ox. So that's what happened, they all thought at once. Since the barrier had broken, the communication spells must be functional again. But blood had rushed to their heads earlier, their minds filled with nothing but destroying the vengeful spirits. No one had thought to attempt communication through the array. Yeah, but the big one is broken, right? Because Lingwen fucked that up, right? But Rainmaster was able to contact Junwoo. Maybe there was like a temporary one set up. I don't know. I don't remember this. These details are from 2-3 months ago. So you're gonna have to remind me. Like again, it's been a while since I read, and even between that, it's taken me a while between these volumes. Some details might be a bit blurry. I apologize. Xie Lian took a step forward. "My lord, it's White No-Face. He's returned." Junwoo nodded faintly. "I assume he would be relentless." "He's very elusive," Xie Lian said. "Now that you've come, we don't know where he's hidden himself." "No matter," Junwoo replied. "Let us settle the vengeful spirits before we seek him out." Okay. Everyone looked to the sky. The rolling black clouds were being purified by the powerful light Junwoo had brought forth. "So you've stopped the birth of a new Ghost King, right?" Peiming said. "I guess so," Xie Lian said. "After all, nothing broke through the kiln besides this." Everyone's eyes moved to look in unison. The giant divine statue was still lying obediently on the ground where it was left when Xie Lian stopped controlling it. Now that it had fallen down, the gigantic, exquisitely sculpted thing looked like a small mountain in its own right. Xie Lian stood near it and raised a hand to pet its cheek, then turned to Huachang. "Samnang, what should we do with it?" Huachang seemed deep in thought, but he snapped out of it when he heard the question. Yeah, because he is thought about something. He has caught something, and it was right after Bai Wuxiang did that thing. Surely there's something he has noticed. There's something he knows, and I don't know what it would be. Could it be his identity? Or is there something else that we're just not thinking about right now? But also, what broke through the kiln? You did, Xie Lian. It's your statue. You made it move. It's an image of you, and you were with it. You broke through the kiln. So, Xie Lian passed the Ghost King trials, but he is not dead, so he's not a Ghost King. But does it mean anything? Like for him, power level wise? I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see. "There's no need for Gaga to worry," he replied. "Let's leave it here until I can repair it." "Can it be fixed?" Xie Lian asked. "Of course, as long as the kiln can be sourced for stone," Huachang replied. "I'll mend it and make it stand once again." "Then let's leave it for now," Xie Lian said. "The volcano is still erupting, and who knows when it'll be safe again." Just then, the vengeful spirits in the air shrieked as one. They were swirling like a tornado, which then flew off into the distance. They couldn't tell what had triggered this change until they looked closer at where the spirits had gone. The underground holy temple of Wu Yang. Is this Bai Wuxiang trying to lure them there again? Why? Junwu is here, and if they really were, like, this is like, why would you try to draw attention to yourself if the guy who can defeat you, supposedly, is here? You know what I mean? Am I thinking too much into this? This is frustrating me a little bit, because I can't tell if I'm thinking too much into it, or if I'm thinking too little. Maybe I need to commit more. The creatures would have been dispersed sooner or later with nowhere to hide from the powerful rays, but so many vengeful spirits had poured into the underground temple, it was like the sky had been sucked clean. The spirits had vanished completely. Mu Qing was dumbfounded. What happened? It's White No-Face, Xie Lian cried, his dread growing. He drew a teleportation array and sent the vengeful spirits somewhere. With a sweep of his hand, Junwu threw off the temple's roof. A large chunk of ground was peeled away as well. There was nothing inside except an enormous, freshly drawn array. What is he planning? Function exclaimed. Where's the array connected to? Where did he send them? In the past, this would be where Lingwen entered the picture. In less than half of an instant's time, the Palace of Lingwen would have reported the location of every connecting point. But no one knew which civil gods had temporarily taken over the position, and not a single one of them could be found at this critical time. Yeah, oof, holy shit. Fuck! Function cursed in outrage. They usually hype themselves up to the rest of heavens, fighting for the chance to show off. Well, now's their opportunity, but where the hell are they? I'll never say the Palace of Lingwen is inefficient ever again. The royal capital, Huaqiang said suddenly. Yeah, because Huaqiang might have ways of knowing where they've gone. Everyone turned to him just as he let two long, slender fingers drop from his temple. He sent those creatures to several different cities. Only the royal capital is a confirmed target thus far. The evil chi in that area spiked suddenly. Okay. Well, current royal capital, we don't even know what this country is named, actually. The Central Plains country. So, the civil guards of the upper court were useless, and these heavenly officials had to rely on the head honcho of the ghost realm to locate the escaped evil beings. Many of them couldn't help but feel ashamed, but the situation was dire enough that their shame dispersed pretty quickly. We know exactly what the white-clothed calamity is planning. He's purposely sending those creatures to the most heavily populated places, Mu Qing said. The royal capital is the most populated of all, so an outbreak of human faces would spread quickly. He obviously wouldn't pass it up. Let's take care of this quickly, Pei Ming cut in. There's no time to waste. Things will get ugly if we delay too long. The guards serving as temporary substitutes in the Palace of Lingwen were also a headache for Junwu, who had been rendered speechless. He turned to Huaqiang. Has our good sir determined where else they were sent? Good sir? What was the actual word he used? I want to know. I'm searching now. It won't take long. Yinyu, you take over, Huaqiang commanded. Yes, sir, Yinyu quickly acknowledged. Junwu was the one who banished him all those years ago. Although he had only been doing his duty, Yinyu still couldn't help but feel nervous in his presence. After taking a moment to contact his subordinates in Ghost City, Yinyu meticulously reported the general directions of each sighting. South, 150 kilometers. North, 135 kilometers. Junwu turned to Fengshen. Nanyang, you search south. Fengshen hesitated for a moment, not immediately heeding the order. HuaLian assumed it was because he wanted to search for Jianlan and Soto. He was just about to speak up when Fengshen confirmed the order and walked away to draw an array for himself. I'll take the north, Pei Ming spoke up knowingly. Naturally, Junwu replied. Pei Ming nodded, then turned and walked away. Pei Shuo quickly followed, but Pei Ming turned to look at him. You're still injured, and the poison hasn't been cleared out of your system. Stay with Lord Rainmaster for now. Pei Shuo was puzzled. General, I'm not poisoned. Pei Ming patted his shoulder sympathetically. Your broken speech hasn't even healed, and you're saying you're not poisoned. Before he left on his own, he gave a curt nod to the Rainmaster, who returned the courtesy. Yeah, so whatever was between them seems more amiable now, after this whole thing. Qiying, why don't you go to the Western Territories? Junwu continued. Remember not to cause... Why am I going west? Chuanijin asked, confused. What exactly are we doing right now? He doesn't understand. He hasn't been paying attention. In his defense, he's been a Buddha Wang doll for like most of this. He's so silly. And Yinyu is right there. He's He's distracted. It was somewhat understandable that he hadn't kept up with what was happening, but he'd probably been totally confused this entire time. Why did he get beaten up? Why was he buried inside a wall? Why did he get turned into a Buddha Wang doll? And why did they want him to turn into a sword now? At no point during all of this had he figured out what was going on. Seeing this, Yinyu sighed. I'll take him. I'll explain on the way. Oh my gosh, Yinyu being a big person here. Wow, that's pretty good of him, actually. He's probably also the only person here who can, like, explain quickly to Qi Ying in a way that he understands what is going on and why all this is happening and what he needs to do. There was probably no one else with the patience to tell him anyway. Yeah, exactly. Said in fewer words than I just used, but yeah, thank you, MXDX. That is exactly what I meant. Okay, Chuan-Yi-Jin said enthusiastically. Although he waited and waited, Mu Qing's turn never came, and he couldn't help but ask, My lord, what about me? John Wu looked him over. Yeah, you're literally, like, wanted, Mu Qing. Chuan-Jin, have you forgotten something? Oh my god, literally. What? He asked in confusion. You're currently under detention, John Wu said. We're kind of in an emergency here, Sky Daddy. I really think that we could use mooching for something. Aren't we short-staffed? Are you sure you can afford to do this? Mooching's face quickly fell. He really had forgotten about that, and not just him. Almost everyone had forgotten that he had escaped the upper court. He was suspected of creating the fetus spirit using wicked spells, and that suspicion hadn't yet been cleared. You do not have to get involved. Return to the upper court. Your confinement will be reinstated. My lord, it really wasn't me, Mu Qing cried. Once we get to the bottom of this affair and the truth is revealed, you will naturally be released, Junwu said. It would be a blatant disregard of protocol if I did so now without reason. Yeah, well, you were plenty agreeing to disregard protocol when Xie Lian was the one asking, but even in this emergency situation, you're like, Chuan-Jen, go to your room. Sky Daddy, Lingwen isn't home, we desperately need personnel, and now you're like, well, no, actually, you were grounded and I'm re-grounding you. Oh my god. Although Mu Qing clearly couldn't stand it, there was nothing he could do except quietly acknowledge the order. Yes, sir. Seeing Mu Qing so thoroughly beaten down and dispirited made HuaLian laugh unabashed. Unabashedly. I'm sorry, that's too funny, it's too funny. Mu Qing shot him a look, then glanced at Xie Lian beside him. Although Xie Lian had no idea what he was thinking, his face was growing darker by the minute. As for the rest, the Rainmaster was not a martial god, so she didn't try to act tough. She simply made it clear that they should call for her if there was any need for her assistance, then left silently. Xie Lian, naturally, chose the royal capital, which was the most populous and the most difficult to deal with. As for John Wu, he would stay behind and face the three mountain spirits, and possibly White No-Face, who could still be lurking nearby. HuaLian tossed the dice up to open their teleportation array, and he and Xie Lian left together. And the title, though, is Emperor and State Preceptor, comments on the State Preceptor, but now we are leaving the teleportation to the teleportation array to go to the capital, which is kind of confusing. I have no idea what's going on here. Are we still going to hear anything about Mei Yunqing? Let's see. It was already late night in the royal capital, and the streets were quiet. The houses were equally silent and had their windows and doors shut tight. Xie Lian and HuaLian emerged from one of the alleyways and started walking swiftly, searching for traces of nefarious creatures. After a few steps, Xie Lian raised 2 fingers and pressed them against his temple, activating the communication array. My lord, he whispered. Okay, so he's talking to John Wu. What is it, Chandler? John Wu answered. Have you reached the royal capital? We've arrived. I want to discuss something with you, Xie Lian said. Did Crimson Rain's Flower do something to you? John Wu asked. That's the first thing he's asking. Yeah, I mean, again, we have to remember that John Woo was one of the people who was warning HuaLian about Huaqiang, even in like volume 2, in season 2. And quite seriously at that. Even though he seems to have been plenty, like, eager to accept his help, I guess he's still very cautious against them. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Huaqiang seemed to sense something and cocked an eyebrow at HuaLian. Yeah, because he can't hear this. This is HuaLian and John Woo only. No, he hasn't done anything to me. It's something else. The situation earlier was too urgent, and I didn't have a chance to speak. HuaLian's tone turned serious. My lord, do you still remember my master? At the mention of that particular individual, John Woo seemed slightly taken aback. A moment later, he replied, Do you mean the state preceptor of Shanle? Yes, HuaLian said. You must have had a lot of contact with him in the past. Did you ever notice anything odd about him? All ceremonies and services in the kingdom of Shanle were conducted by the state preceptor. He was the bridge that connected mortals to the gods. After a moment of silence, John Woo replied, Yes. Okay, so we noticed something weird about him, but also this kind of confirms one thing that I've thought about before, and that was the end of the chapter. Okay, I guess we're gonna have a little talk about this. John Woo was one of the gods that were also worshipped in Shanle at the time of Shanle's, prominence, during the time of HuaLian's time as crown prince. And furthermore, he was, a key figure, was a state preceptor, and it was mentioned that, like certain believers could have some sort of contact with the gods, I suppose. And one person that would be able to do that was the state preceptor. He was able to converse with HuaLian as well, even though he was mortal supposedly. So this makes sense. This makes sense that he's communicated with John Woo. Though I think the most exciting part is that John Woo has noticed something about him. So now, if John Woo is his own character, it makes sense that he would have noticed something weird about him, just by being the oldest creature around and then having these conversations with a supposedly immortal, but someone who is actually even older than John Woo. I think he seems like he could have realized that something is going on here. If John Woo is not his own person, aka if he really truly is also Bai Wuxiang, that definitely makes sense because he would have recognized YING. And he also made comments about him, so this makes a lot of sense to me in either way. Now I'm going to learn what he's gonna say, but also if John Woo is Bai Wuxiang and he's talking to Xie Lian about this, whatever he says now is gonna be bullshit, right? So if this is true, whatever's coming next is bullshit. If this is not true, we still need to take it with a grain of salt, depending on what John Woo wants out of this. But so far so good, I guess. It seems fair, what we're doing. Like, he's helping out and we're trying to resolve this big problem, aka saving all of this current day kingdom from human face disease, because apparently Bai Wuxiang's just decided that I guess I'm gonna do full-on genocide now. We're just spreading this disease to the entire country, which again it's not what he's been doing up until now. So is this because he's desperate, or is it because he's failed? Like, what is going on? Like, is this him going kamikaze? Or is there something bigger at play? Is what I'm wondering. And again, super short chapter. Why keep yapping if we're not actually getting somewhere? Next chapter is a little longer. It's 20 pages. I could do another chapter tonight. Yeah, let's do another chapter. Let's read chapter 108 together. Search for 500, abrupt meeting with an old friend. Search for 500. 500 nefarious creatures? Abrupt meeting with an old friend. Okay. Old character coming back. Or main Ying. John Woo. Right. Mei Nianqing and John Woo meeting. That could be it. I don't know if we would call them friends. Okay. And what was it? HuaLian asked. About what was weird about the State Preceptor. John Woo seemed to have reservations about the subject, and he deliberated for a long time before he spoke. What is the matter, Chandler? Why did you suddenly bring up your master? Was it something you encountered inside Mount Tonglu? Something that relates to him? HuaLian came to his senses and was about to give a quick account before pressing with more questions, but a riot noise erupted on the other end. I see the 3 mountain spirits you spoke of earlier. Indeed, they are peculiar, John Woo said. I will take care of them first, and we can talk later. However, since Chandler has made the inquiry, remember this one thing. Your master is no ordinary character. If you do encounter him, be extremely careful. Again, I can't help but notice the parallel of him saying this about Huaqiang, and now him saying this about Mei Nianqing, and I really don't know. It seems like, to me, like Mei Nianqing is in Tonglu because of Bai Wuxiang trying to stop him from fully awakening and going berserk, I guess. So that makes more sense to me. So I think Mei Nianqing might even be like an unlikely ally. Or, you know, have his own interest in all of this, aka the spirits of Wu Yong's interest. So he's like a third party. Well, we're gonna have to wait and see what's actually going on. But then the other end fell into abrupt silence. My lord, HuaLian called out, but John Woo did not respond. One of those mountain spirits alone would be hard enough to deal with. 3 surrounding and besieging him must be even more difficult. Even when HuaLian had limitless spiritual power and controlled a phenomenal giant divine statue, he couldn't defeat them. John Woo was facing them alone, so he probably needed to focus and exert a considerable amount of strength. Yeah, or he just conveniently dropped out of the conversation, you know? It's so hard to be suspicious. Being suspicious is giving me a headache. HuaLian gave Huaqiang a brief account of the conversation, and the two came to a stop. They found themselves on a large street. When they gazed at the sky, gloomy clouds obscured the moon. Vague wisps of something resembling black smoke could be seen drifting in front of its cold whiteness, like ink blurring in clear water. Those were the vengeful spirits sent from the holy temple of Wu Yong, but they had yet to enter the royal capital itself. A majestic spiritual field had been woven from intertwining sources of gleaming spiritual light, such as the aura of the king in the palace and the many temples of various gods within the city. A natural barrier, such as this, would bar those throngs of wicked beings from entry, forcing them to wander high in the sky. Okay, this is an interesting mechanism, but how are they going to break? Like, why are they dangerous then? Are they eventually going to be able to break through? Almost every city possessed a similar shield because outstanding characters and impressive heavenly officials could appear anywhere. Rich lands fostered talents, as they say. However, those spiritual fields couldn't hold up forever. It'll be fine as long as we reinforce the barrier, Huaqiang said. But the problem was how. Talisman spells? Spiritual devices? HuaLian mused. Then he said, probably not. The vengeful spirits covered the entire sky above the royal capital. It would take millions of talismans and spiritual devices. Otherwise, such defenses likely wouldn't hold. Pacing back and forth, HuaLian gritted his teeth. Sunlong, I have an idea. It might help reinforce the barrier, but I need people. How many? Huaqiang asked. A lot, HuaLian said. As many as possible, at least 500. Alive or dead? Huaqiang asked. That wasn't a joke. He was listening seriously to HuaLian's words. Alive, ghosts want you, HuaLian replied. I need to borrow the vigor of young energy of the living to drive the vengeful spirits away. Then they'll need to be willing volunteers, Huaqiang commented. Yes, they have to be willing, HuaLian said. And they must have the will to fight and protect. If they have fear in their hearts, or their wills are weak, the spirits can take advantage of that and sneak through. Huaqiang nodded. There must be people with the greatest desire to win, the ones with the most faith, just like soldiers fighting on the front lines of war. Anyone forced into it or wishing to run away will end up abandoning our work here, and will suffer utter defeat. That's it exactly, Xie Lian said. Can Sandang find people like that? After some contemplation, Wuxiang replied slowly. Gaga, if you needed the dead, I could bring you as many as you wanted. Involuntary beings would be simple too, but it won't be easy to find volunteers. There was a pause, and then he continued. There are many in the mortal realm who worship me as the Ghost King, but most of them obey out of terror. That, or they want something from me. I could force them or tempt them with material gains, but such methods probably won't work for finding the people Gaga needs. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, Xie Lian replied, enthralled by his words. You just like to hear him talk. Let's just think of a way together. However, Gaga, there's good news, Wuxiang said. There's a band of living humans about 50 paces just ahead of us, just around the corner. Xie Lian had sensed them too, and he rushed forward to see just as that very group of people also turned the corner. They shouted in surprise at his sudden appearance. A ghost! After a closer look, Xie Lian recognized who they were and exclaimed in delight. Everyone, it's not a ghost, it's me! The monks? Are these the old friends? This group of monks and cultivators was very familiar indeed. Oh my god, Heaven's Eye! Heaven's Eye! And friends! The leader was a cultivator dressed in extravagant robes. Wasn't that Heaven's Eye? And it wasn't that large group behind him, the band of monks and cultivators who had harassed him relentlessly. The ones who'd been knocked out when that shady inn's roof caved in. Wuxiang languidly approached with his hands clasped behind his back and came to stand behind Xie Lian. He certainly wasn't in the form of a child right now. Looking nonchalant, he flashed an ominous smile. The sight terrified Heaven's Eye and the others so deeply that they instantly jumped a meter backward. And you say there's no ghost? Is that not one? A ghost king even? Withdrawing his fake smile, Wuxiang clicked his tongue in annoyance, too lazy to even make a proper comment. Since Xie Lian was urgently searching for living souls, he hastily raised his hand. Everyone, you come at the nick of time. There's something... Yet, the moment he raised his hand, their reaction was far more extreme than expected. On high alert, they all hurled themselves to the ground, exclaiming to each other, Watch out for hidden weapons! Watch out for meatballs. And see, these are lip service replies. They're coming back the moment we're getting more humor into the story. I swear, they're mostly used for humor. Speechless, Xie Lian had to think for a while before he remembered which hidden weapon they were referring to. You don't need to be afraid. I don't have any hidden weapons on me. Incorruptible chastity meatballs weren't so easily forged anyway. The knife work alone would take up most of the day. Besides, you forced my hand last time, and I didn't do much of anything to you, Xie Lian added, and now there is even less reason for me to do anything. The mob contemplated his words and found them reasonable. They quickly got off the ground and dusted themselves off, but they still kept their distance, staffs and swords and all the such spiritual tools in hand. I say, Dao Zhang, Heaven's Eye said, we haven't seen you for days, but the ghost chi on you has gotten worse. You don't say. I think it's best you turn back now while there's still a chance. And speaking of, why is it so bad? I'm not trying to scare you, but I can barely see your face anymore. Xie Lian's about to catch up on the lips of replies just from encountering G-skies. Xie Lian was practically blushing, and he didn't dare look at Wuxiang as he cut Heaven's Eye off. Let's discuss that later. Everyone, I was observing signs in this night sky and saw some ominous creatures. Have you seen them as well? Obviously, Heaven's Eye said. Observing signs in the sky is part of our daily duties. And here I thought it was those nefarious things causing trouble. But could it be? Is it the work of Wuxiang too? Of course not, Xie Lian said. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here letting you know. We've also come here because of those creatures. And we were just thinking of ways to reinforce the royal capital's aura field. And we're now gonna use the help of these monks to do it. Turning our old enemies into allies, I guess. Heaven's Eye was doubtful. You two? Thinking of ways to help? But why would the Ghost King be so kind-hearted? Wuxiang grinned. It's not out of kindness per se. If I wanted to do something to the royal capital, that pathetic shield couldn't possibly stop me. The expressions of the cultivators and monks were unreadable. HuaLian knew that they couldn't so easily drop their guard, so he didn't try to force them. I faced those creatures in the sky before, and they're very difficult to deal with. If we let them break through the protective shield of the royal capital, everything will be thrown into chaos. I'm seeking help right now to form an array. I need about 500 people. Heaven's Eye gaped. 500? What kind of array is it to need so many people? I've never heard of anything like that before. HuaLian didn't have the heart to tell him that 500 was the bare minimum requirement. In fact, to be blunt, they really needed at least 800. The other monks and cultivators joined in with further commentary. I've never heard of an array like that either. Has anyone seen records of one in any books? Can they really get that powerful? I've heard of Yao that eat 500 in one bite, but I've never heard of an array that needed as many. Is it dangerous? After much serious deliberation, HuaLian answered honestly, I can't say for sure, maybe not. I'm only mostly certain, since I've never attempted it before. It would be impossible to find records of this array, since HuaLian hadn't learned it from books or anyone else. It was something he'd come up with over the past 800 years as he wondered and ruminated about what should be done if human face disease was unleashed again. They couldn't possibly just sit around and do nothing after all. Although he did come up with a solution, he hadn't expected to face such an enormous crisis again. He didn't imagine his method would see any use. The group huddled for a while, and in the end, Heaven's Eye turned around. We don't have that many people, plus... He trailed off, clearly on guard. Plus, they didn't trust HuaLian and Wuxiang. Nothing could be done. After all, they didn't know what human face disease was or how devastating it would be. Not to mention, they had extensive grievances against Wuxiang. There must have been plenty of instances where he toyed with them as if they were no more than insects. HuaLian had initially thought that, since these people were masters of their faith, they would each have their own schools and disciples, so perhaps they could drag a few out here from wherever until they had gathered up 300 or 400, and he could worry about making up the remaining numbers later. But it seemed his hope was fruitless. Gaga, stop wasting your breath on them, Wuxiang said. Let's go. HuaLian nodded, not the least bit discouraged, and left with him. However, Heaven's Eye and the others didn't leave. Instead, they sneakily followed them, apparently thinking they were well hidden. HuaLian was rendered quite speechless. But then he considered the fact that the group of masters was probably only trailing them because they were worried that he and Wuxiang would cause trouble in the capital. Their worries were born of kind hearts. HuaLian found it funny and stopped caring. Why not try the slums? Wuxiang suggested. There's no lack of desperate and daring souls in a place like that. Maybe we'll find success there. The two changed course and proceeded into the shadows of the royal capital. There, they found a nearly demolished temple. They observed the area. There were sleeping people scattered everywhere on the ground. From the inside of the temple, stretching all the way to the outskirts, they seemed to be a band of homeless folks, or rather, beggars. The air was frigid and the ground cold, but almost all of them were dressed in nothing but rags. There were men, women, seniors, and children, and none of them were shy of their improper proximity. Some were lying on tattered mats, some were hugging bundles of straw for warmth, and some just slept on the ground. The ones who were awake were sighing and wailing over the rotten sores on their bodies or picking fleas off of themselves. There was even someone shuffling about, dragging a bad leg, who seemed to be delivering bowls of water to the sick. The suffocating smell of sweat and other strange odors came wafting out before they even entered. The most prosperous part of the city was so close to the filthiest, most decrepit slums. They were but a street apart. The contrast was truly lamentable. Of course, HuaLian had no time to lament. He crossed over the threshold and called out, Can anyone give me a hand? Curses came before any proper answers. Oh, fuck that, someone should give me a hand. You're gonna let us sleep or what? Get the hell out of here. Not at all offended, HuaLian continued to speak. It's something very urgent. If everyone is willing to help out, then it'll certainly be for the greater good. Initially, he had wanted to say, they'd have our utmost thanks. They would be thanked, no doubt, but their minds would not be pure if they came for rewards. The cussing grew harsher now. Oh, what the hell do I care about the greater good? Is there pay? someone asked. HuaLian looked back. HuaZhang's eye flashed with displeasure. He seemed ready to take a more aggressive approach. HuaLian quickly pulled him back. Not yet, he said in a hushed voice. You said it yourself, Sanlang. We can't use force or temptation. Give me some time, and I'll persuade them. There must be some folks we can use in this group of 70 or 80. Only then did the dangerous glint in HuaZhang's eye fade. Suddenly, a slightly raspy voice called out, Hey, everyone, hear me out, everyone! Hear me out, stop arguing, let's hear what he's got to say first. HuaLian looked back to see who had spoken. It was the beggar with the bad leg. It was difficult to see what he looked like, for his looks were obscured by his tattered appearance. He was unkempt and very thin, almost frail. However, his voice sounded fairly young. He waved to hail the crowd, but strangely, he did it with only one arm, his posture awkward. The other beggars all seemed to listen to him, so the noise of cussing and yelling faded. Thank you, HuaLian called out, not wasting any time. He flipped his hand over and lit a palm torch, the flames blowing high. Yeah, okay, so this seems to be like a mirroring of Arc 4 also, in the sense that we need regular people to step up. And yeah, this might be one of these people who would actually listen. So that's good, but now we're showing off our spiritual energy. You're not supposed to do that, but we're in a bit of a situation. Let's see what happens. The crowd of beggars howled in fright, and the ones not yet awake were woken by the ruckus. What's that wicked magic? HuaLian set his expression. It's not wicked magic, it's spiritual magic. This proves that my words are true. It's like this. Right now, a horde of evil creatures has surrounded the royal capital and is about to attack. We need 500 volunteers to join in a spiritual raid that will protect the royal capital. Who is willing? I won't lie, there might be danger. I won't force anyone. I only ask for the willing. Ellipsa reply. Yeah, that's a little bit of a tall order, isn't it? A blanket of silence descended upon the broken temple. The beggars looked at each other, but no one would step forward to volunteer. A moment later, one spoke up. Protect the royal capital? Forget it! HuaLian looked over. A slumped man was mumbling to himself. The royal capital doesn't protect me, but they'd have me protect them. Huh, do whatever you want, it's none of my damn business. The man's indifferent tone was laced with indignation. It wasn't that HuaLian couldn't understand, but this wasn't helping right now. The temple was clearly crowded with the poor and suffering, people who shared circumstances and opinions with that man. Their lives in the royal capital weren't pleasant, and there was no reward offered. So who among them would want to help? It was already midwinter and deathly cold, even huddled together inside the temple grounds. Who would want to go outside? HuaLian gave it one last shot. If those creatures invaded the royal capital, a terrifying plague will break out. Everyone will be affected. What plague could be more terrifying than all these sores on my body? Said an elderly beggar lying on the ground. If there really is a plague on the way, why not just leave the city, eh? We don't gotta stay here. It's not that great a place anyway. Everywhere's the same. Get those mighty noble old masters and mistresses of the royal capital to help. Someone else will do it. Why does it have to be us? Well, HuaLian trailed off. He couldn't tell them straight out that those mighty, distinguished old masters and mistresses would also say the same things. Someone else will surely go even if I don't. Besides, there would be things they couldn't bear to abandon when faced with danger. Since they had assets and roots here in the royal capital, the urge to shirk their responsibility would be even stronger. It wasn't that such a mentality was wrong or bad, it was just that nothing could be accomplished if everyone thought like that. He waited for a while, but no one stepped forward. All right, sorry for disturbing you, HuaLian said resolutely, then turned around and left the broken temple. Don't worry, Gaga, I've got people on the move, HuaZhang comforted him. News has been spread, we should be able to find enough. HuaLian nodded. He wasn't worried they couldn't find 500, but that they wouldn't be found fast enough. Grabbing people at random to make up the numbers would be counterproductive. He glanced at the sky, which was still obstructed by those elusive wisps within the black clouds. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Wait, I'll go! Stunned, HuaLian whipped his head around. The beggar with the bad leg shuffled over and hopped out the temple door. The people you seek, it's fine as long as they're alive, right? Broken limbs aren't an issue. Like, even this person with the broken limbs is throwing himself out there. As it turned out, the man's movements looked awkward, not just because of the injured leg, but because one of his arms was broken and hung limply at his side. Finally, having a volunteer warmed Xie Lian's heart. Not a problem at all, he replied. Then we're good, the man replied, equally straightforward. Take me along. The crowd of beggars inside the temple were shocked. What are you doing? Didn't you hear him? It could be dangerous. Yeah, and there's no pay either. Those guys went on, but there wasn't a single mention of kickbacks. Don't dive into that muddy water. Come back, Olfang. Ellipse reply from Xie Lian, I guess. Since they first arrived at the temple, Xie Lian had thought that this man looked extremely familiar somehow. But he hadn't recognized him. His appearance was too different from the ones in his memories, and his slightly raspy voice wasn't quite the same. But now that he heard all the people call out the word Fang for wind, it dawned on him. Still, even staring straight at him, it was hard to believe. Lord Windmaster? Lord Windmaster? Qingxuan? The beggar laughed out loud, reaching up to swipe away the black hair covering his face. You've caught me, Your Highness. What? Wait, what? Old friend, what the? Oh, what? This is more shocking to me than anything else that happened in this read so far, including the fucking sword. What? Windmaster? We found the Windmaster, guys. We found the Windmaster. He's in the capital. Underneath that filthy black hair was a bright pair of eyes, as brilliant as they had ever been. Xie Lian was rendered speechless in shock. Qingxuan scratched his head. Gosh, I wanted to disguise myself and observe you guys secretly for a bit, but I didn't think Your Highness's eyes were so sharp. It can't be helped. Must be because my grace is unforgettable. Xie Lian put his hands on Qingxuan's shoulders and choked out. Lord Windmaster! Qingxuan stopped laughing, but he still scratched his head as if his hair was swarming with itchy fleas. Your Highness, I'm not the Windmaster anymore. Very well, Qingxuan, Xie Lian said. There was a pause before he asked, How did this happen to you? I want to know too. What the heck? What happened? It's a long story, Qingxuan said. It was this and that, here and there, and then I ended up like this. The crowd inside the temple called out. What? Old Fang, you know these two? Qingxuan turned around, winding his arms around Xie Lian's shoulders before slapping him hard on the back. Yeah, they're my good friends from the past. What? They're your friends? Old Fang, why didn't you say so? Old Fang, someone like you actually knows a fine little tender-skinned pretty boy who was obviously raised in sweetness? I bet you're bullshitting again. I bet he tells stories and they're all true. But none of these people believe him. He's like a crazy little man among them. It should have been funny listening to the crowd making such a big deal out of nothing, but Xie Lian could only feel upset. It had to be stated that among the three of them, the Windmaster was the only true fine little tender-skinned pretty boy raised in sweetness. Qingxuan was furious. What's that you say? I'm not bullshitting. Please, remember back when you were still nuts and talked nonsense all day? Think we've all forgotten? La la la, Qingxuan made a series of unintelligible noises. I'm going to go help my friends now. I'm leaving. Anyone else coming? Oh my god, and he's the perfect person for this. He's always been a crowd pleaser. And yeah, I can see people going like, why not? We like this dude. Back when you were crazy, okay. So when he arrived in this place was probably after, you know, after all that. Did Hershwan just put him here, just let him out on the street here? Is that what happened? I'm so confused. But obviously it wasn't okay for a while, and now he seems to kind of have settled into it. And I mean, yeah, he has a broken arm and a bad leg. That reminds me, that was his statue as well, right? Because Choburu's statue was missing a head, and the Windmaster one was missing an arm and a leg, right? That's exactly what happened. The statue foreshadowing. Holy shit. I remember that very keenly, because the head one turned out to be true. This time, the people in the crowd exchanged looks. A moment later, a few spoke up. All right, fine. It's different if it's old Fang's friends. Let's go along with old Fang, in case somebody beats him to death. He's already down and off the leg. Hey! Xie Qingxuan cried. Still, some wouldn't relent and pushed further. Is there really no reward? Even if there's no money, a chicken leg to eat would be fine too. HuaLian gave Xie Qingxuan a brief, simple account so both parties understood the situation. Xie Qingxuan gave it some thought. I understand we can't use forced temptation, but giving everyone a bite to eat should be fine, right? Nobody here has had a good meal in a long time. As long as there was no lust for profit, it wouldn't be a problem. It should be alright, HuaLian replied. But say it like this. He whispered a few words. I was thinking the same thing, Xie Qingxuan confirmed. Oh, this is so nice. I can't believe we got Xie Qingxuan back. We got Xie Qingxuan back. And he's him and HuaLian teaming up together again. It's cute. I like it. Even if it's still a bit... It's unfortunate that this is his circumstances. I'm just happy to see him, honestly. Then he turned around and hollered to the crowd. Hey, after this is done, they're gonna treat everyone to chicken legs and soup. Everyone gets a bowl whether they help or not. And attention! You'll get one even if you don't go. We're only asking for volunteers. The way he'd phrased it was crafty indeed. Everyone gets a bowl. Everyone would get to eat whether they helped or not, which made the ones who decided to help out immensely valuable. Anyone else coming? The more the merrier, Xie Qingxuan shouted. Come, tell everyone there's no money involved, okay? It's just giving me a hand, saving the world, and protecting the royal capital while we're at it or whatever. But we only want volunteers. We'll treat everyone to a good meal after this is done. Perhaps it was because there was someone leading the charge, but the cold and indifferent temple became as hot as fire in the blink of an eye. Some beggars even set out to inform more homeless folk they knew. HuaLian, Huazhang, and Xie Qingxuan stood at the entrance of the rundown temple. As HuaLian looked up at the empty spot where the establishment plaque should have been, he couldn't help but remember the dilapidated Temple of Wind and Water in the town of Fugu and the divine statues that they had found there. The headless statue of the Water Master and the statue of the Wind Master that was missing an arm and a leg. I can't believe that we're literally referencing it here. I didn't figure the text was going to tell us this explicitly, but here we go. In the end, he couldn't hold back. He turned to Xie Qingxuan, asking with great hesitation, Qingxuan. Xie Qingxuan dropped his arm from HuaLian's shoulder. What is it? Oh, sorry about your clothes, Your Highness. My hands are a little dirty. Sure enough, his arm had left dirty marks on the shoulder of HuaLian's white robes. He looked as if he wanted to help HuaLian dust himself off, but realized that his dusting would probably make it dirtier. He withdrew his hand, rubbing his nose awkwardly. As if HuaLian cared about such trifles, he was only concerned with one thing. Lord Qingxuan, your fate. Xie Qingxuan stopped. What about my fate? Did Blackwater change it after all? HuaLian asked. Realization finally dawned on Xie Qingxuan, and he quickly said, Oh no, he didn't, you've misunderstood, he didn't do anything. Indeed, HuaLian hadn't thought Blackwater would actually change Xie Qingxuan's fate in the end. Hadn't you? I mean, I thought that would have happened. Then your arm and leg... Xie Qingxuan scratched at his head again and said, a little embarrassed, This wasn't him either. How do I explain? There was some carelessness here and some really bad luck there, but this was all my own doing. Since he wouldn't share the details, HuaLian didn't press. Except somehow, by some mysterious force, Xie Qingxuan's present state had somehow turned Hershuan's old act of anger at Fugu's Temple of Wind and Water into a prophecy. Yeah. I guess it's like, what a coincidence. But he says Hershuan didn't do anything. So did he really just take him here and leave him? That day, my spiritual powers were abruptly drained away, and I couldn't help you. I'm really sorry, HuaLian said. Xie Qingxuan waved dismissively. The whole thing had nothing to do with you anyway. If your highness hadn't told me what was going on beforehand, I might have stayed confused to the very end. What exactly happened afterward that day? HuaLian asked. After He Xuan decapitated She Wudu, She Qingxuan had gone limp and lifeless. He couldn't process anything He Xuan said to him. He could only vaguely recall that He Xuan had taken him away from Blackwater Island and later ditched him in the royal capital. I guess. She Qingxuan didn't understand why he picked the royal capital specifically, but before all this, he had always fussed about wanting to go there to feast and drink. So he was fairly familiar with the area. Everything was a blur. When he finally snapped out of it, he decided to simply bury his name and settle down here. Since he had completely lost his spiritual powers, had nothing with which he could prove his identity, and spent his days in blight and squalor, it was only natural that the upper court couldn't find any trace of him. In any case, it has nothing to do with him, She Qingxuan said, and I haven't seen him since. It would probably be for the best that they never saw each other again. This affair was truly difficult to manage. Should He Xuan really be killed? The Watermaster had savagely taunted He Xuan in the moments before his death, and HuaLian had been seriously worried for She Qingxuan's fate. Yeah, good questions all around. Like, when does the cycle of revenge end anyway? And the one person who has any reason to carry it out would be She Qingxuan, and he is probably not going to. He doesn't seem like he would. Just then, the band of beggars returned with more people. The mob pushed and dragged the newcomers, shouting as they came, All Fang, we found all these people for you. What do you think? She Qingxuan gave them a big thumbs up. Good work. Everyone gets a chicken leg. There's so many people. Can they afford to feed all of us? She Qingxuan swept his hand, and for a moment, HuaLian almost thought he was going to toss out 100,000 merits. But he only said, This is nothing. Never mind this many. They can afford to feed 10 times this number. Finally snapping out of it enough to take a rough head count, HuaLian found that there were more than 200 people gathered, completely beyond HuaLian's expectation. Delighted, he said, Lord Qingxuan, this is a great help. She Qingxuan looked immensely proud. But of course, I can call forth hundreds of orcs no matter where I go. Maybe in the future I should start a gang or something. Fish up a gang leader title. Old Fang's gone nuts again, the crowd of beggars behind them commented. Yeah, right, he's bragging again. What? I'm not bragging, She Qingxuan exclaimed. But the beggars couldn't resist giving him a hard time. My friend, did you know, one said to HuaLian, when Old Fang first came here, he was a mess, babbling like a madman, chasing people around all day and boasting that he was a god. Oh my god. Exactly, and he would have said, I'm the Windmaster. She Qingxuan immediately scoffed, but looked a little uneasy. I don't have time to listen to you talk nonsense. Leave your mouths free for eating chicken legs. HuaLian listened to them quietly, his smile fading a bit. His heart felt like it was crumbled into a ball, but at the same time it was laid out and nicely flattened like rice paper. Lord Windmaster had changed, but he also hadn't. Thank goodness. Your Highness, what do we do now? She Qingxuan asked. I got the people for you. They're in your hands now. They still didn't have the numbers they needed, but they'd deal with that later. They would figure it out after the array was set up. Very good. Now we need to find an empty space that can hold this many people, HuaLian replied. The whole time, Huaxiang hadn't interrupted their conversation once, and HuaLian couldn't tell what he was thinking. Only now did he speak up. That's easy to take care of, Gaga. Come with me. HuaLian nodded, and She Qingxuan hobbled over as he hailed the crowd buoyantly. Hey, everyone, follow us! Don't lose your way! On reflex, HuaLian moved to assist him, but understood that his help wasn't needed when he saw that he didn't walk any slower than anyone else and no one else moved to support him. And so, the large bustling group of beggars pushed out of the slum and poured into the streets. But they didn't get very far before there was an angry shout. Stop right there! What is this? There's so many of you! Are you trying to start something in the middle of the night? The cry startled the beggars, which then turned into great alarm. Oh no, it's a night patrol! However, Huaxiang didn't look back, so HuaLian didn't bother either. Don't mind him. He'd only just spoken when the soldiers slumped suddenly to the ground. The beggar started chattering in amazement. Quiet, Shi Qingquan cried. Don't attract more soldiers. The group hushed each other. HuaLian paused in his step. Gaga, this street will do. This one? HuaLian asked. It's certainly suitable, but won't it be too conspicuous? The street in question was extremely large, straight and spacious. Its paved stone stretched far into the distance, but it was also the main avenue of the royal capital. Of course it was extremely conspicuous. Everyone chimed in. Yeah, what if we get discovered and chased away? It's fine, HuaLian said. They won't be able to chase us away, even if they discovered us. Xie Lian nodded. Everyone, I must make this absolutely clear to you. We will be facing something very sinister, and it could be dangerous. However, if it breaks through our defense, the entire royal capital will be in danger. I need all of you to be certain you're doing this voluntarily and that you don't have any second thoughts. Is anyone scared and wanting to back out? No one. Very good, Xie Lian stated. Now will everyone hold hands and form a large circle? What kind of spell is this? Someone asked, puzzled. Why does it sound like you're asking a bunch of toddlers to line up? Enough talk, just do it, Shi Qingquan snapped. They really found the best friend for helping us out with this. You got it wrong, old Feng. No one talks more than you know. Amidst the chatter and bustle, the crowd followed the directions, and the 200-some people held hands, forming an extremely large human circle on the wide, spacious main avenue of the royal capital. Those creatures won't be able to break into the royal capital as long as we hold hands like this, Shi Qingquan asked. No, Xie Lian said. They'll get in sooner or later. Shi Qingquan was confused. Then what's the use of this array of yours? It's a trap, Xie Lian explained. Once they break through the protective barrier of the royal capital, as long as we have this array set up, the creatures won't run amok through the city. Instead, they'll be lured to this circle, and then we'll have them. And that was the end of chapter 108. And oh my god! My lord! Well, no longer, I suppose. Shi Qingquan came back. No longer missing in action, and we got a few details of what likely went down after the whole event. So in the end, HuaLian didn't do anything to him. He took him away and left him at the royal capital, which is somewhere the Windmaster had been plenty of times before, so it made sense to leave him somewhere where he's more familiar. But also, the Windmaster himself, like, yeah, he was on the street and whatever, and not using his. For a while there, it seems like he was running around screaming about who he was. Maybe he was wanting to be found again. But it seemed like things changed because, you know, during the Blackwater arc, the Lord Windmaster Xie Qingquan had a change of heart anyway. He was like, I don't want to be a god. He literally said that. And maybe he kind of took this as, well, this is my wish fulfilled. I'm gonna just settle here and do what I can with what I've got. And, well, he is a beggar on the streets, but he's well liked. And that is not surprising at all, actually. But yeah, the fact that he's here, this is the end game, and he showed up again after the whole thing in Arc 3, and now he's helping. This is fantastic. I actually like this conclusion to his to everything that happened in the Blackwater arc. Just the fact that he is here now, and he doesn't seem like he's thinking about finding HuaLian again at all. It's like it says in the text, it's probably best if they never meet again. But oh god, yeah. Yeah, he's starting anew. He's starting anew, even if he's not doing well materially. And his fucking arm is broken. Can we please fix that, HuaLian? He's well enough. He's well enough, and he's alive. And again, HuaLian didn't hurt him after he took him here. So that I guess is the end of that. I'm gonna, like, it's only 11 p.m, but I'm not gonna venture into more reading. I do want to read some more this morning to get a little further ahead. My plan is to do sessions of 100+ pages. So looking at like the next few chapters, If I can read, like, what, 3 more chapters, that's gonna put me at a steady 110. Honestly, that seems like a plan. That might be what I'll end up doing. So I'm gonna have a nap and think a little bit about what happens, but this is an exciting little development. We're getting more reveals, but also we're setting up some things that are a bit... Again, we've left John Woo to take care of Bai Wuxiang, but off screen, and then he's saying all these things about the state preceptor, so there's a lot of stuff going on in the background now that we still have no access to, so we gotta wait until we learn the truth behind all this. Things could happen in the meantime, but we're in the capital, we're setting up this array, we'll see how that goes. I like the nature of the array, the volunteering part of it. And I guess it's a bit like, well, yeah, of course HuaLian has been thinking about how to counter human face disease if it happens again, and this is this trap. This is a trap, right, made up of volunteers. This is definitely something he's been thinking about regarding what could have been done in Longer Bay if indeed the human face disease got released. Like in that sort of situation. And this is the exact sort of situation. Again, the mechanics are a bit wishy-washy, but then again, so are a lot of things. Like, it's not the magic system here isn't very concrete. It's not very hard magic. But honestly, I'll let that go. I'll let that slide. I'm actually not too invested in this part of the plot anyway. Like, I'm happy to see Xie Qingxuan, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm just reading to progress at this point. I want to know about this. I want to know about this. This is where my interest lies. And yeah, this is a little bit of a detour, and I'm surprised that we are spending so much time on this now. I hope it's going to be resolved more quickly so that we can get back on track. Because a lot of our characters are busy right now with this whole nefarious spirits thing. We sent all our martial gods out. Function is out. Xuan Yizhen is with Yin Yu, but he's also going to go out. And Pei Ming is also out. Ling Wen is still MIA. We don't know where she went, and along with Bai Jing just yet. We didn't see them anymore at Mount Tonglu. I'm guessing they would have been able to get away. But they're in Mount Tonglu, unless they escaped. Maybe they'll meet John Woo. Maybe they're just gonna help out or something. Maybe I don't know. I don't particularly care right now either. Like it's been so slow moving, the whole Kingdom of Zuli plot. At this point, like, how are we even gonna squeeze it in a satisfying way? It's just not got my attention. This has got my attention. Also, Mooching is back in jail. Again, Sky Daddy, was this really the right time to uphold the procedures of heaven? Was it really? I'm just saying, we're kind of struggling. This is literally you tying an arm behind our backs. Like, why? Why? I have to say, not a good choice. I'm not a fan. Though Huazhang's audio was very funny. Okay, again, I'm probably gonna have more thoughts when I wake up tomorrow. I'm gonna leave everything here for now and just get ready for bed, and hopefully I'll wake up tomorrow, have a cup of coffee, and get right to it. So I'll see you in a little bit. Good morning, everyone. Or rather, it is already afternoon. I said I was gonna go to bed immediately after reading last night, and I ended up setting up gaming in the server. Correction, I gamed a little bit, and then I was watching my friend's stream. Just casually hanging out, which is another thing we do in the server as well. And you're of course welcome to hang out whenever. So it is already 1 PM. And I did sleep late as well, having sweet dreams about HuaLian embracing on that statue's hand at the edge of the mountain. Oh my god. That scene, I keep thinking about it. Like, yes, I know a lot of other things happen, but I'm so laser focused onto that interaction and just desperation in Sanlang, and then the detail of HuaLian holding him by his cheeks like that, like holding his face, and that little throwaway line of it doesn't even know why he did it. Maybe it was to protect Sanlang's face from frostbite, and it's so dumb. He's a ghost, he can't get frostbite, HuaLian, but he still did it, and it's just this wanting to protect him from like the littlest things, and the fact that it's mutual, the fact that it's very mutual, and I don't know, I'm just basking in that honeymoon phase. My ship is canon, and they are making it everyone's problem. And honestly, good on them, good on them. Did you know that we have a Pei Ming emoji in my server that gets posted whenever anything slightly suggestive is said? Turns out the version I've been seeing for like the last few months is a version, but not the original version. This is the original version. I did not know that this line was this iconic. Love that for you, Pei Ming. It's good to let side characters have iconic moments. But yeah, holy shit, a lot of things have happened. We have found Xie Lian again, and we are enlisting their help in getting all the people we need for this array that Xie Lian's thought up in order to trap the vengeful spirits of the human face disease. Well, the vengeful spirits of Wu Yang that could cause the human face disease. Because human face disease is resentment, right? And this is a 2,000-year-old resentment, holy shit. Junwu, Sky Daddy, is supposedly fighting the Three Mountains, and we also know that Ming Qing is around there somewhere, and Bai Wuxiang is supposedly also around there somewhere. And this is an interesting meetup that might be happening off-screen where we can't see it, and it would be extra interesting if this identity web is more like a straight line rather than a web. But in either case, Ming Qing has conversed with John Wu before, because Ming Qing was the state preceptor of Shanle, one of the few people who would converse with someone as important as John Wu. And considering how the Crown Prince of Shanle was someone who caught the Emperor's attention as well, after all, his title was Heaven's Delight, the Crown Prince who pleased the heavens. So there's plenty of interesting things that could be happening in that area. And again, the most interesting reveal from the last read, the fact that Bai Wuxiang is most definitely, 99% sure, the Crown Prince of Wuyang. Xie Lian clocked him to his face and he did not react positively to that. That is the identity he did not want revealed. And that makes me think that, yeah, the murals and everything, Bai Wuxiang was going around destroying them, but who painted them? Who tried to show them to Xie Lian? Because if he really was that angry with his identity being revealed, he wasn't trying to plant ideas in Xie Lian's head that they were similar, the two of them, you know? Yeah, okay, we'll see what else gets revealed. Before we move on to the next chapter, I want to show you guys something very quickly. I forgot about it yesterday, and it needs to be shown. This one's for all the WooMing enthusiasts out there. Because just the other week, I got sent a letter from D. D is a friend and one of my moderators, and D has steadily been sending me corkboard items, such as these new coasters I have that are Portugal themed, I believe. D also painted the corkboard puffin that you see in the back here, and also did these coasters that I use on the daily. The spaced out puffin one, and also the we're gonna need a bigger corkboard with all the TGCF books. And I've been asking this question to my friends, like TGCF is a very complicated series with a lot of books. Would, say, Ambassadors need a bigger corkboard, or would I be fine using the one I have? Anyway, that's just a throwaway thought. I just wanted to show you guys all the stuff D sent. Perhaps more importantly, the ghost fire on the front and the WooMing in the middle. Ah, he's so cute! He's holding like his little hands in like a heart shape. And also, of course, the flower in the back. And I can't remember the lines exactly. Arya did translate them for me, but I forgot the one on the back. I think this one is the hoping to meet again, maybe? But this one is definitely I hope or wish to never rest in peace, which the little ghost fire tells Xie Lian by that river during the Lantern Festival. And he wrote this to me while listening to chapter 99, literally the chapter before the Big 100. So I can see why this was very inspired by that read. And hope that when you read this, you'll already have met our beloved WooMing. And yes, I have. Is WooMing your favorite too? Or is it a ghost fire? I feel like it might be WooMing. And I think you speak for everyone when you write this. Words can't express how I adore him. I live for him. I'm so glad he was there for Xie Lian despite the hours we had to transverse to meet him. I've never felt this excited that you met the character. # release all the art, which definitely happens. I hope you have a bright day, your friend D. I fucking love this Wooming drawing. Would it be unfair of me to like fold it so that I could put Wooming on the postcard board? Because I might. I just might. He's so cute. Like the style of this too is literally iconic D. I want a TGCF comic just in the style of this art. So good. So thank you so much D for the letters and for the coasters. I'll keep them ready for when you're dropping by for tea, yeah? But yeah, I think a lot of us agree that we needed more Wooming than what we got. And it's okay. He'll live on in our hearts. Okay, so that was my little morning rant. We left off with Xie Lian revealing that disarray is not about protecting the city, it's about capturing the spirits once they break through the city's natural barrier. And so we are diving into chapter 109. 2 simple lines. Ghost King excites the battle spirit. 2 simple lines. The Ghost King excites the battle spirit. Ghost King meaning perhaps HuaLian. Could be Bai Wuxiang. Excites the battle spirit. I'm guessing making these people feel like this is something they want to do. It's what I'm going to contribute. Is that what we're saying? I'm not quite sure. This sounds like it's a very short chapter once again. So we'll see. It might be something very concrete. It might be exactly what the title says. And what happens after we ambush them? Shi Qingxuan said. Xie Lian and HuaLian had already positioned themselves at the center of the human array. After that, just leave it to us. We'll be here inside the array to take care of them, and we'll make sure we don't spare a single one. All we need is time. The most important thing is that we ensure they don't scatter. Before, I said there might be danger because we don't have a full 500 people, so it's hard to say whether the circle will hold and prevent the creatures from breaking loose. Someone swallowed hard and asked, "What will happen if they break out of the circle?" "It won't be pretty," Xie Lian replied. "The vengeful spirits will possess you, and you'll be the first to catch the plague." I'm just saying, if someone lets go and runs away, what would happen? "If the circle is broken, the vengeful spirits might possess the runner as well," Xie Lian said. Okay, so at least there's that. Okay. So the spirits will possess them either way. The smarter folks understood and explained. It's different. The former is a guarantee that the spirits will possess and affect you. The latter is maybe, meaning there might still be a chance for survival if you were to let go and run away. And that is what we want to encourage them not to do. That's it exactly, Xie Lian said. So, does anyone want to leave? You absolutely cannot back out once things begin, but it won't matter who leaves before we start. I hope no one will say anything to those who decide to do so. This is a dangerous task after all. It was something that had to be said. Otherwise, they wouldn't truly have a group made only of people brimming with courage and determination. Sure enough, the circle shrank a little a moment later, as a few dozen backed out, leaving hurriedly one after the other with their heads bowed. "Thank goodness," Xie Lian sighed, a breath of relief. "How is that good?" Shi Qingxuan exclaimed. "We've got fewer people now." Xie Lian smiled. "There are plenty of people here. This is better than I had imagined." He had been solemnly deliberating on what should be done if half their number left, but they'd only lost a few dozen. It was a welcome surprise. A voice could suddenly be heard in the distance. "Hold it! Do you know who those people are? You can't trust them so easily. Careful not to get yourselves murdered." Xie Lian looked back and saw that it was Heaven's Eye and company. "Geez, Heaven's Eye, I need you to do the thing. Stop being such a stick in the mud. Join the circle." Redemption arc for the minor villains? They're not even villains, like the minor inconveniences. This is like the thugs who end up siding with the heroes, right? And like they've always been like walking around just thinking they're doing the right thing anyway. It's they're just very unfortunate. "And who the heck are you people?" Shi Qingxuan groused. "Don't add to the problem if you're not planning to help. I promise none of them will harm a soul." Of course, the band of spiritual masters cared nothing for the words of a filthy, unkempt beggar. "And who the heck are you? How many pennies do your words cost?" When Shi Qingxuan heard them insult him like that, his anger rolled up. He pointed at his own face. "Huh? You're going on about money in front of me? I don't think you know who you're talking to. I bet you've even prostrated before this." He trailed off and then shrank back, coughing. The band of spiritual masters assumed that he couldn't keep bluffing anymore and retreated of his own accord, so they stopped caring. Instead, they urged the crowd. "None of you know what those two are planning. You risk losing your lives for a small bite to eat." Xie Lian was about to explain that the beggars were there to help for friendship and justice, not a free meal, but before he could, HuaLian spoke up languidly. That's not true. They're not here for food, they're here to save the world. Xie Lian was a little puzzled. Why would HuaLian tell them that? However, the master scoffed. What? Save the world? What kind of blind fuss are you trying to kick up? Just worry about yourselves. Yeah, there's no need for a bunch of beggars to get involved. Go away and stop adding to the trouble. Oh, so you mean to say beggars can't save the world? HuaLian retorted idly. Is it because they don't have the ability or because they're not worthy? Oh my god, you're taunting! Okay, so we're gonna get a little bit of that intrinsic motivation in the beggars now. Like, we're not of less worth than these fucking cultivators. Like, yeah, okay. The beggars immediately grew rowdy at this extreme displeasure coloring their expressions. That's not what we said, Heaven's Eye, exclaimed angrily. Xie Qingquan poked his head out again and pointed at him. Hey, I heard it myself. Isn't that exactly what you meant? And you sounded so scornful too, right, everyone? Yeah, what did you mean by that? How are we not worthy? They'll feed us whether we help or not. Do you really think we only came here for food? Stop looking down on us. Yeah, I got him all fired up. Xie Lian turned to look at HuaLian, who arched his brows at him with a look that said, that was child's play. So that was why he said it, Xie Lian thought. Although plenty of people had remained in the circle, they weren't particularly determined, so when Heaven's Eye and company had unintentionally shown their disdain, all but saying, filthy beggars like you are useless in such matters, HuaLian seized upon it and magnified it to incite the beggars' rebellious spirit. You think we're useless? Now we're dead set on proving that we've got what it takes to. Their battle spirit surged. Both sides were yelling at each other, and Xie Lian addressed Heaven's Eye and his entourage. If you're really worried, you can stand by and watch. That way, you can easily stop us if we do anything bad. Next to him, HuaLian added, but be sure you don't get in the way, okay? This band of spiritual masters had trailed Xie Lian and HuaLian the entire time, and finally mustered the courage to jump out and take action. But HuaLian's frightening fake smile quickly terrified them into submission. HuaLian turned back to Xie Lian. Go, look at the sky. Xie Lian looked up with him. The black shadows in front of the full moon were now more distinct, as if they had quietly snuck closer. While Xie Lian spent time seeking help, the black night crept along, and now the creatures were on the verge of descending. Oh no, Xie Lian thought, his heart lurching. We're out of time to find more people. But he didn't allow this to show on his face as he urgently cried. Everyone get in position, hold tight! Xie Qingquan was already standing at attention. You're right, all Xie! Your Highness, he was about to say. Now he's given him the new nickname name, All Xie. That's cute. That's very cute. All Xie. We don't have very many people. Want the spirits break through quickly? He had avoided Xie Lian's title at the last second, since using it might have caused confusion and unnecessary trouble. This was the mortal realm, after all. I will stand guard here and keep a constant watch, and I'll reinforce any spot on the array that risks being breached, Xie Lian replied. That will buy us some time. Basically, he would fix the leaks as they appeared. Well then, our lives are in your hands, including mine, your all Xie. Xie Qingquan replied. You gotta work hard, all right? Work very hard. I'm mortal right now. All right, Olfang, I'll give it my all. This is so dumb. I love it. The silly little nicknames. I want fanfictions of Xie Lian and Xie Qingquan walking around the mortal realm or like everywhere else with these secret identities now. So fun. Everyone's palms were sweaty and everyone's faces were tense, just after they all tightly clutched each other's hands. Shrieks rang out in the silent night sky. The noises came closer and closer, faster and faster. They had come. Seizing the right timing, Xie Lian instructed. Everyone blow air forward! The people didn't understand, but they followed directions. They each filled their cheeks and started blowing with all their might. The large crowd puffed out a circle of hot, white mist in the middle of the winter's night. Although their breaths didn't travel far, the warm air mixed with yang energy would be confusing to any spirit who saw it. In addition, HuaLian had secretly cast a camouflage spell to stop the creatures from seeing what was happening down below. The vengeful spirits had intended to scatter and run amok, but they sensed that an area that was particularly heavy with heat and the energy of the living, rippling and undulating and incredibly lively. Naturally, they assumed it was their target and excitedly rushed over in a raging black pillar. In an instant, Xie Lian's field of vision was almost completely blocked. "Everyone, be careful not to loosen your hold! They've come into the cage!" he cried out. At that moment, thousands of silver butterflies emerged from behind HuaLian and spread out. Haunting silver light illuminated the area, and the black fog before Xie Lian's eyes was dispersed. He saw HuaLian extend a hand toward him. "Gogo, come to my side." Xie Lian was slightly startled, but still took the hand immediately. It's in the details, guys, it's in the details. With a light tug, HuaLian easily pulled Xie Lian over to him and wrapped an arm around his waist as he swept the area with a composed glare. Even though the vengeful spirits had lost their minds during their 2,000-year imprisonment inside the kiln, they still didn't dare go near HuaLian. There was not even a hint of their dark aura within a 3-meter radius of the pair. It was only then that the vengeful spirits, who had so gleefully dropped into the circle, noticed something amiss. They had been tearing around and chomping down, so why hadn't they torn into any living humans, instead mangling each other? There were also two beings they couldn't even touch, and those silver butterflies were like sharp blades and showers of arrows. Their flapping wings assaulted and slaughtered the vengeful spirits, sending their screams shooting to the skies. The vengeful spirits finally realized they'd been trapped. They were like savage, imprisoned beasts, locked in with fires raging all around, but the 200-some people weren't the audience outside their cage. They were the iron bars. Beyond outrage, the vengeful spirits screeched violently and savagely at the beggars who were blocking their rampage with nothing but joined hands. They opened their mouths so wide that it looked like they were about to devour the beggars' heads. Their hair bristled with fury and their faces and bodies twisted into miserable contortions. Some of the beggars were frightened enough to back up a few steps, but they were quickly stopped by those next to them. "Don't move! Don't move!" Xie Lian echoed. "I'll dirty you! Dirty you! Get the hell out of here!" They had probably heard from somewhere that ghosts were afraid of filthy things. Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You don't need to do that either. They're not scared of that." Just then, he noticed a spot in the human array was about to fall apart, a weak point about to spring a leak. He hastily looked over and saw a scrawny little beggar whose bulging eyes were unfocused, his breathing harsh. He looked so scared that it seemed he was about to start convulsing. Many of the vengeful spirits also noticed that the man's spirit was weakening, and they swarmed toward him. Xie Lian rushed over and whipped with his silk band, and the vengeful spirits howled as they were struck apart. Xie Lian quickly made the man back out of the circle, ordering the people on his left and right to connect their hands instead. Before he had time to breathe in relief, another leak appeared, about 18 meters to the southwest, and just as Xie Lian was about to rush over, he discovered that another leak had sprung farther away, from the person right next to Shi Qingquan. There were countless vengeful spirits after all, and this was only the first wave. The stream of spirits was practically endless. He wouldn't make it in time. Xie Lian cried, "Sanlang!" HuaLian didn't move. "Gogo, don't worry." Xie Lian refused to believe HuaLian didn't notice, and he refused to believe that HuaLian would ignore such a dire situation. But that hole was about to be exploited by the vengeful spirits. Right at the critical moment, however, a yellow talisman came flying and exploded beside Shi Qingquan. Although the talisman didn't hit any vengeful spirits, it did make them recoil in alarm. It had been thrown by someone from the band of spiritual masters who had been spying on them all this time. "I told you lot not to get involved," they yelled as they rushed over. "But since you did, stand your ground to the end. If you can't, you're just adding to the trouble." HuaLian turned to Xie Lian, forever at ease. "See, I told you not to worry." Xie Lian answered. In the end, Heaven's Eye and the other masters couldn't bear to stand and by and watch and came charging over. They were indeed professional martial artists, and they moved quickly and agilely. They each grabbed two people to separate their hands and bridge themselves in. Dozens and dozens of newcomers assimilated into the circle, expanding the human array. "Fellow colleagues, quick, quick, quick! Whoever has schools or disciples here in the capital, tell them to come quickly!" Heaven's Eye called out. "Go, go, go! I'll call my disciples over too. which is exactly what Xie Lian wanted them to do earlier, even if he didn't say it out loud. And okay, things are happening again. I see that we're at the end of the chapter again. I'm like, we're giving this a lot of page. We're giving a lot of pages to this, and again, I think it is supposed to kind of reinforce the fact that regular people are important. I mean, this is a fantasy setting where we're fighting like spirits and such, but I do still love the idea that regular people and indeed random people might be able to change things. And while it's not like super explicit or like a very heartwarming message that we're trying to convey here, I still like that this group's kind of represented by Shi Qingxuan, who is someone we knew from earlier on in the story, and that we see that he's fallen from what he used to be, but he is making the most of it. So I liked it, but at the same time, I'm a bit like, I'm impatient, is what I'm trying to say. I am very impatient while reading this. And I wonder if you can tell in that I go by a little quickly. Anyway, soon another 100-some people came barreling down the street, and they were all impressive. Monks, cultivators, spellcasters. Each was fully geared up and took 2 steps at once. Their heroic demeanor was refreshing to see. Xie Lian cheered loudly in his head, while the beggars stared with wide eyes and dropped jaws. This new wave of people was stunned by the extraordinary sight before them. A raging pillar roiling with a peculiar aura. However, they joined in without hesitation. Once they assimilated, the circle expanded even more. The royal capital's main avenue was going to run out of room. And on top of the newcomers' bravery, they were also packing all sorts of spiritual devices that could no doubt greatly extend the time the array could hold. Seeing this bolstered Xie Lian's confidence. He called out with calm assurance, "Everyone, don't be afraid. The tables are turning. We've got more and more people on our side. As long as we hold the line, we'll destroy them. It's only a matter of time." The crowd could also see the situation was turning in their favor. Hope made everything easier. In an instant, everyone's confidence grew. Oh my gosh, is something going to happen to destroy this for us? I'm getting like this foreboding feeling. "Destroy them!" cried the crowd enthusiastically. From the side of the circle, Heaven's Eye said, "We've got 168 people on our side. How many do you have? How long do you think we can last?" The leader of the beggars, Shi Qingxuan, counted and recounted before he answered loudly. "We've got 148 remaining in the array." "That's 316 altogether," Xie Lian said. "We just need to find—" "That's not right," HuaLian interrupted. Xie Lian turned to him. "What's not right?" HuaLian's solemn gaze returned to Xie Lian. "The count isn't right. There are 317 people here." Oh no. Does that mean like, is that like a mole? Someone who's gonna fuck this up? Is that Bai Wuxiang? Hiding in the crowd? Like, who else would it be? Who else would it be? Like, this is not good, is what we're trying to say, and that was also the end of the chapter. Okay. A little thing to start us off. Again, I feel a bit hesitant to like do any sort of debate in between this chapter and the next, because this one's so short, and so is the next one. I guess it's nice, but I want to keep moving. I want to keep seeing like the other parts of the plot. I do like getting to see Xie Lian actually somehow succeeding with his plan, and also Shi Qingxuan around and like all the little interactions and stuff. But be honest with me, was this like yeah, I kind of need this to happen for the plot, but also I am way more invested now in this and whatever's happening everywhere else. So I kind of want to get back into that. And like, I'm like, we're taking so many pages into this. I want us to move along. I'm not saying it's bad, and the pacing is probably where it should be, but as a reader, I am impatient. I don't know, I drop your thoughts on what you think about this particular section of this book. Again, we started out with a bang, and now we're kind of walking into this, and I just wanna keep going. I just wanna hit something momentous, you know? Because we have so many other reveals that we need to go by, and I feel like, well, we're gonna give so little time to the rest of everything, you know? This is like a new thing too. This is not resolving any of the other like side character plot lines that we have lying around, except for Shi Qingxuan. I guess this could be us solving the Shi Qingxuan plot line, but we've already kind of done that in the last few chapters. This is like and I guess the Heaven's Eye group and such. Like, again, we are gathering threads. Indeed, we are gathering threads, but we're gathering so many of the minor threads when so many of the big threads are like just waving in the wind here. I want to grasp them. I want to pull really hard. So yeah, maybe I'm just being impatient. Let me know what your thoughts were the first time you read this. And also, what are your thoughts now that you're reading it for the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth time? Do you think someone is reading this now for the sixth time? If you're listening to this now, it would be fun if you let me know either in the server or down in the comments how many times you've gone through TGCF, whether it be your own readings or any read-alongs you might have listened to. They all count. How many times have you read TGCF? And with that, let us continue my first read with chapter 110. Seeking affection, the Ghost King fakes displeasure. This sounds like one of those HuaLian chapters, actually. This sounds like a HuaLian chapter. It sounds like we're gonna get a little touchy-feely. But first we have to remove this extra person, or find them and figure out what is going on here. Okay. Xie Lian was silent for a long moment. Although Wuxiang had only swept a glance over at the crowd, Xie Lian wholeheartedly trusted that he hadn't counted wrong. He had spoken in a hushed voice, so no one could have overheard. Xie Lian also swiftly scanned the circle. Everyone was holding hands, so when did an extra person join? Could Shi Qingxuan have counted wrong? Are you sure you've got the right number? You didn't miss anyone? Xie Lian asked him. Nope, didn't you say head counts is important? I've been keeping count all this time. Even deducted the ones who left halfway through. There are exactly 148 of us, Shi Qingxuan confidently confirmed. What is it? Is something wrong? It wouldn't be good to explain right then. Doing so recklessly would only start an unnecessary panic. Xie Lian couldn't have people point out anyone they didn't recognize either, as there were too many people present and most didn't know each other in the first place. Thus, Xie Lian replied, No, I'm just verifying. It was even less likely that the spiritual masters miscounted. Everyone had reported the head count of their own group to Heaven's Eye, and he added them all together. You know, maybe he's just bad at math, Xie Lian. You can't know that. Maybe he was good at everything else, and he has this special ability, but math just wasn't his strong suit. There was no way they didn't know exactly how many had come from their schools. When did an extra person join us? What are they planning? Xie Lian whispered. They either snuck in at the start or mixed in when the spiritual masters joined, but they are human for certain. Okay, they're human. At least it definitely wasn't a ghost. Everyone in the circle had to be a living human, otherwise they wouldn't be able to restrain the vengeful spirits. The mystery person mustn't have wanted to be exposed yet. Since they were already part of the circle, the entire array would collapse if they let go without warning and left a hole. But the array remained stable, which meant they were keeping to their role as an iron bar properly. So what is this? Who is this person then? Because it can't be a heavenly official or a ghost. But why? Why this human? Consequently, there was even more reason for Xie Lian to act with caution. If the person realized that their presence had been discovered, they might flee. It also meant it would be quite difficult to find the person without attracting their notice and pick them out without risking disrupting the circle. It didn't take long for Xie Lian to come up with an idea, though, and he turned to Wuxiang. Sunlong, can you make your wraith butterflies chase the vengeful spirits without killing them? I mean, could they herd the spirits in a particular direction? Wuxiang immediately understood what he wanted. Yes, I can. Since the person had joined of their own volition, they were likely no simple character. They had no fear of the vengeful spirits. If Wuxiang ordered the wraith butterflies to herd the vengeful spirits to the edges of the circle, the spirits would surely attempt to escape by searching for leaks. Almost any mortal could become a crack in the array, but one person would not, the one who had joined willingly. But this plan is risky, Xie Lian said. We might accidentally scare the others into letting go. We'd be shooting ourselves in the foot. Don't worry, Wuxiang said. I'll kill the vengeful spirits before that happens. The two formulated their plan. Then Xie Lian raised his voice to speak to the crowd. Everyone watch out! The vengeful spirits have grown stronger. Just hold on and don't be scared. What? Why would they get stronger all of a sudden? Heaven's Eye exclaimed. Exactly. I guess he would not be fooled by this, but That's not what we need. We need the others. HuaLian didn't move from his spot, but the wraith butterflies started chasing the foul mass of vengeful spirits, sending them scrambling away in a chaotic flurry. The beggars couldn't tell what was going on, but the spiritual masters noticed something was amiss. Heaven's Eye was outraged. HuaLian, what are you doing? The two inside the circle had no time to remind him. They intently watched the pursuit. Sure enough, amidst the scrambling current of black smog that filled the air, there was one person the vengeful spirits didn't try to approach. The area before him was conspicuously empty. That was their man. Xie Lian darted forward and grabbed the man's hands, at the same time bridging the hands of the two on either side, then plucked him out of the array. Heaven's Eye and his party were growing restless. "It's none of your business," HuaLian answered brusquely. He was already at Xie Lian's side the moment he finished his statement, guarding him in case the mysterious man tried anything funny. Xie Lian restrained the man firmly and twisted him around. When he came face to face with the man, Xie Lian's eyes grew wide. The question, "Who are you?" died in his throat. "State Preceptor, it really was you." "State Preceptor? This State Preceptor?" "State Preceptor, it really was you," Xie Lian mumbled as he stared at that face. The man was shocked as well, and it took him a moment to mumble, "Your Highness." His face should have been incredibly familiar, but instead it was incredibly foreign. Really? Really now? The State Preceptor was older than 30 in Xie Lian's memories and had a rather poised disposition. He could fool anyone with a sweep of his sleeves and his aloof air. However, the man before him now looked not much older than he did, perhaps only 25 or 26. Okay, so Minion Ching, like this Minion Ching, this is just a shape. This is shape-shifting. He made himself look older, but he's probably too maybe stuck in like an immortal sort of form because he ascended as a deputy, but why is he still not aging? What is going on with the State Preceptor? Was he to a god then? Like he ascended himself eventually? Even though Xie Lian had heard his voice inside the mountain spirit's body at Mount Honglu, he'd been wondering since then whether he'd been mistaken, despite also thinking that the Emperor wasn't mistaken when he said, "Your master is no ordinary character. If you do encounter him, be extremely careful." Either way, there was no doubt that the man before him was his master, the last State Preceptor of Shanda, Minion Ching. The three of them stared at each other. The air inside the circle of 300 some people seemed frozen. When Minion Ching finally snapped out of it, he did something unexpected. While Xie Lian was still stunned, his master lunged forward to seize his throat with both hands. But HuaLian was standing right next to him. How could he possibly allow Minion Ching to succeed? HuaLian barely moved, but Minion Ching was flung over a dozen meters away. The sudden commotion surprised everyone, holding hands in the circle. "Why did they start fighting? What's going on? Who are they hitting?" "Gaga, are you all right?" HuaLian exclaimed. "I'm fine," Xie Lian replied. In fact, it was the State Preceptor who didn't look fine. Minion Ching coughed up blood from below and crawled to his feet before stumbling away, trying to escape the circle. When Shi Qingquan saw the man running toward him, he cried out anxiously, "What are you up to? Hey, I'm warning you, don't you dare come over here! Your Highness, he's trying to break the circle!" "Return!" Xie Lian shouted. Ruoye answered his command and shot forth. However, before it could wrap itself around Minion Ching, a sword plunged from the sky and pierced the ground before the State Preceptor, blocking his way. White light flashed from the sky, shooting down in bright rays. Heralded by that shining curtain, a martial guard clad in white armor descended from the heavens. Minion Ching's path of retreat had been fully sealed. I am so confused. Okay, Minion Ching attacks Xie Lian, then tries to run away, and then Zhenwu is here. What is going on? I'm so like, I wonder, like, why would he try to escape like this? Why was he here in the first place? What is going on? Blocked both in front and behind, Minion Ching had nowhere else to run. When he whirled around, he came face to face with Ruoye, which seemed to dance in mad joy as it bound him tightly and tripped him to the ground. Xie Lian took a step forward. "My lord, why have you come here personally?" Zhenwu rose to his feet, his expression solemn. "Mount Honglu has been temporarily stabilized. I came to see how things were on your end." How did you manage to stabilize it? Xie Lian asked. I created a new barrier, Junwu replied. The mountain spirits and other human creatures have been temporarily trapped. But Xie Lian didn't care about the mountain spirits or other unrelated minions. And White No-Face? Junwu shook his head slowly. I did not find him at Mount Tonglu. I'm afraid he has long since escaped elsewhere. Xie Lian looked at the screen of blinding light that surrounded them and separated them from the 300-some people holding hands. The mortals outside the screen could not see what was going on within. He then looked down at the State Preceptor, who had rolled around to face Junwu. I'm so excited for this, actually. Mei Nianqing likely remembered the vicious fight the two had in the past. He looked both shocked and furious, but wisely remained silent even as he raged inside. Mei Nianqing likely remembered the vicious fight the two had in the past. Which fight? In Mount Tonglu? Or, when did Mei Nianqing fight Junwu? I don't think so. That didn't happen, right? What are we referencing here? The fight between Junwu and Xie Lian? So we looked both shocked and furious that Junwu is here, I guess. I don't know. I don't know exactly what we're referencing here. Junwu inclined his head, watching him commandingly from above. Long time no see, State Preceptor of Shanda, he commented languidly. Looking nonchalant, Huaqiang approached and gave Mei Nianqing a brief look. The State Preceptor looks pretty weak. How did he manage to escape back then? It was not by his own strength, Junwu said. There were 3 helpers at his side at the time, the Deputy State Preceptors of Shanle. Xie Lian couldn't hold back any longer. State Preceptor, who are you exactly? Mei Nianqing watched Junwu with a dark expression. His hands clenched into tight fists with veins bulging on the back. It was hard to tell whether he was furious that Junwu had ruined his plans or that Xie Lian had exposed him. He paused for a moment before speaking under his breath. Haven't you already guessed, Your Highness? He was one of the 4 guardians of the Crown Prince of Wuyong. Yeah, we know that. We know that already. And the Crown Prince of Wuyong, Xie Lian pressed. Is he White No-Face? Junwu was taken aback when he heard this. Shanda, Junwu asked. Who is the Crown Prince of Wuyong? Only then did Xie Lian remembered he hadn't yet had the chance to report to Junwu about Wuyong. Okay, so Junwu didn't even know that this place existed? Okay. Having finally captured the State Preceptor, Xie Lian had many things to report and many questions to ask, but none of that business should be conducted here. My lord, let's talk when we return to the upper court. That may be best, Junwu said. He hummed for a moment, then added. However, most of the vengeful spirits from Mount Tonglu were sent here to the royal capital, and they will not be suppressed quickly. It will take at least 7 days and 7 nights to do so, even if I am the one performing the purification. Would he have to wait 7 days to interrogate the State Preceptor? It would be far too late at that point. White No-Face was still at large. Xie Lian was contemplating what to do when Huaqiang spoke up. Leave the mess here to me. You can go wherever you will. Xie Lian turned his gaze on him, but Huaqiang had already guessed what he was going to say next. There's no need to say anything else. I'll wait for you down here. If Gogo really wants to thank me, just return to me quickly when you're done. I'm smiling because that is very sweet of you, Huaqiang. I am also very nervous because that means we're separating HuaLian, and when we're separating HuaLian, shit goes down. I mean, shit usually goes down when they're together as well, but like, you know what I mean? Like something is going to happen now that Huaqiang is not there and able to give us a hand. And we have Junwu and Mei Nianqing in the same place. Oh my god. The 2 people who might know things. At least this person knows so many things. And he's very wary of Junwu in this case. But I don't think he is on Bai Wuxiang's side, so why would he be... Unless... I don't know. Let's keep reading. Will that be all right? Junwu said. Xie Lian broke into a wide smile. Yes. A silhouette flickered outside the screen of light, and someone came charging in from outside, hobbling and hopping and shouting. Your Highness, what are you doing in here? Is everything all right? It was Shi Qingquan. When Junwu had descended and pulled the screen of light around them, no one outside knew what was happening, and they were all scared to death. Shi Qingquan had bravely stepped up and charged inside to see what was going on. Oh no. If anyone else had tried, they might have been blocked, but he had worked as the heavenly official, so the screen of light recognized him and allowed him to enter. As soon as he made it inside, he froze in shock. My lord! Why do you come here personally? When Junwu saw him, he gave a bright smile. Lord Windmaster, how have you been? Oh my god. Shi Qingquan's cover blown. Now everyone knows where he is. Shi Qingquan was hesitant, shy, and rather embarrassed. After all, by now there was no way Junwu didn't know the whole sordid affair with Shi Wudu, how he had altered his younger brother's fate and sent him to the heavens. The story had surely spread and caused a riot. Now that he was face to face with his former boss, Shi Qingquan's mind was consumed by shame and guilt. However, Junwu didn't mention the topic at all and treated him with utmost courtesy and full respect. I guess, Shi Qingquan wasn't the one who got himself that job, so to speak. So I guess it's fair to, he's only ever tried to be very genuine in his job, so to speak. And it feels kind of nice that that is being recognized in a sense. Xie Lian withdrew Ruoye, and Ming Yanqing slowly rose to his feet on his own. After Shi Qingquan was done being shy, he asked, puzzled, "Who's this? What's happening right now?" Ming Yanqing glanced at him. "You're Shi Qingquan, aren't you?" "And who are you?" Shi Qingquan replied in surprise. "How do you know my name?" But a more important question would be, how did Ming Yanqing manage to recognize him as he looked now? Ming Yanqing scoffed. "Your name's terrible." "Huh?" Shi Qingquan was baffled. However, Ming Yanqing didn't say another word. He willingly followed Junwu, seeming fairly obedient, probably because he knew that without any helpers at his side, there was no way he'd escape from Junwu's grasp, even unbound. "Shanle, I will bring him to the heavens," Junwu said. "Will you be joining us shortly?" "Yes," HuaLian replied. Junwu nodded at him, then he departed with the prisoner. HuaLian turned to relay, "Yeah, okay, what happened just now? What's the thing with Shi Qingquan? Why does Ming Yanqing know who Shi Qingquan is? Has he been he's not been here. We know he's been in Mount Tonglu, so he's not been around the capital, so he doesn't." "Shi Qingquan, your name is terrible. How do you know?" Wait, wasn't there back in Arc 4, wasn't there like a cultivator who came by the Shi family, right? There was a cultivator who told them about what to do with their child who was cursed by the Reverend of Empty Words, right? There was a cultivator who came by and told them what they needed to do, and then they didn't do it, right? Could that have been Ming Yanqing? Is that this connection? Because I don't see how he would know Shi Qingquan in the present. There's nothing that I can think of, but that would make sense. Because that would have been at least 600 years ago, perhaps even longer. Huh. If I remember correctly now, because we tried to figure out the timeline for the Watermaster and everything, and we realized that it's not 800 years ago, but earlier than 800 years ago, later than 800 years ago. But that would make sense, because it would be post the fall of Shanle, right? Making a note of that. Okay. So anyway, Junwu nodded at him, then departed with the prisoner. HuaLian turned to Huachang, but before he could say anything, Huachang spoke. "Gaga, you don't have to worry. It's only a matter of looking after the circle and making sure they don't mess up. It's not hard." Shi Qingquan chimed in. "Your Highness, are you gonna head up? Go, I'll keep an eye on things too, don't worry." Xie Lian nodded. "Thank you both for your hard work." In the past, Huaqiang would likely have replied with, "It's nothing," or some other modest niceties. Yet this time, unexpectedly, he hugged his arms and sighed. It is rather hard work. Oh my god, this is the title, Seeking Affection. You want some encouragement, Huaqiang? You want to ask for some encouragement? Oh my god. Honestly, keep asking. HuaLian might give you some. Meanwhile, Shi Qingxuan sensed nothing, and he said excitedly, "Yeah, remember to reward us for our hard work afterward. How about throwing a feast at the royal capital's best restaurant?" How are you not noticing? Shi Qingxuan? Shi Qingxuan still couldn't forget about feasting at the city's finest establishment. HuaLian thought, "Lord Windmaster, please stop talking. That wasn't what he meant at all." Huaqiang shook his head. He quirked his eyebrows and absently played with the red coral pearl tied at the end of his small braid. "It would be fine if Gaga were here beside me," he said with apparent nonchalance. "But to think he's going up there again, leaving me down here all by myself. The work feels harder now." Shi Qingxuan finally noticed that something sounded weird, but he still didn't get it. Shi Qingxuan, really? This is very ace of you, by the way. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Crimson Rains of Flower, you're so funny. It sounds like you're saying you're going to be lonely now that His Highness is going back up to the heavens, like you're newlyweds or something." Lips a reply from HuaLian, who thinks, "You're not wrong," HuaLian thought. "Isn't that exactly what he meant?" Shi Qingxuan laughed stiffly for a while, and HuaLian finally couldn't bear it any longer. He cleared his throat. "Lord Windmaster, will you step outside just for a moment, okay?" "Why?" Shi Qingxuan asked. HuaLian couldn't explain. Just step outside. We need to say our farewells." Only then did Shi Qingxuan exit, confused even. He's not. Shi Qingxuan is like on this side of Oblivious, right next to fucking Xuan Yizhen, and Pei Ming is like on the other side of the spectrum. Like the spectrum is real, and Shi Qingxuan is not anywhere close to Pei Ming's observations. Now it was just the two of them inside the screen of light, not another soul present. Xie Lian turned around. Huaqiang was still watching him with one eyebrow raised. He seemed to be waiting for him to say something or do something. Thus, Xie Lian gathered his courage, placed two stiff hands on Huaqiang's shoulders, and steadied himself for a moment before he hopped up and pecked him on the cheek. On the cheek. After having done so, he looked around with a hollow conscience like a thief and only relaxed when he confirmed no one else was present. Yet unexpectedly, the next second, he felt something tighten around his waist. It was Huaqiang hugging him close. "Gaga, you're just placating me." His unhappy tone was half serious, half fake. It was somewhat worrying to hear. Startled, HuaLian quickly exclaimed, "I'm not." "Really?" Huaqiang said. "But you weren't like this at all when you were borrowing spiritual powers from me. Is this a sort of farewell I get now that I'm not lending you my power?" Oh my god. Yeah, Huaqiang is right. We should just go back to borrowing powers all the time. Now that he thought about it, Xie Lian worried that he wasn't being sincere. In a small voice, he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that." But after apologizing, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed like that really was how he had come across. Alarms began to blare in his head. Scared he might be misunderstood, Xie Lian didn't wait for Huaqiang's response. Without another word, he moved to act. He jumped up and hugged Huaqiang around the neck, throwing himself on him. And this time, he fully kissed Huaqiang just where he wanted. As luck would have it, Shi Qingxuan chose just that moment to interrupt. "Your Highness, I keep thinking about it, and the more I think, the weirder it feels. If you two are just saying your farewells, there's no need to kick me out, you know? I'm just... Your Highness, why did you leave so fast?" Xie Lian had fled the scene, fumbling and stumbling. And that was the end of chapter 110. Oh my god, and Shi Qingxuan, at least he had the thoughts, at least he's having thoughts, but to be honest, yeah, the obliviousness is kind of shocking actually. Like, I thought he was on top of this. No. Shi Qingshuan is just as oblivious. Maybe not more than Xuanijin, but close to. But oh my lord, here we are. Now we're finally getting into the stuff that I find exciting. And I'm happy that we got that after just that short chapter of not getting that. Because now, Mei Nianqing is on the scene. Zhan Wu is on the scene. And we're going up to heaven to have a talk with the two of them and Xie Lian. I am excited and nervous about what this reveal might end up being. But Mei Nianqing also might have been the wandering cultivator who came by the Shi family back when Shi Qingshuan was a baby, which is why he knows his name. We furthermore learn that Mei Nianqing was wearing a slight disguise that made him look older when he was the State Preceptor of Shanle, which I think is fair because, you know, State Preceptor, you need to at least have some experience. They wouldn't hire a 20-year-old for this job, right? So him having made himself look a bit older, if he, you know, his actual appearance is as a 24, 25-year-old, makes a lot of sense. Not much older than Xie Lian, he looks. And if he is from Wuyang and was the State Preceptor of Wuyang, one of the deputies of the Crown Prince of Wuyang, why is he stuck in this appearance then? Could it be that he ascended himself is one of the questions I am asking. Could he somehow have become immortal in some way or another? I guess with Xie Lian, he has the thing with the shackle, right? The special shackle, the first one he got from Zhan Wu, makes him not age at all, even after he's turned down and like is immortal. But we also don't know exactly how this functions compared to the situation with Pei Shuo. I've already had a little discussion about this. And my idea with Pei Shuo is that he's not actually banished, but exiled. But also he doesn't have a shackle, and it's like he's described as if he is immortal. It's hard to discern what is actually going on, like with who's immortal, who's not immortal here. But my theory then is that Mei Nianqing might actually have ascended at some point himself, and maybe that is why he has this immortal appearance as his real appearance. But also he seems like he's no. Listen, the array would not work if everyone wasn't human. Mortal, right? So are we saying that Mei Nianqing is immortal? Oh, okay, so he never ascended then, right? So how is he still in this appearance and still this, you know, he's old as balls? What the? I need a lot of questions answered here. I feel like there are things that maybe haven't been told to me, but to make our rounds again. Like, this is what is happening. Mei Nianqing, Zhan Wu, Xie Lian. And Mei Nianqing is being, like, he's giving these dark looks to Zhan Wu. Like, he's hostile against him. But he's also following because he knows that he can't fight him. But this is like, is he... I've gotten the feeling that he isn't on Bai Wuxiang's side, but maybe he is in a way on Bai Wuxiang's side in that he doesn't approve of what he's doing, but he cared for the Crown Prince, you know? Which is why he tells Xie Lian the story at all. He cared for what the Crown Prince once was and still cares for him as the person he served, but is also very against the fact that he is now, you know, a ghost king responsible for millions of people's deaths, you know? So there could be like a complicated sort of relationship with this. And Zhan Wu, I guess, did... again, if they are different characters, Zhan Wu did kill Bai Wuxiang, kind of, dispersed him a couple of times, and... well, one time. And makes actually finding him, again, pretty difficult because of that. But here's the other thing. If that's other theory, which... I am so confused, actually, but if the theory pans out that Bai Wuxiang and Zhan Wu are the same person, a lot of these reactions would make a lot of sense, because that would mean that Mei Nianqing knows who Zhan Wu is, maybe. Zhan Wu knows who Mei Nianqing is, very likely. And the only person who doesn't know about the connection right now is Xie Lian. This could be very interesting. And of course we have HuaLian separating again after smooching in the light barrier. As they should. I love that Hua Chang is confident in being a little needy, so to speak. He wants to ask for a little affection, and he does. He feels confident enough to do that, and it's such a... I love how we've gone from the beginning of volume 6 to the confession and then to this. Because the potential for this was always there. Honestly, they'd already laid down the groundwork, and then just the confession kind of made all of this possible and unleashed it. It's like once that was out of the way, once they've realized that they do have feelings for each other and not for some unknown other person, being able to be together like this and ask for affection from the other is such a simple thing. And it's so cute, and I adore them. I'm all for this honeymoon phase, even though we are in the middle of some very important, difficult things that are happening. Okay, I've already been reading for an hour, and we have almost hit 100 pages. I wanted to hit at least 100 pages, because this book is 336 pages, so if we get to like 110, that's 1/3 of the book, like last time. And we have... Yeah, the next chapter is quite short as well. And it hits 110 exactly. Honestly, we're going to do the next chapter, the last chapter of this read, and we're going to call that... we're going to say that's it for this session. So, hoping for some good reveals in the next chapter, 111. Evil enters the mirror, nowhere to hide. Hongjing? Hongjing? Mirror? Okay. We're gonna get some reveals. Surely we're gonna get some reveals. And this is getting me slightly like maybe a little bit more hopeful of that theory actually. And for those of you who are listening to this and didn't see me pointing to the Bai Wuxiang Junmu theory, because Bai Wuxiang is not there. Or is he? Or maybe Junmu is connected to this in another way entirely, but I don't know. Maybe Ming and Qing is the one who's being revealed here. This is exciting news, guys. We're really going into it now. Are we ready? Take your deep breaths. And let's read chapter 111. Even once he'd fumbled and stumbled onto the main avenue of the heavenly capital, HuaLian was still covering half his face with his hand and was wobbly and unsteady on his feet. While none of the junior heavenly officials hurrying down the street dared approach him to ask about it, they all stared at him, strangely nonetheless. HuaLian quickly dropped his hand, straightened his back, and rubbed at his mouth. Unnaturally. My lips kind of hurt, he muttered. Don't know what's going on. The looks the junior officials gave him became even stranger. What exactly did he do to make his lips hurt, HuaLian? It's okay, he's kind of a newbie at this. He's applied a little too much pressure. They really did hurt a little. When he jumped up into that kiss, he'd used too much force. Huachang most likely felt the impact as well, but HuaLian very clearly felt him smile when he pressed close. That is so cute. This is so cute. He didn't dare to think more on the subject. Just hurried onward with his head down. And the other heavenly officials didn't stop him, all rushing their own ways. Perhaps Mount Tonglu's opening had become too hectic an affair, as the air in the upper court was solemn and uneasy. There were already many heavenly officials gathered within the Palace of Divine Might. While the vengeful spirits of Mount Tonglu had been sent in all directions, the majority were sent to the most populous city, the royal capital. HuaLian and Huachang had toiled for so long because they chose the largest and most difficult task. Everyone else had only faced a few hundred of those creatures and had long since finished them off. Well, why are you not joining back down in the capital then? Pei Ming, Fengshen, and the others were already back at the heavenly capital, their faces lined with fatigue. Well, they have been running around Mount Tonglu as well, I suppose. When Xie Lian crossed into the hall and looked up, the first one he came face to face with was Long Tencho. Someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Agreed, Long Tencho. Finally, back on the stage, I suppose. Long Tencho's face was gloomy. When he first saw Xie Lian, he was surprised. Then he promptly turned away. The silent crowd was lost deep in their own thoughts. John Woo was on the throne. He sat up a little when he saw Xie Lian arrive, ready to speak to him, but Long Tenshou stepped forward before he could do so. "My lord, I heard you've already caught the green ghost Qi Rong." "Oh yeah, right. Fuck." John Woo tipped his gaze to him. "That is correct. However, the green ghost Qi Rong, the ghost woman Xuan Ji, and the rest were not captured by my own hand. They were consigned to Heaven's custody by Yin Yu of Ghost City." It was only then that HuaLian noticed that Yin Yu was there. Awkward. It couldn't be helped. Yin Yu really had no presence at all. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yin Yu had entered the Palace of Divine Might. No one but the highest-ranking heavenly officials could set foot in this hall without John Woo's permission. Yin Yu didn't have the right to enter when he was a heavenly official because his rank was too low. But he could finally formally enter now that he had willingly fallen to Ghost City's ranks. Truly, it elicited conflicting feelings. But he was the martial god of the West at some point, right? Was he just still not powerful enough to be able to enter these meetings? Or maybe John Woo just wasn't around during that time. It's hard to say, isn't it? Long Tenshou cut right to the point. "Qi Rong is the villain who destroyed my clan. I pray my lord leaves him at my disposal." John Woo glanced at Xie Lian and deliberated for a moment. "It is not that handing him over to you would be a problem. However, I ask you this. Once you have dealt with the green ghost Qi Rong, what comes next? What will you do?" Before Long Tenshou had threatened that he would come looking for Xie Lian after he was done with Qi Rong. John Woo was well aware of the fact. Long Tenshou's voice was hard. "That is not my lord's concern. My lord can't possibly plan on harboring Qi Rong just because I will not answer this question, and in doing so, prevent me from avenging my family." In the past, Long Tenshou rarely said anything within the Palace of Divine Might, because he was mostly sleeping. And even when he did, it was always something silly. Yet now, his words mirrored the consuming resentment in his expression and tone. It was not good for him to be in this state, and Pei Ming spoke up. "His Highness Tai Hua seemed to have quite a temper today, eh? Of course, my lord doesn't plan on acquitting." Just as he was trying to smooth things over, a commotion came from outside the hall, and someone charged inside. "My lord, I can't wait any longer!" It was Mu Qing. He was dressed in all black, and his expression was grim as his clothing. Several martial officials trailed behind him. They were supposed to be responsible for apprehending him, but how could they possibly be capable of that feat? They could only rush inside with him. Yeah, because, again, Mu Qing is one of the strongest martial gods at the moment. "My lord, we were just escorting General Xuanzhen to—" With one hand propping up his cheek, John Woo sighed. "I understand. Stand down." He gave a dismissive wave, then, a moment later, lifted his head and gazed at Mu Qing. And so, I cannot continue to endure this baseless accusation," Mu Qing categorically proclaimed. "Hasn't my lord already captured that woman? I want to confront her face to face." Long Tenshou spoke up as well. "My lord, please give me the green ghost Qi Rong." Neither was quiet with her demands, and they were causing quite a scene. It was clearly giving John Woo a headache. Yeah, he'd rather be spending time with his favorite right now. Interrogating a state preceptor together. Yeah, that's probably the bonding activity of his dreams, honestly. Neither was quiet with their demands. "Silence," he ordered. "Can neither of you wait until I have finished dealing with Mount Tonglu? If my lord needs to manage the vengeful spirits leaking from the kiln, then you need hands," Mu Qing reasoned. "What's the use in keeping me locked up? Why not allow me the chance to clear my name so I can return to my service in the upper court? The truth will come out as long as my lord brings her here and allows me to confront her." His voice were logical, and he would likely be relentless if he wasn't given his way. And so, John Woo could only command, "Bring in the ghost woman Jian Lan." Soon, Jian Lan was brought forth. She carried a swaddled bundle that emitted chilling black qi in her arms. Something ghastly pale peeked out of the bundle and barred its teeth and claws before Jian Lan stuffed it back inside. Here, a part that somewhat resembled a hand, there a part that somewhat resembled bones. The arresting officers hadn't restrained Jian Lan, likely to save Feng Xin face. Feng Xin swallowed lightly, meeting her eyes for a moment. Jian Lan looked away first. Feng Xin's gaze then fell on the bundle of swaddling clothes in her arms, and his expression grew even more complicated. Yeah, okay, so John Woo apparently got a hold of Zhenlan and the ghost, the defeated spirit, Toto. And we're doing all the confronting now. Holy shit. Like, we have like 3 confrontations happening at the moment. On the other hand, Mu Qing's patience was already exhausted, and he began to speak the moment she arrived. I don't know why your son must slander me, but I know that I'm not to blame. It must be following someone's orders. He had basically lost his composure, but Xie Lian could understand. Mu Qing cared deeply about Face, and having this slander hung over his head for so long had naturally made his temper overflow. This had gone so far that it was even affecting his duty in the upper court. And do you have a theory of who is controlling it? Junwu questioned. Mu Qing didn't speak, but his eyes moved. Everyone could tell he was looking at Zhenlan. The veins on Feng Xin's forehead pulsed. What are you implying? Do you think she would make her son slander you on purpose? Mu Qing withdrew his gaze. I didn't say anything of the sort. Then why were you looking at her? Feng Xin exclaimed. She bears no grudge against you, so why would she do such a thing? Mu Qing glared at him. There's certainly no grudge between me and her, but who knows about you? And what do you mean by that? Feng Xin demanded. Just spit it out all at once. Mu Qing glanced at HuaLian before continuing to address Feng Xin. You became acquainted with Lady Zhenlan during the time of His Highness's first banishment, right? The other officials followed suit and looked at HuaLian, who was utterly flummoxed. How had he gotten dragged into this again? Feng Xin glanced at him too and growled in a quiet response through his teeth. What does that have to do with anything? Mu Qing decided it was time to risk it all and ripped everything out into the open. Everything, of course. At the time, life by His Highness's side was enormously difficult, and you hated me to the bone for returning to the middle court. You loved dredging up old conflicts and berating me for any mistakes, and she was your bedmate, so how could she not hate me thanks to your subliminal influence? Who knows, maybe she started hating His Highness too. And in the end, you never followed through with taking her away and instead chose your wretched loyalty. It was practically abandonment. Enough of your bullshit, roared Feng Xin, unable to bear another word. Oh my god, this confrontation. Yeah. Mu Qing has some details, but he doesn't have all the details. He doesn't know why exactly Feng Xin left. He doesn't know about the thing with HuaLian at the end there, which Feng Xin does. And I think that's kind of important. Feng Xin and HuaLian are the only people who actually know why Feng Xin left. Unless Bai Wuxiang was also observing this in the background, you know. A tiny chance that Hua Cheng was also seeing this, but we don't actually know that. He was a Roth at the point, and we didn't see him around, and there's no hints that he was around when Feng Xin left. So anyway, enough of your bullshit, roared Feng Xin, unable to bear another word. His fist flew out, and Mu Qing raised his own to return the blow. Zhenlan went over to stop them, but the fetal spirit began to cackle strangely, sounding like the chaotic cries of an old crow, horrific to hear. Pei Ming and Yin Yu separated Feng Xin and Mu Qing and pulled them back, while Xuan Yuzhen stayed on the sidelines staring. He seemed to be contemplating who'd win if they continued their fight. In any case, it was a mess in the hall. Xie Lian stood there quietly for a long while, hanging his head. After a moment, he sighed. My lord, the priority right now should be finding White No-Face and managing human face disease. The person we captured earlier is the most important piece of the puzzle. Zhan Wu couldn't watch any longer either, and he waved his hand. Take the ghost woman Zhenlan and defeat the spirit away. Bring forth the state preceptor of Shanda. No, I've got to see— What? Mu Qing shouted. Bring who? Feng Xin cried, dumbfounded. Yeah, they don't know this. They didn't know this. Holy shit, they're going to be interested in this as well. They both looked to the hall's entrance as a martial official escorted someone inside, someone with whom they were very familiar. It was none other than Mei Nianqing, the state preceptor of Shanla. Feng Xin and Mu Qing were both flabbergasted. State preceptor? Is it really the state preceptor? Feng Xin asked. Although Mu Qing didn't reply, he was equally stunned and uncertain. They couldn't be blamed. In truth, this still felt surreal to HuaLian. He couldn't connect his man to the state preceptor who had once asked him a question about 2 men and a cup of water. Mei Nianqing slowly stepped forward, brushing past HuaLian. Zhan Wu remained seated upon his throne overlooking the Great Hall. Okay, this is important, because Feng Xin is here. Function has Hongjing. So the mirror is definitely appearing, like it's been mentioned to us, it's here, it's here. Shanle, you seem to have something to say when we were down below. HuaLian inclined his head slightly. Yes. Selecting the most important details, he gave a report of his journey to Mount Tonglu and the incidents that occurred while exploring the kingdom of Wuyong. The longer the crowd listened, the wider their eyes grew. Fengxin and Muqing were positively floored. After HuaLian finished his report, Zhenwu finally spoke. And yet I have never heard of the kingdom of Wuyong. The other officials all agreed. I've never heard of it before either. It was 2,000 years ago, after all. Traces of it must have been wiped intentionally. Ming and Qing hadn't spoken a single word throughout. HuaLian turned to him. State Preceptor, the Crown Prince of Wuyong is White No-Face, am I correct? Yes, Ming and Qing answered. He knew it. Then who left those murals behind, and who destroyed the last painting? Ming mused. I don't know who left the murals, HuaLian responded. But I imagine the last painting was destroyed by White No-Face or his subordinates. After all, he didn't want anyone to discover his identity. He turned to Mei Nianqing. And you are a subordinate of the Crown Prince of Wuyong, which made him a subordinate of White No-Face. Mei Nianqing didn't reply. And this is the part I'm uncertain about, because again, he seems to not have been, but I don't think that's the case any longer. I think he has his own motivations, and we know that from the conversation he had with the mountain spirit about his highness not fully awakened and wanting to, I don't remember the exact words, but it seemed like they were working against him in a sense, So this is, I'm a bit uncertain, and I think this no reply is kind of hinting towards that as well. HuaLian had a sudden urge to ask him if he had known what that strange creature was White No-Face back when Shanle fell. Had they been colluding? Had the State Preceptor helped? However, he asked a different question in the end. Where is White No-Face right now? Ellipsa reply. Why did White No-Face want to bring ruin to Shanle? HuaLian questioned. Why do you want to kill me? HuaLian demanded. Mei Nianqing finally spoke. Your Highness, I do not want to kill you. Then why did you go for my throat down there? HuaLian asked. If I strangled you, would you have died? Mei Nianqing asked back. Would the one beside you have let me succeed? That was true, but that didn't mean Mei Nianqing didn't have killing intent. His reaction at the time seemed subconscious. Subconscious? Mei Nianqing probably knew he couldn't convince HuaLian, so he stopped trying to argue. After a moment of silence, HuaLian finally asked the question he most wanted the answer to. What did you want to awaken in me? Zhenwu had told him the State Preceptor seemed to want to awaken something within him. Zhenwu had told him. But what could that be? Mei Nianqing stared at him strangely. Inside his sleeves, HuaLian's hands were clenched into fists. State Preceptor, go ahead. Tell me. HuaLian had been vaguely uneasy all this time. The Crown Prince of Wuyong's fate was so similar to his own. Was there really a hidden link between him and White No-Face? He couldn't abide any sort of connection to a creature like that, but he was terrified that he'd discover he truly had one. Still, he had to know the truth. Mei Nianqing watched him, and a moment later he replied, Your Highness, it's not quite the right time for me to address the question you've asked. You might not believe me even if I answered. After a pause, he continued. However, there is one thing I can tell you. He pronounced each word slowly and clearly. White No-Face is inside the Palace of Divine Might right now. He is standing before me. And who was standing before him? HuaLian. No, come on. This is... Is he just crazy? Is that his whole thing? I don't want to believe it. That might be it, though. Like, he really might be really into his this astrology thing, after all. HuaLian instantly backed a few steps away, like he wanted to avoid standing in that spot. The closest person was Fengxin, and he exclaimed, State Preceptor, you open your eyes and look properly at who's in front of you. It's His Highness, your disciple. However, other voices could be heard whispering from elsewhere in the room. The heavenly officials had begun to gossip amongst themselves. Could it be that His Highness and White No-Face share a split soul? What's a split soul? What is a split soul? It's when a person's soul is split, broken into two pieces. Each half has its own memories, and their personalities and skills can be different too. Perhaps even their appearance. That's possible. I've heard of cases like that too. If that's really true, what should we do? His Highness the Crown Prince is the white-clouded calamity? So many voices filled the air, and even HuaLian himself began to have doubts. Was he White No-Face? Was that really the truth? Was he the one who brought ruin to Shanle? Was he the one who had tortured himself for 800 years? Was he to blame for everything that had happened? Is this serious? Like, I feel like, this can't be. This would be. I wonder if we're trying to like create this feeling of uneasiness now, only to be like, no, this is not it. Let's see. If this is indeed the truth, there might be a silver lining in it. I am very uneasy is what I'm trying to say. The whispers in the hall were deafeningly loud, and the heavenly officials' faces were written with all manners of expressions. Even Feng Xin didn't know what to say anymore, or what to believe. As for John Wu, he stood up. Shanle, calm yourself. HuaLian was falling apart. I... Had it really been his fault? If it truly was, then what should he do? He didn't know. Just as he was drowning in confusion, a voice rang out in his mind. It's not possible. I can swear that you are you. You're no one else. Trust me. Is it an actual voice? Is it actually Sunlight? Yeah, because he might be listening in. It's in heaven after all. Sunlang. HuaChang had told him that this couldn't be. It could never be his fault. HuaLian's mind instantly cleared. He steadied himself, finding his footing once more. Okay, so it's just a memory? Yeah, it could be. It could be just a memory from when they were in Mount Honglu. John Wu, however, had already descended from his throne and come to his side. Shanle, calm down first. Just as HuaLian was about to look up and give a response, Mei Nianqing suddenly reached out and yanked the sword hung at Feng Xin's waist from its sheath. Brandishing it, he lunged at John Wu. All the heavenly officials cried out in alarm. However, John Wu and HuaLian were both martial gods, the best in their field. No less. How could they be caught by such a low-level sneak attack? HuaLian seized the shining blade between two fingers with lightning speed, right in front of his face before the point could even touch John Wu. Feng Xin regained his senses and rushed forward to restrain the stray preceptor. He dared to attempt an assassination within the Palace of Divine Might, and in front of so many martial gods. He was asking for death. No, surely not. This is all about the sword. State Preceptor, this is pointless, Feng Xin exclaimed. But it's not pointless, because that's Hongding. As Mei Nianqing struggled in vain, he roared at HuaLian. Look quickly! Yinyu rushed over. Your Highness, are you all right? What happened? Look at what? Muqing cried in alarm from further away. What does he mean? What is he up to? HuaLian stood still in the center of the pandemonium. For a long time, he didn't move a muscle. It wasn't for the sake of the chaos around him, but because he had seen something reflected in that snow-white blade. A face. A man's composed, handsome face. And there were 3 other faces growing on it. The 3 smaller faces were squished onto the man's face, ruining his good looks and twisting them into something horrifying. They had contorted the man's features. Half of his face appeared to be crying, while the other half appeared to be smiling. It was a face that should have been endlessly familiar to HuaLian. And yet, in the reflection of that mirror-like blade, it was so foreign. It was terrifying. HuaLian found himself drenched in cold sweat. Only then did he remember what the sword function carried. That the sword function carried with him was Hongding, the mirror that reveals evil. When evil entered that mirror, it could not hide. From his angle, it wasn't HuaLian's face that Hongding reflected, but the face of the one standing behind him. And upon that face was a pair of dark, solemn eyes that watched him closely. It was as if his movements had slowed. HuaLian's pupils shrank, his mouth opened. But before he could say a word, his arm went stiff. A powerful hand had seized his wrist. Behind him, Junwu was smiling. Shanle, what are you looking at? Oh my fucking god. Ah! Like, I'll put the art up on the screen. I didn't want to stop reading, but the art was kind of like, it just popped in like a tiny spoiler, like a couple of lines before it happened, but still, it's oh my god. Oh my god. This reveal. The reveal. Ah! Are you kidding me? It happened. Everything, all the puzzle pieces. Oh my god. They've been telling us for so long, but they've been doing it in such a contradictory manner in like, here is another parallel, look at all these parallels, also, here they are at the same time, can't possibly be, it possibly was, it happened, oh my lord, are you fucking for real? Oh my god, oh my god, oh no, oh that's terrifying, that's horrible. That puts everything into a whole different perspective. Everything that has happened in this novel so far, from the very fucking start of the novel. Oh no! Mainenching knew. How long did he know? How long did he know though? Oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start. Where do I start with this discussion? Holy shit! Did we start with the beginning? Did we start with the fact that Xie Lian caught Junwu's attention, caught the Crown Prince of Wuyoung's attention from the very beginning because of their similarities, I'm guessing? And he totally hyper-fixated on this shit. Holy shit, why? What the... What do you actually want, Junwu? What do you actually want here? Did you want a Ghost King bestie, or did you want someone to take over heaven? Like what exactly? What is going on? What is going on? What is the actual goal now? This is the new question. Now that we know this is true, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. What do I even move? Do I move Bai Wuxiang over here, or do I just thread them? I think I should just thread them. I should just thread them. That's the best thing to do at this point. We're doing threads. Boom. Here we are. Holy fucking shit. This is so exciting. So, the Crown Prince of Wuyang ascends and becomes a god. However, because his kingdom is threatened by a volcanic eruption that he sees because he has the gift of clairvoyance, I guess, prophetic dream about his country's destruction, he descends to try and create a bridge to heaven in order to get all his countrymen to go to heaven briefly while the catastrophe happens in order to save them, because the alternative was them expanding by violence, creating war in other countries. The bridge somehow fails. I don't know how and when it failed, if it failed to be built at all, or if the volcanic eruption just happened so quickly. What we do know is that a lot of people died horribly, and died with a lot of resentment towards the Crown Prince, who promised that he would save them. The resentment might have been what caused human face disease to happen on the Crown Prince of Wuyang nonetheless, because he has faces on him. Who would have faces? Like, we know that they could be specific faces, but they could also just be random faces. Who would the specific faces be? Like someone important in his life, like maybe his parents or maybe someone else. But either way, Meng Yanqing was deputy, one of the 4 deputies of the Crown Prince of Wuyang. He was there for all of it. After the Crown Prince of Wuyang falls, we don't know what happens in that period of 8,200 years, but we know that in the meanwhile, all of heaven falls. All of heaven fell about 1,500 years ago, which is when Junwu ascended. But did Junwu ever ascend? Did Junwu ever ascend again? Or is he literally just like... He's just been there for like everyone who followed. Junwu definitely was the calamity that ruined heaven then, that made heaven empty out. And yeah, he's just been steadily spinning this lie, I guess, where he is the head honcho of heaven, but wasn't supposed to be. I mean, he has believers, he has followers still, so did he reascend because of that? He could simultaneously, we know that HuaLian died, And there's this hint in the text that maybe he actually ascended at some point. So could that have happened with John Woo as well? Like he actually ascended because of something horrible he did? Because that could happen too. I don't know. Like even after he died, well, that would mean that he actually did die. We don't know that yet. Even like we don't even know if he's a ghost. He could just be just a mortal creature. Obviously mired in resentment, but still maybe not dead. A bit like what he's trying to make HuaLian without actually killing him. But those are in the details. So in the meanwhile, after the fall of Wu Yang, John Woo eventually gets his revenge and then ascends himself and becomes the emperor of the heavens. He inserts himself in that position and then steadily rebuilds heaven. Fast forward some years later, some 100 years later, Shanda is a thing. HuaLian appears, and also his teacher is Mainian Qing, who does tell him the story about the Crown Prince of Wu Yang, because, I mean, he definitely might have seen something of that Crown Prince in HuaLian, and maybe he does believe in the horoscope things that he keeps talking about, he's very much into the fate thing. And then, throughout that tenure, HuaLian catches the attention of John Woo. Now the question becomes, did he work together with Mainian Qing at all? Did Mainian Qing recognize him as the Crown Prince of Wu Yang? Like, is this a relationship that has kept going on for the last centuries, millennia really? Or is it one that has broken apart? Because now Mainian Qing is the one revealing John Woo's identity to HuaLian. Why do that? Unless he has some sort of, not resentment specifically, but like, unless he disagrees with John Woo's actions and what he's doing. I don't think they're on the same side. John Woo is Bai Wuxiang, and Mainian Qing is not on Bai Wuxiang's side in that he's not following orders blindly. He might be disagreeing with something he's doing, even though maybe he even still cares about him, which is kind of like what I'm reasoning based on their previous relationship. Who knows? Who knows? But that brings like the question, like when Bai Wuxiang appeared, as he did Mainian Qing know that Bai Wuxiang was the Crown Prince of Wu Yang? Did he recognize the human face disease for what it was? Because he kept telling HuaLian that his actions brought this on because of the fate thing, but if he's like, and now I'm even more like in the, that's so bullshit, fucking hell. This whole situation was so constructed, it's absolutely insane. God, he is, he's fucking insane. God, I love this is so fun. So then all of that happens, all of Arc 2 happens, and then Mainian Qing goes on the run, I guess, and somehow, he's not here. Why is he not here anymore? After the fall of Shanda, if he knew what was going on, was he collaborating with Bai Wuxiang during that time, and then he jumped ship later? I don't understand, like, I really don't understand him. Oh, we need to know more, we need to know so much more. Why did John Woo fixate on HuaLian then? Why did John Woo decide to do all of this with HuaLian then? Was it just a likeness? Was it just that the fact that they shared the same horoscope and he went a bit crazy about it? What is the reasoning? And what, again, is John Woo's actual goal then? Is it more about having HuaLian succeed him in any way? Like, in every way? Like, he seemed that he was pretty ready to just die and let HuaLian take the mantle, so to speak. I'm so confused. What is going on here? What is going on here? Well, I say I'm confused, but I'm super excited about this development. HuaLian told us in Volume 1, he doesn't like John Woo. He was right about it. He was right all along. Hashtag HuaLian was right. That's the title of this video now. Hashtag HuaLian was right. Oh my god. But I don't think HuaLian knows. HuaLian doesn't know to the extent that he is correct about this. HuaLian says in Volume 1 that he thinks that the Emperor must hate the Crown Prince of Shanda. Why else would he do these things to him? HuaLian is like, no, that's not it. You don't know what happened behind the scenes. We learn later that HuaLian does indeed know a lot of the things that happened behind the scenes. And honestly, I think this outsider perspective is the truth at this point. Maybe John Woo really hates HuaLian. but in this very twisted sort of way, where he also wants to be his mentor figure, he wants to be his elder. And we're coming back on this whole discussion, how he is definitely shaping him and molding him, or trying to do that, and expecting him to be the way that he has designed him. Except it's not working, because HuaLian is not the Crown Prince of Wuyong, he is not the way John Woo is. And that is so important. That is so important. Gosh, I had a little bit of a scare there with the split soul thing. Could that still be happening? Could that still be a thing that we are now actually introducing into the story? Or is this or was it just a ruse to get us like really, oh my god, what is going on here? I am so confused about that part as well, but this is super exciting. Oh, this is super exciting. Should we keep reading? I feel like this was a great place to stop for a good cliffhanger. It's gonna let me like write some theories for the next time. The next chapter isn't that long though. I don't know. Is this a good place to stop? It might be a good place to stop, and that way I can do like one more third for the next read and then one last third for next one, and we can finish this in 3 videos or something like that. This is hard. This is hard work. But you know what? I did read a lot yesterday too. Let me stop here so that I can spend some time, editing the video and getting it out to you guys and have a talk with you guys, because oh my gosh, a lot of exciting things have happened. There's a lot of development, and we still haven't solved a lot of the mysteries. We still haven't gotten the Lang Chen Cho thing to be solved up, and he's like still mired in his resentment and everything. And we still haven't gotten the mooching thing solved. We still don't know who did that to defeat the spirit. And Feng Xin and him like having this thing, and they just met the state preceptor of Shanle again, and like this is all super exciting. Everyone knows each other. It's so much fun. And we have left Huatong to deal with the resentful ghosts and spirits along with Windmaster, so he's not here right now to hear all of this. And so we're gonna have to rely on HuaLian to figure something out, because we just revealed that the head honcho of heaven is also the big bad. It all threaded together. TGCF really is that one story where you have like 30 characters, but actually you only have 10 characters, because every character is someone else. True. This was fun though. This was a fun reveal, and I bet this is a reveal that you guys have been keeping for yourselves. Like, this is one of the spoilers that have probably been on the tip of your tongues for like months now. So I'm super excited to share this development with you guys. Surely this was like the last big reveal, right? Oh my god, I just remember that we still haven't had the talk with we've been busy, but we haven't been able to talk with Huachang about the rooming at all. So we don't even know if HuaLian has made that connection. That's gonna be, oh no. I have so many things that I still want to see happening, and we only have 2/3 of Volume 7 left and then Volume 8, so a lot of things have to happen still. A lot of things have to happen, and we are running out of space. MXTX, how did you do this? How did you wrap this up? I am excited to see it. I'm super excited to see it, and I can only trust that we managed to do it somehow. So what else to say? Our tallies are already popping. We have a total of 27 gugas spoken from Sanlang's own mouth. That is about as many as Volume 6 had at this point, with its 30 gugas. So this volume might be the one, guys. We might actually be catching up to Volume 5. We have 2 Laugh or Cries already, which is good for this volume. We might catch up to Volume 6 at least. And we have gathered more Ellipsa replies than we ever had in Volume 6. So this is the more like unserious volume, but at the same time we have a lot of serious things happening. So we're having a blast is what I'm saying. Tell me about your first time reading TGCF. Did you know about the John Woo thing before you started reading? Like, were you spoiled by it? Or was this something that surprised you, or was it something you had figured out pretty early on? Let me know about your TGCF journey, and how surprised were you by this reveal. So now I'm heading right to my server to start screaming about TGCF in the book club. I hope to see you there. And if not, this has been Amelia, aka Space.Puffin, and I will see you in the next one.